just there. Cool. YouTube finally worked. Hey, all right. So we got YouTube on board now that we got that stuff. So you bought RimWorld. Congratulations. It's a really good game. Rip your free time. So today we're going to be playing some more Fields of Mistria. We played this not quite a week ago for the 1.0 release, so this will be the second stream in this. So we're still relatively early in the game. We're going to jump back into it. And I've been very much enjoying Fields of Mistria. Oh, I got an achievement, close call for going to bed within like 10 minutes of when I were going to pass out. So pet our dog and all that. Okay, it's going to take me a hot minute to remember everything, because, you know, taking a break does that. So I've very much been enjoying this game a great deal. I've been enjoying that you can utterly break it in so many ways, which is perfection. They've done a pretty good job on a lot of this. It is one of those things that your character actually, like, really hustles when they move. But we're getting close to the end of spring. Break it how exactly? So, when I say break, it's more like the overpowered type of things. I'll show you here in a minute. But with the way the game works, is you'll notice every once in a while I'll get these like little purple orbs. And these little purple orbs will let me effectively unlock skills that do things. So like there's one right there. I have a skill that I can randomly get a seed from any crop I water. But I've got a couple of them that allow me to dupe things. I've got ones that allow me to improve the quality of stuff. That I've found that I could put these together in super duper broken ways. And I'm sure there's tons more than I found. So that, like, if you want to just really power through the game, you can abuse some of them. Let's see, is this Stardew Valley, like, vintage story, is to Minecraft? Yeah, so this is in the same genre as Stardew Valley, yes. Okay, so this is not the box of stuff for sale. We'll drop off our seeds. There's not enough time to grow any more of those seeds this season. Alright. Yeah, so we go over here to this dragon statue. You feel compelled to talk to Calderis' statue. Ah, not a mimic. Happy Friday. Will you be going to the inn tonight with your fellow townsfolk? I hit the wrong button. Yeah, so this is where you can get things kind of really broke. But it seems a little more in depth for all the 2 minutes you've seen it play it, or complex. I'm not sure I'd say it's necessarily more complex. There's definitely, there's some place it adds more to, and there's some place it adds less. It's just different. Like, for the skills, this would be the equivalent of, like, in Stardew Valley, where you gain some level in your farming, and it goes, okay, are you going rancher, or are you going agriculture? Okay, you go down a little bit farther. Okay, you're going this way or that way. Hey, Liam, how's it going? That's the question. Have you ever seen or played Chef RPG? It's also life sim, but less focused on farming, more on running a restaurant. I remember looking at that. I don't remember where that went. So I'm going to go ahead and take living off the land, which is harvesting a crop will occasionally drop a cooked dish using that crop and all that stuff, which does mean I'm effectively going to be able to get another duplication going on because I'll get the crop and then something made of the crop, which is usually has at least the value of the crop. I can't hear you, Liam, because you're using text. And that's not how that works. Yeah, so Chef RPG was definitely one I looked at. I'm trying to remember what happened with that. I think it was just one of those ones that a lot of stuff released at the same time I never got to. But I remember looking at that and being one that was, you know, was very interesting. Yeah, so we had prize, the prize winning, which gives me 5% of the value of the crop when I harvest it sometimes. But you can see where stuff like this, to give you an idea of what we're breaking here. So, we've got when I go to deal with the crops. Where was it? So, day well spent, refreshing, bountiful. So we've got like bountiful here. So every time I water a crop, I have a chance of getting a seed for that crop, allowing me to effectively duplicate the plant over time. This, whenever I harvest a crop, I will get a meal cooked with that, again, allowing me to potentially duplicate that crop. And then the magic comes in here with the cooking, which is waste not, want not, which is every time I cook with an ingredient, I have a chance of getting my ingredient back, which is another opportunity for duplication. Where was the other one? Was it Tastemaker? No. Dinner for 2, every time I cook a meal, I have a chance to make 2 copies of meal. So you get the idea of what I'm doing here. Is like each step of the way for cooking, I'm making opportunities for that thing to get duplicated many, many times over. And it does get pretty broken along the way. I didn't actually look at it. So we've not done any ranching at all. We've not done any meaningful woodworking at all. We've not done any meaningful blacksmithing at all. The cooking's coming along. I don't care about that. That gives me extra clay. We've been needing to do... Yeah, so we can't get anything we want right now. Also, we'll need to check real fast. Let's see. Fine. We'll need to check real fast at the museum what fish I'm missing. Because we're getting right to the end of spring. So it's kind of a do it now or you just don't. But what we could do here is we could start this party. Actually, before we start the party, there's a quest board thing. And as far as I can tell, there's no limit on the number of quests I can accept. So you would like a pike. And then they want stone and a bunch of other stuff. So what I'm going to do is abuse this here. So I don't have a lot of turnips this time, but I got my turnips. We got 17 of them. And so we took a thing that normally this would take 10 minutes in-game to cook. We took a thing that takes 10 minutes off of that time, making it instant. So we cook our stuff. It says something about how much I'm leveling that I cooked 17 dishes, and it barely moves my XP. So with that, we pop off, and I got some extra meal. I got an extra meal and some extra stuff to cook. So we do it again. Then we exit that, and it gave me another duplication. So we go in here, and we cook some more. Keeping in mind, I only had the initial, what was it, 17 or whatever. And then the value of the meal is the same as the output. So if we look at that, I was supposed to only get, was like 15 or 17 turnips. And instead I turned into 23. So it's not quite doubling things, but it's sure adding a heck of a lot for me. Before we go and toss those in for sale, let's run over here to the museum. Because we're about to finish fall, and I want to make sure we got all of our fish. Because just like games like Stardew Valley and Coral Island, and pretty much every one of the games in this genre, they'll have their seasonal fish, and if you miss the fish that season, you just have to wait till the next time around. Alright, so view wings, fish. We do have all the spring fish, so we're good. I just couldn't remember there. Oh, actually, should I check the insects? And we got the spring insects as well. Cool, cool. So that means we don't have to deal with any of that crap. That's good news. So what I'll probably want to do is actually work on the farm, because I've neglected that heavily. In the sense that it's like just overgrown with stone and wood and everything else. Did I actually get the stone and wood? I remember we were trying to get stone and wood for this windmill thing over here. Because the premise of this game is the town suffered an earthquake. And due to the earthquake, they have like a town ranking and all that. But they lost 2 ranks in their town because basically the place got trashed. Okay, so I need 2 copper ingots and like 200 wood and 200 and like 150, whatever, like 200 wood and stone. It's fine. I don't think I have the copper ingots. But if we do get things done in our farm, then the next priority would be go to the mine, which I've utterly neglected. Because as you can see here, I can barely move around up here because all of this is getting overgrown. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to drop those meals in for right now. And I'm going to try to knock this all back. Okay. So I'm going to run around trying to clean this up as best we can. Do you recall what Sunnyside was coded in? I believe Unity. And I did circle back and I did circle back to the update about Sunnyside and finally got a chance to read it. Which it sounds good. I didn't check the poll on what they had going on. But yeah, no, it sounds like they're doing some major rewrite stuff and all that. Which good. Like I said, I actually will commend them a great deal that they had a rocky launch. It happens. But they had a rocky launch. And that, you know, when it didn't land the way they wanted to, it wasn't just, oh, we're gonna try and, you know, give it a little spit polish. That they were actually willing to go in and be like, hey, we're going to kind of like look at the game, see the things the game does well, and, you know, really try and bring those to the fold. And then the things that the game doesn't do well, if the community isn't really enamored by it, we're gonna get rid of it. And actually like put up votes and all that, being like, hey, here's a feature we're considering. You know, like, would you be upset if we got rid of this to focus on our things? And that's a pretty bold one, just because a lot of people don't tend to respond well to when you remove features. So what I'm going to do here is we can drop all that in. I'm going to go ahead and sell these extra meal things here, because the thing about those meals won't quite fill up my entire energy bar, and together they're worth 80. And as an alternative, I can go up here and for 100, I can just fill up my bar at the bath. Okay. Dozy tilts his head. It's clear he wants you to know. He wants to know if you're here for a bath. I will pay my 100 tessera. Dozy wags his tail furiously. A good point in their favor was that they were going to give a free copy of the new form of the game to the players. Oh, I didn't realize they're like making it a whole like a new like release of the game kind of thing. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because there's been a lot of that with games that have a bad launch, like making a new iteration of the game, but then like making everyone buy it again. That's happened a lot. I'm gonna miss it. Thank you to Fistful for the 210 stream streak and Sniper for the 110 stream streak. You can tell that Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. Alright. Then go down here. Most of the townies should be here. I don't know how much I actually care of interacting with the townies. Oh, not a mimic. You arrived just in time for the show. Juniper? I brought you some wine and thank you for the last time. Please, it's for you. This is the most expensive bottle they keep behind the bar. It's not even on the menu. Oh, did I not mention? My father was a bit of a sommelier. We used to have this vintage up with dinner. You did not mention that. Oh, how funny. Well, this is a dry wine and is aged in oak, so the taste is pleasantly full-bodied. You might miss the sweetness, though. I've heard you're a bit of a sweet tooth. One of those childish quirks that makes you so charming. Go on, give it a try. It's delicious. Thank you so much. This is so generous. Oh, my pleasure. Let's see, Sunnyside Regrown. You think it said that's going to be called plus, as is now code C++. Yeah, so I think they're using Unity, or they were using Unity for Sunnyside, which you can use C++ with. and they had been using what's known as blueprints. And blueprints are a more structured thing that don't give you quite as much control of the code, but lets you work a lot faster. There's pros and cons. It's not like blueprints are a negative version or something like that. This game is very Sailor Moon-esque, but Juniper looks like Negon Moon villain. I don't know enough about Sailor Moon, unfortunately. I'll bet. Look at those two getting along so well. Bonding over a nice drink. That's what life's about, if you ask me. Not a mimic? Do you think Junior will let me try it? Maybe you can ask for me? No, you've been nothing but rude to me. In fact, I'm leaving at this point. I was gonna talk to everyone, but now you've spoiled the mood. How dare March talk to me? They just make March as, like, an abrasive character. Like, he's socially awkward, but in an abrasive way. Mostly I just didn't want to go through and do all the dialogue, and one sitting there is like, my voice is not warmed up yet. Do I have copper? 1 second. Okay, so we need way more stone. I think we're good on wood. Okay, yeah, we've got the copper. I was checking if I need to go to the mines instead to try and get it. And thank you, Ballistic Badger, for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I do really appreciate that continued support. So thank you so much for that. Means a heck of a lot. Let's see, but you can only warm it up by talking. Yeah, no, I get you. That's the thing though, like, I'm talking as I stream. So we'll get there. Yeah, there's a warning it's getting to the evening. A good chance tomorrow in game we're probably going to be spending most of the day maybe in the mines, because I haven't done much of that. And I don't need to like clear the entire property right now. I don't think I've caught whatever you are. A red worm, which apparently is not needed in the museum. So we've got this wonderful, majestic, flowery field, which we are purging to be nothing but grass. Yep. Look, man. The HOA sent me a letter. They said they had to clean it all up. Okay. All right. And that's it. We are out of energy. But we got the wood we needed. We got the copper ingots. We're a little bit short on the stone. One thing we ought to check is we got a little bit of time left in the day. Let's see if there's anything we can even craft worthwhile, because I have not done nearly enough crafting. Meanwhile, we'll sell the red worm. So at the blacksmithy, I can't make any of the things here because I just don't have the materials. I need more ingots, or I need more ore. We have here, I can make a calendar, which I already have. Oh, I don't have enough skill to do that. You can make a diary. There's farming outdoors, so you can make that, which also requires more skill than I have. I could technically make a worn-down well, or I can make simple fence pieces. I could apparently also... Okay, that's something worthwhile. So we can make different stuff there. We can make stone path. That unfortunately uses stone. We can make wood flooring. We can make a chair. We can make stone benches. Wooden table with shelves. Wooden nightstand. A doormat. There's lots of stuff like that we can make. A fireplace. Now, the problem is I need a lot of those materials. If I didn't need those materials, what I'd probably do is I'd start making, like, the stone paths, I think. Because then we can make the stone paths like this, which should prevent the bushes from growing in. So with that, we're probably just going to go ahead and go to bed. Oh, wait. I forgot my dog grabs me forgeable stuff. Alright. Then go to sleep. Alright, so we got 10 renown, so really a low renown day. Oh, I could have fished for the pike. That's fine. And then we got a decent amount of money, like 900. So actually a relatively small day when you consider I have 17,000 money on to my name. The big problem I'm running in now is I need wood and stone and everything to do all that stuff. What's your puppy's name? I think it was Minion? Did I name it Minion? Yeah, Minion. And we got a nice batch there. Oh, okay, hang on. That's broken. So I harvested a 40 gold turnip. And due to the skill I picked up, the bonus thing it gave me is a 630 gold vegetable pie slice. I was expecting it to be good. Not that good. And that's with all the other duplication nonsense we're doing. It definitely doesn't feel like money is going to be that big of a difficulty in this game. They're going to have to get to, like, astronomically expensive stuff late game for this to not feel like just straight up Monopoly money. Okay. At some point, I'm gonna need to push the mines. Alright, so you got all that planted. Drop you off. Okay. We're just gonna drop off the slice of pie. Because that's big money. We can run over here real fast, because we can probably get an upgrade of some kind. You feel compelled to talk to Carderas the statue. Seeing you work so diligently on your land makes me wish I could help. Although, I suppose as a dragon clearing the land would require a most delicate touch. I mean, people burn areas to clear it. It's got some serious connotations that people worry about and all that, but you know, they do it. Oh, I mean, well, that's tilling the soil. But can you romance a dragon? I don't believe so, no. This game actually is pretty limited on the number of people you can romance from what I was seeing. Interesting. So you just swim through a school of fish and get a bunch of them all at once for basically free. I could check. I didn't notice that, but that could be a thing. So speedy cooking. Cooking a dish would occasionally give me... That gives me the little bit more buff. A way to the heart. Cooked dishes given loved gifts will reward more heart points than before. Time to eat. Bringing the total of 30 minutes reduction. Which it's interesting there, because it says that brings it to 30, and that says it brings it to 20. Season. Finding uncommon and rarer forageables will become more likely. We'll do the time to eat for more recipes. Alright. Tax rate off for emergency rations. Okay. So there's only one day after today for the season. Monster Fang. Cool, I don't know where to get those. So those don't seem to ever expire. So if we look at our... Oh, we unlocked some more stuff. Yes, we unlocked some more clothing. So we look at our quests where we've got an army of them. They just keep going up. So these are the main story ones. So this one is I need to just build stuff. So you want a unit of clay. Alright, so you want wild berries. And that's the museum guy. Oh, you wanted the rice ball. Oh, right, that's the Saturday market lady? Is she here today? Okay, one second. Let's look at a couple things we can do here. Well, first let's do the cooking thing. But let's grab the stuff that people want in town. That honestly is actually a pretty good point. So I could just work on getting the quest items, you know, during the week. And then when, like, Friday or Saturday rolls around where all the townies are gathered in one place, just do, like, the runaround to drop it all off. Get some extra stuff. And you can buy to have this stuff at home. I just haven't been doing it. Okay. So let's run down here. Because then what I want to do is I am going to try to hit up a couple of different places today so far as like doing the mining and all that. So I can go here, sell those. And you mentioned the... So I don't have the 3 glass or the 5 of that it wants. Do I have any clay? It does not appear that I have any clay. We do have the rice ball. And what else do we have that people wanted? So you want clay, you want wild berries, I have those. I can't do the glass. All these are ones we don't have yet. I'm not giving you my copper shovel. Not giving you the miner's pick yet. So the rice ball is the lady with the purple tuft of hair. And the berries are Errol. Let's see if we can't get those two turned in to get those off of us. Then I'm going to run over to the dig site, try and get some artifacts, maybe. After that, we're going to go to the mine, I think. Okay. There you are. Thanks for the rice ball, not a mimic. Sometimes I just want a quick bite, you know? Don't worry, it's been in the chest for a couple of weeks, unrefrigerated. It's probably fine. Here's the wild berries. Ah, my snack. Thank you for your consideration. Please accept this small token of gratitude. I accept your cash. And generally speaking, almost everything they give you is aesthetic. I'll definitely end up picking that stuff later, especially if we end up just getting the copious amounts of money we have been getting. But at the same time, you know... Oh, I should grab these and coming through. These actually make an okay snack. And I always forget to grab them because they're not... Like, compared to a lot of things, they don't stand out nearly as much. But you combine them with the berries to make, like, a field snack that helps a little bit. What was it, down here to the... No. It's up here to the left. Yeah, so you can go up here to the left. We'll dig a little bit. I was curious if I could break in there, because clearly that's going to become a door. I don't know if it's like you gotta become close enough friends with the person, or there's gonna be some story event that's gonna happen, or how that's gonna play out. Yes, that's where we mine. Yeah, and I'm assuming as we get the town rank, we'll fix those stairs and all the other stuff. So down here should be like an archaeological dig thing. Okay, we did get clay. That was one of the ones that people wanted. So that is Nora. We could turn that in. I'll burn some energy real quick, so that when we go into the mine, we've got full energy. Because I don't think I'm going to need to worry about running out of time as much as stamina. Because every time we, like, upgrade the town rank, we get an item that gives us more stamina. I'm certain, like, getting married might give you one. It's basically the same idea as, like, the star fruit in, Stardew Valley, or... what, a stamina fruit, I think it was called, in Coral Island? Oh, nope, we gotta go up more. Looking for Nora. Did Nora already leave for the day? No, she's supposedly here somewhere. Where are you, Nora? You're wasting my time. This is a little annoying because I know she's here somewhere. And I suspect you would stand around here specifically because she runs this event. I'm trying to remember, Nora was the shopkeeper? Nora, you're being wildly inconvenient for me. Okay, well let's alright. We're losing a bunch of time. Let's run over. Oh, she ran the bar, didn't she? So we're losing time, so let's go here. We make our field snack, max that out, cook a bunch of that. That'll be a source for stamina for us while we're in the mine. Oh, let me check on that with the dragon. Yeah, oh no, the heart's just how much people like you. This doesn't mean they love you or whatever. When you click on them, you'll see down here it says single, but if I click on like one of the children, they don't say single kind of thing. So very clearly, Luca is already spoken for. You know, Luca and Maple already married. But yeah, you get the idea. It's basically, if they're romanceable, they'll be marked as single. So let's burn our stamina real fast down here. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they even list the dragon here as a character, so if the dragon were romanceable, it'd be a whole thing. Okay. Okay, let's drop everything we can off right now except the 1 unit of clay. Okay. So let's grab the unit of clay. Let's run up here. They're starting to split up. We want to find Nora so we can give her the unit of clay. Okay, so Nora's not here. Looks like Nora's up here on the left somewhere. There we go. Is this clay for Dell's art project? Thank you, not a mimic. She's been talking about making this legendary sword for days. She'll be delighted. Here's your reward. I am just happy is a quest no longer on my quest list. I spied a paddlefish in the museum. I figured it was your doing. What a funny looking creature. They used to say the paddle was for digging, but it's not the case. A sea scholar told me that. Alright. Dozy tilts his head. He clearly wants to know if you're here for a bath. Yes. Wags his tail furiously. Alright. You can tell Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. Are you in fact not a mimic? Yeah, I'm not a mimic. Oh, that's too far north. Okay, so now we're running to the mine, and we're gonna burn up all of our stamina in the mine. And... don't tell me it's getting late. I'm busy. The crumbling statues emanates a faint presence. It seems that you can offer essence here, despite the statue's condition. Alright. So here we can spend stuff, so we have Earthbreaker. Breaking a rock in the mines will occasionally destroy all other rocks in a 1x3 area around it. Or Original. Biome-specific ore will sometimes drop from breaking rocks in the mine. Reclaimer. Biome-specific furniture will sometimes drop from the mine. Treasure Hunter. Treasure floors will sometimes appear in the mine. Let's go for the treasure floor, and then leave the rest alone. Okay, we got an artifact we hadn't seen before. forageable we haven't seen before from the museum. Alright. A red toadstool. I don't know what changed, but we're finding all sorts of ridiculous stuff down here I haven't seen before. I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. Alright, well, we gotta get out. Alright. And thank you, Sent You Cookie, for their 850 stream streak. I'm going to pause real fast and snip that. I've been doing that, like, every time you hit, like, one of the major thresholds. Since, you know, we've both been sitting here going, like, sooner or later, that stream streak's gonna break. And with how ridiculous it is, I want to have record, you know, record of, like, whatever it ends up getting up to so far as, like, the major numbers. I don't think I'm going to make it back in time. Run. I have way too many screens to run before we get home. Actually, looks like it's gonna be fine. It is one of those things in these games, it's really easy to feel like, oh no, I don't have nearly enough time. Okay, so you can go here, drop off the moth. Alright. So then we'll need to figure out what this artifact was we got. We got 75 renowned and 1,405 there. Now, for that said, the renown here is the thing that actually, like, advances your town thing. Like, your town rank. And that's, like, kind of what unlocks the next thing and all that you can do. And then I'll have, like, major projects and all that with each town rank that then can kind of boost a decent amount. But you could choose just not, like, it does let you progress the game regardless of if what you're doing makes sense for that. Alright, so we can drop off the flower. We got a miner's slab. An uncommon artifact. It appears to be warn of pitfalls ahead. To warn of pitfalls ahead. We got turnip cabbage salad. You feel compelled to talk the Calderis' statue. You would do well to explore the mines thoroughly. I suspect there is much value to be found as you venture deeper. Sure thing, Dragon Man. Dragon. Whatever it is you do here. Oh, we actually hit cooking at the next level. Lovable cooking. Cooking dishes will occasionally result in a lovable infusion, turning an item into a universally loved gift. Snack time. The time it takes to eat food is reduced by half. Caffeine crimes. Consuming an item with speedy infusion will now double both the speed boost and the buff's duration. Magic meals. Cooking a 4-star dish and above will occasionally result in a mana infusion, which restores a mana orb when consumed. Well, I still don't have mana, so, like, that's certainly a thing, I guess. Right. So what we're going to go ahead and do is run on up here and check our board. And that's us checking first. We got the reward of a big old pile of cash. Okay, so you want a turnip, so I will give you a turnip before I cook it into something. Wait, are you here? Yeah, you're here somewhere. Are you in your office, maybe? Oh, your timing is perfect, not a mimic. I was hoping to finish my annual spring crop yield report now. Let's have a look. Yep, this one healthy, delicious-looking turnip. I'll go and check it off my list. And then maybe make a salad. Thank you so much. Here's your reward. Okay. So we've got that. So what I probably... What? You look weird. A flower crown beetle, a legendary insect found during the daytime in spring. It's so cute. Alright. So I was gonna say is I probably should hold on to 1 or 2 turnips just in case the quest or something comes up for them. But I'm bad at making my own decisions, so we're gonna go ahead and make all 69 turnips into sliced turnip. Okay. And I'll do that again with our 7 turnips. And then we'll get to see what our next season holds so far as plants to abuse. Okay, so I'll keep the 1 last turnip it gave me. It'll chuck that into a box. That way, just in the event that we get someone who's like, I want a turnip, you know, we can still do that. Yeah, so you can go here. What's that button do? Inventory management. Oh, it just tells me how to shortcut keys. That's fair. Drop that off. Open my bag of cash. Drop those off. Sell those. Okay. Next stop is the museum. And we do have basically all of our energy. So you can go to the museum, drop off what we've got, and immediately go from there over to the archaeological site to see if we can't snag a quick artifact. And then after the archaeological site, go into the mine. And I do appreciate that our character's movement speed is actually pretty good in this game. Alright, donate. We have a lot to donate this time. Alright, so we got upper mines, we got 2 forageables for there. We got one of the 5 legendary insects, that gives us 2 of them. We got an upper mines artifact. Let's quickly race over here to the archaeological site. Dig up the stuff there. And then we go in the mine, and we might actually have enough time to go in the mine, do a round, burn through all our stamina, and then do it again. Okay, nothing new this time. But then this should help me get my stone, which is what I'm missing to fix the windmill. Okay. So we can get extra ore just from breaking rocks. Yeah, let's go ahead and go for the extra ore for breaking rocks. And that's cheap, so I'll just grab that while we're here. Because even if we're getting like a little trickle amount of some of these ores, they'll still add up over time. So we got a stone loach. Oh, I just right click. As in, there's like, how do I get the thing? Oh, my inventory's full. Okay, we could work on that real fast. Cool. As a new creature we hadn't found before. It's just an artifact. We've already seen it. Yeah, we've already got you. We've learned how to make turnip salad. Cool, and we just gained a level in our digging for artifact stuff. Okay, before we go there, yes, it's not a ton of energy, so we can eat our stuff here to open up inventory spot. We kind of wasted one. Cool. Okay. Stop giving me stuff I don't have inventory space for. Sure, just dump that one, I guess. Oh, is it one of these? Yep. We're not gonna get much wood down here. Yeah, so what I've learned is when I go mining, I'm gonna need to empty my inventory first. Yeah, to be fair, I could drop off my tools, but especially with, like, there being fish to catch down here and bugs to catch down here and all that, I could drop off, like, my rain pail, and that'd be a fully reasonable thing. Well, I'm assuming that's queued it so that now I can go back this way. That's Monster Horn, another thing I need. I'll get a bunch of those. Or Monster Fang, whatever. I also need the sap. Alright. I've got some monster cores. There's the sweet root. We'll drop off the sod. Okay. Stop giving me new things. Come back for the sap. Gonna regret this immediately. Yep. So that's new, that's new, that's new. That's a crafting recipe item. It's not a other thing, so I'm gonna chuck it. The glass stays on the ground. That's fine. Because we're low on life and in stamina. Alright, we're spent. Okay. Yeah, so the well-armed could be useful. Earthbreaker could also be useful. I'm gonna go and grab Earthbreaker, and then we'll make it so we can potentially find equipment in the mines and chests. I found a miner's pick, which I do actually have a quest for that as well, but I'm going to drop it off here at the museum because I see that as more important. This is going to be a big museum day for us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7. That's how math works. Will the stuff on the floor in the mine be added to the Lost and Found on Monday? No idea. Let's see. A collection of fish found there. So we found 2 fish in the upper mines. We finished the entire foraging set. That's a lot. We got all but one of the upper mine bugs. We got another artifact. We got matcha. They gave us fancy beds. And recipes for making those beds. Okay. And I believe the next in-game day starts a new season. Alright. So we have single and a double bed. We'll get rid of the single bed. Sell the matcha, sell those. Sell a single unit of the clay in case that matters. Sell the sweet root. The monster fang I think we want to hold on to. Yeah, because don't we have someone who wanted a monster fang? Yes. To Louise. Thank you for the flower. Alright. Oh, we have clay in my inventory as well. Drop the clay off here. Cool, let's go to bed. Alright, so that was a big museum day, so I probably got a decent amount around, because we also got, like, some quest stuff, I believe, as well. Yeah, so we got 121 renown, so that was one of our biggest renown days. And then we just made a boatload of money of almost all of it was sliced turnip or things caused by our turnip. Which makes sense. That's what we've been doing with that. Alright, so we got brand new pants. Alright. So we are now officially in summer. Patron not... Imagine reaching out and be like, Patron. Patron not a mimic. I'm glad to see you've come across sweet root in the mines. Excellent find. Here's a simple recipe for baked sweet root, passed on to me when I was just a greenhorn. You'll find it keeps your energy up. Happy eating. Okay, so we can just straight up cook sweet root. So we got rid of her worn bed. And now I got our fancy spring bed. So sell our worn bed. Okay. So we have work to be done. So we're going to start by... There's not much I need to do with here yet. We're going to run up here. We're going to grab whatever the quest is. We're going to drop all the stuff off for the windmill. Wait, what's that icon? Oh, it's a lost and found. A broken bottle, a cardboard chair, and some clay. Excellent. I was just curious after the other stuff. Seeking Gossip. Objectives. Talk to Baylor, Juniper, and Dell to collect gossip. Afterwards, Elise, tell Elise what you've learned. Do you have a noise on for news? An ear for exciting? I love Mistria, but I do miss the gossip of the big city. So, Bellor, Juniper, and Dell. Wild grapes. Okay. So we'll start by chucking all the things in the box. And then we're going to need to go to what's-her-name's office to get the cash. I wonder what fresh produce they've got over in the general store. Maybe I'll drop by later. No, these are people I'm looking for. Alright. Nope, that's new as well. We found a flower bee. I'm being overwhelmed right now by the dozen different directions I want to run in. Turn in mill restoration project. Okay. You're indispensable, not a mimic. Let's get the mill running again. Okay. Incredible. Woo. Thank you, Will Shipley, for the tier 1 sub. The 3 months been sub to the channel. I do appreciate the continued support. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. Wonderful work, everyone. Mistria will finally have its mill back. You'll be able to make all kinds of new products now, not a mimic. Would you like to hear more about how to process items? Yes, please. Step 1. Open the milling menu by interacting with the milling station. Select what you want to craft on the left side of the menu. Ingredients and timer required are on the right. Select OK to craft. I won't have to import overpriced grain anymore. Henrietta and the rest of the animals are going to be thrilled. You want to try your own hand at raising animals, not a mimic? You'll need somewhere for them to live. Just come by the workshop. With the right materials, we can set up co-ops or coops and barns. Thank you again, everyone. We got achievement for making the mill. All right, so we can make deluxe large animal feed, deluxe small animal feed, quality large animal feed, quality small animal feed, ultimate large animal feed, ultimate small animal feed. We can make all sorts of animal products here. If we get the right things, we can mill grain. We can make paper. Oh, weird. So we can take an acorn and turn it into a sapling in the mill, and then I'm allowed to plant it. I didn't even try to plant it before. I was just like, I don't need this right now. A grass starter for starting grass. So it seems like this is going to be focused on mostly animal stuff. What do these do? An optional treat for cats. Cats love it. An optional treat for dogs. So if we catch trout, I can make dog treats. Yeah, so it's like all this is based around. Sorry, all this is based around animals except the milled ingredients down there. Okay, it's interesting. And they do have it where you can kind of pull from your chest and all that, so that's pretty good. How's my inventory looking? Atrociously. Right, so who the heck am I still looking for? Baylor, Juniper, Dell. And Luis. Yeah, so that's... Is this Dell? Hey, not a mimic. I mean, how can the Dragon Guard assist you, citizen? Does the Dragon Guard have any intel to share? Intel? Is that kind of newt? Because in that case, you're in luck. I've got a whole pocket full. Where did you get the newts, Del? I've been tasked with saving them. Tasked by who? Well, maybe not tasked with exactly, but it's Dragon's Guard job to help those in need. I found them in the bathhouse, swimming around in Juniper's weird soup. Newts don't belong in soup, not a mimic. Even I know that. So I've been helping them and Miss Juniper at the same time. Bless Mr. Baylor. Let me trade a bunch of them for my favorite chocolate. What's he doing with them? Who knows? It's not the Dragon Guard's job to ask questions. So let me guess. She keeps buying them to put in her potions, and then the kids keep taking them out of the potions, then giving them back to Baylor, who then once again turns around and sells them. Where are all of these people? So Juniper's to the right. Oh, not a mimic? Do you need something? Anything interesting happened around the bathhouse lately? Why, do you know something? Some of my most critical potion ingredients have been going missing lately. And first, I thought I just misplaced them. But it's starting to seem like they're slipping out of the cauldron, all by themselves. It's not supposed to happen normally. I had no choice but to trade Balor for some of those rubies he likes. So much in order to restock my supply. Slimy business all around. Sometimes it's hard for me to... Okay. So am I led to believe that Balor is actually currently... Is that an herb? It is. Thyme. Hydrangea, okay. So it looks like Balor might be over on the west side of the map. I'm trying to get this done because I got a lot of crops I need to plant, water, do all those things for. But I want to do all the stuff that's like taking up all my inventory and get it knocked out right away. More than likely we're eligible for another upgrade for our inventory. I probably just need to buy it. I'm standing right here anyways. The Eastern Road dig site seems to turn up Chalcodian artifacts. They share similarities with Aldranian artifacts, but feature more filigree and silver accents. I don't know what that word means. Alright, 1 summer flower found, 1 summer forage found, and we got 1 of the 5, so we're only missing 1 bee. Alright. And I won't worry about catching the fish now. Peaches. I did notice the peaches weren't listed as a thing we needed to turn in. So I think that was Balor I saw down here. We've got sage. Not a mimic, dashing around as always, I see. What's the oddest thing you've ever had an order for? Funny you should ask. Juniper did place a special order for a dozen newts the other day. She marked the request as bath supplies for some reason. I wasn't sure I'd be able to swing it, but I managed to source them from Della at the last minute. Look, I don't go asking too many questions. I'm just the middleman. I don't have the carry capacity for it. Alright, so let's get home. Let's see, filigree is when you painting with gold. Gotcha. So where the one mentioned silver accents and gold accents, that would make sense contextually for those to be together. So those aren't really worth a whole lot of money, so I'm not gonna worry about that. The sage we can drop off. That we can do here. We can go ahead and drop off the cardboard chair and the broken bottle. Go over here, auto stack, drop you off in there. The peaches are actually okay money. I'm gonna hold on to them though for right now. Again, in case people ask for them. I feel like we're getting to that stage where we stop just, you know, chucking anything and everything over. Okay, so we got our inventory clear. So we still need to find... I don't remember anymore. Does the game still kill you and crash? No, that's a fairly uniquely Project Zomboid feature. You gotta pay good money for that one. So I was looking for Lewis. Who the hell was Lewis again? Lewis. Oh, the clothing vendor. Yeah, he visits on Saturdays, so no good to us today. Alright, so let's go buy our seeds. I should have been doing this already. Alright. We're gonna buy 5 of each without any farther consideration of anything else going on. How is my inventory? I will plant those because my inventory is already getting full. There should be a category on Steam if you die to a crash. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not like actually that upset about it or anything like that. It's just, you know, I'm a variety streamer and I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. So I just kind of wanted to open up a little bit more on the schedule. Because otherwise what ends up happening is your channel slowly becomes just that game channel. As you kind of chase away your existing audience for other stuff. So it's finding a balance like anything else. Okay. You always want to see what's at the bottom of the stairs? Well, we did get to the bottom of the stairs, and we got to, like, the hallway. We didn't properly get into the place, though, which is kind of a bummer. We did technically reach the bottom. Did zombie go through a closed window, so you also died? Yeah. Alright, so we had those 6. So we got a pear sapling and a peach sapling. So I'll plant those, and then I'm going to try and guess what I should be dumping all the rest of our money into in this regards. We're definitely going to want to spend money to upgrade our tools. Oop, 1 second. Free stuff. Oh, good. We got a gar. I also, in real life, would not want to jump in the water and by hand catch a gar. That sounds like how you get seriously messed up. A gar is just like a rows and rows of teeth in a fish that's basically just muscle. Alright. Got some more stuff we can drop off. Okay. So Grasshopper and the Butterfly aren't new. I'll sell a Shard Mask. We've had plenty of those. Okay, so that's going to the... We got 2 things in the museum. Yeah, you know what? Stuff happens. Like, people probably noticed that when we were doing, like, the clearing at the top of the stairs and there was, like, getting everything stuck on those 2 windows. I wasn't liking taking abuse of that. Not because, like, oh, it's unfair or whatever. It's just, like, this is seriously, like, dodgy stuff. I was just waiting for them to, like, clip through the wall and grab me. But I kind of didn't get a choice. I wanted to keep pushing. Alright, so... I don't want to grow a bunch of the flowers. So looking at our actual crops. So we've got the cucumber. It grows fast, and then we get 1 go. We got the chili peppers that grow fast and once and go. Watermelon takes a long time, but goes once. And then we've got tomatoes and corn. You remember when I said all the things about money not being, like, money not being a big deal? And that, like, I don't see how it's gonna be, like, I'm gonna be super spendy? I withdraw all of that comment. Because, holy crap, where'd all my money go? One of the big things we have to do, though, is I'm gonna have to... So I'm gonna have to, like, go and get my, rain pail upgrade. One good news is it rains tomorrow in game. Why are you being weird about letting me plant there? Is it because of whatever this is? Oh, you're the start of a tree, I see. Alright, so we got 3,000 more. Is this game more Stardew Valley and Harvest Moon? What would you say is even the difference between the 2 games? Like, Stardew Valley is directly inspired by Harvest Moon, so... I haven't played a Harvest Moon game in a very long time. Okay, so we've got those. Combat is about the only difference. There is a mine where you fight stuff. And I would say the quality of the fighting in this game is roughly the same as Stardew Valley. Like, it's not gonna win any awards. It's not terrible. You know, it's fine. If that makes sense. And I need to really hustle because I gotta water this all. I've not played Rune Factory, unfortunately, so I can't give you an answer. I've heard good things about Rune Factory and its combat, but just not what I'm personally have experienced. But the combat's fine. I could, like, if they remove the combat, I would be fine with it. The combat being there, I'm fine with it. It's not, like, a main feature of the game, I would say. At least not that I've seen, like, who knows? What? Oh, I'm out of stamina. Oh, that's actually a big problem. Do I have anything to deal with that? That's really inconvenient, actually. I guess just... We're not getting this all watered today. I don't have stuff to cook here at the house. I'd have to go all the way up to town. If I had realized it before, I could have made the trail mix. That's it. That's all we're getting done. Time's up. Gotta go to bed. A lot of progress is making upgraded weapons. Yeah. No, I gotcha. Alright, so we did get progress there. Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention. Like, we ran around and did a bunch of quests earlier in the day that cost me a bunch of time. If I had known that, I could have just gone to the bathhouse and taken care of that. The good news is rain today, so I don't have to worry about it. And you found sesame. We'll drop the sesame off here. Drop you off here again. Not a minute. Can't thank you enough for the work on the mill. If you've got some time, come over to my place. I'd like to put the kettle on so we can talk about ranching and raising animals. Hayden. What if I don't want to have tea with you, Hayden? Did you ever think about my wants? My needs? Alright, Bassett, you sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in and all good stuff. Oh, before we go farther than that. Okay, so you want shards. Good morning. I hope you've had breakfast, not a mimic. And if not, I hope you order one at the inn. Because our friendship is transactional. Let's see, would it be better to only water the tomato and corn since they harvest multiple? Losing one day on a harvest isn't too bad a setback. That was the reason I was trying to go out of my way to get the watermelon first, since they have the longest grow time. I wanted to make sure I got them sorted out, just in case. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff here. Oh, we can go ahead. Okay, so let's check on those. So we got new shoes. So you want me to have tea with you. We need to catch Elise. Do I actually have the glass? No, we did not have the glass? No, we do not have the glass. Yes, that answers the question. If it's in the mine and we don't take it with us, we don't get it. So we need to talk to, Eland, Elise. Yeah, it'll be Eland, Elise, and Hayden. So let's run over to Hayden and do that first. Because he should be just over here. And all that stuff. Thanks for stopping by. Come on in. Put up your feet. So you're looking to raise some animals? I've got quite a selection to choose from, not a mimic. If you feed them, pet them, and call them outside on nice days, they'll reward you with all sorts of wonderful produce. Fresh eggs and milk are real useful if you like cooking. You can also sell them for a nice profit. Some animals even provide useful crafting materials such as feathers and wool. Mistria also holds an annual animal festival with great prizes. Although you might find the competition a little stiff against my Henrietta. If you go on to breed your animals with the heart-shaped treats, you can even pair them up to get rarer colors. Here's some milled feed to get you started, but don't forget you can also let them graze or even hand feed them as a treat. Would you like to review the ranching tutorial? Okay. Baby animals can be purchased from Hayden's farm once you've built a barn or coop for them to live in. Adult animals will drop produce and can even be bred to unlock new colors at 2 hearts. Make sure you feed and pet your animals once every day to keep them happy. Animals can be fed in various ways: indoor troughs, grazing outside, and even hand feeding options. Animals like to be called outside in sunny days. Avoid bringing them out in bad weather. Well, I think that's about everything for now. Don't be a stranger, not a mimic. I can tell Henrietta appreciates your company, and so do I. I don't own those barns or coops or anything like that. So, just gonna leave. Why are you sparkling? A magma beetle, a rare insect in summer. This place is weird. Okay, so those aren't ready for me to harvest again. Alright, and we don't have Eland. Oh, Eland is over here. That's perfect, because I was actually looking for Eland. I was going to say, I'm going to go ahead and drop off the things at the museum, and then I'll bug Eland. Oh, excellent. The shards I asked for. This will be useful in my research. Thank you, not a mimic. Here's your reward. Now we can donate a bunch of things, because it's a new season. We've already got 2 of the summer insects, 2 rare insects, 2 of the summer forage. Okay, and we are looking for... Oh! Is that who I'm looking for as well? Do not enter. Well... What do you do? Put any artifacts inside and receive to place... Oh, yeah, that's fine. I forgot about that thing. Yeah, so that's showing all the insects we've got so far. Wait, you've been fishing quite a bit. Not bad. That's not who I was looking for. We're looking for Elise, not her. Elise looks like she's in the middle of town right now, so let's swing by and drop off. I don't remember what I was dropping off for her. Let's drop off whatever it is. And then... Seeking gossip. Would you like to turn this request? Not a mimic. You answered my request? I'm so glad someone else in Mistria loves to hear about a good bit of gossip. You're not going to believe what Dell's been doing. Apparently, Juniper has a newt problem. Let's go and put it on Dell. Dell is a child, is trying to do the right thing, and all that. Because Juniper having a newt problem can get weird about that. And also, realistically, of the romanceable character, we're probably going after Juniper because there's like only four male and 4 female romanceables, and you've got like the town leader who, you know, has a personality of Boy Scout. You've got oh, what's her name? I didn't play it for a couple days. You've got like the girl next door who's like a gardener, and she's fine, but like they're all like fairly static characters from what we've seen so far. And don't really have a whole lot beyond being a very, like, you can impress upon them what you want them to be, versus Juniper actually has, like, some character going on there. Oh, trading some ill-gotten goods for candy, you say? How scandalous. Dell loves her chocolate. But what would her mother think about all this? This chat has been most delightful. If you're ever in the mood for a bit of daily gossip, do stop by. I'm happy to share the tidbits I picked up. Elsa Gossip. Gift hints. Once per day, you can get gift hints from Elsie by choosing Gossip. She will give you a selection of 3 villagers to choose from, indicating if the hint is for liked or loved gift. Make your choice to reveal one of that villager's gift preferences. Hinted gifts will appear as faded icons in the NPC journal until actually gifted. Note the solid tulip. It'll be nice to see the townsfolk in the inn tonight. I hope I can make it. Oh, not a mimic. You simply must hear about this. Well, we're trying to romance it. So liked gifts for all of them. So she likes monster powder. Okay. She's probably gonna like all sorts of like vaguely magical things. Alright. Like mentally trying to be like, what was I working on now? I have a non-zero amount of money, and therefore it must be spent. Good. We've returned to 0 amount of money. I feel more comfortable now. Cool. We can't possibly leave some income in our pocket not being used on things. Alright, so let's go here. Okay, and the person who wants that isn't in town right now. That lemon tea is a lot of energy. Okay. So we can go for the mine and push farther in the mine. We can go for the insects. Actually, I think of this. After we catch this fish, let's just do a circuit around. Let's do a circuit around the area. Lightning dragonfly. I was gonna say, let's do a circuit around the different biome areas. Because we got new insects, we've got new fish, we've got new forageable, we got new flowers, you get the idea. The season just changed, so everything's out there. Case in point. So we'll try and see if we can't get a little bit of everything, get them all to the museum. All right. They marked that to make it look like an entrance, because that's where you enter at the beginning of the game, as this bridge is destroyed. We've already repaired it. But it always makes me be like, can I actually go over there now? We probably will never be able to. But just aesthetically, it always makes me kind of be like, can I go over there? Alright, we got basil. That's a new one. Okay, we have no money to throw in the little fountain thing. We found another magma beetle. Got oregano. Alright. So we're going to run out of our farm to the left. Go check the beach. Then we're going to cross from there up to the museum, drop off everything we can. Alright. So another thing from museum. That one's not for the museum, but another thing. We'll take the fluff. I don't need that. I guess we're just gonna go up to the museum now because my inventory is completely filled. It's fine, they can lay on the ground. We have already turned those in at least. That should help a lot. We'll see where that puts us so far as the forageables not. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Alright, so we're missing one flower. And we're missing one forageable. So let's run over here. Well, there's the last of the forageables. So now we're just missing one flower. And we got ourselves a new type of bug. They gave us oil. Need to be able to make lamps. Okay. So let's still run over here to where we got all the artifact stuff going on. Because if I can get the last flower as well, it means I don't have to worry about like foraging and flowering and all that for the rest of the season. Like so far as just like the random junk. There it is. Alright, so that means we got the forageables and all the flowers done. On, technically, the second day. Okay. So we can drop all this off. Let's see. So inventory's full. Okay. So we went ahead and got a bunch of recipes and all that. We can go ahead and drop home. See what we want to keep, what we want to sell. That's a pretty good start for the second day of the season. Getting all that knocked out right away. So one thing I should also see is if there's a, we can probably check right now. Because I have been watching. Let's see. Basic wood chest, shopping bin, scarecrow potted plant, crappy quality tools, random ingredients, seeds. So this is where I believe we got our last backpack upgrade. It does not appear there's another one. More than likely that'll be gated behind like town rank or something. It could also be that different places might sell them. So like maybe you get one at the general store, you get one at this store. I haven't really hunted too hard for them. Okay. So let's start by dropping all you off. We drop a little bit of all the flowers off. Drop off the magma beetles. For right now, I'll drop the oil in there. Well, actually, we'll sell one oil, because it does... I have noticed a lot of recipes, you get them once you sell a good. Okay. Figure I might as well try and get one fish. Got tarpon. Now we focus on the fishing, but like, I don't have time to get our stuff done right now. We got a loach, and let's go to bed. Hey, the Ints! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Well, welcome in, raiders. We can get a shout out for the Ints. I would appreciate it. Alright. Let's get to sleep. But we get a shout out for the Ints. I'd appreciate that a great deal. What were you playing? How's it going? Because I know these types of games like right up your alley. Here, I can get it. We'll do shout out the Ints. I was doing some Restory. Restory is excellent. We played that the other day. For those who didn't see it, that was the game where you get like your old like 90s electronics and you start like popping them open, you know, taking the broken parts out, putting them together, fixing them up, all that stuff. It's a very fun, charming game by the same developers who made I Am Future. But yeah, we played a bunch of it on stream. After stream, I did end up finishing the game, which I got the, I guess it's the secret bad ending or whatever. But that makes sense. When we were playing the game, we're like, no, money. And I do want to go back and get the other ending, as well as I guess there's a secret ending kind of thing, but it's hard to get. But yeah, no, it's an excellent game. But yeah, so check out the Ints. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. Does understand English, but the stream itself is in German. It tends to play a lot of games like we're playing right here with Fields Mistria, has done like Stardew Valley, Coral Island, and a whole bunch of them. So if you like any of that stuff, you can find it over there. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to sleep. Alright, we got more money come. Oh, I did not. Oh, right, we dropped a ton off in the museum. I was like, wait a second. Oh no, the bad ending wasn't the secret ending. There's a good ending, there's a bad ending, and then there's like a secret ending, which I won't spoil. The secret ending is kind of just combined onto one of the other endings. It's just like more. Alright. I really look forward to us getting a better watering can. Come on, free seeds. Proc a bit. This is like the time I want you to proc. There you go. I just had to complain about it. Yeah, there we go. And thank you, Dragon Bros, for the 160 stream streak. I appreciate that. And thank you, Lumi Blade, for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate that as well. I do hope you've been all enjoying the stream, because it would be weird for you to keep watching if you weren't. Game looks so cute. Yeah, no, I've very much been enjoying it. Alright, so we got a couple of seeds from our skill. So we're probably not going to buy more seeds unless there's like some reason, like they give us new seeds or whatever. It's similar to Stardew? Yes, it does fall in the same genre as Stardew. So there's a lot of similarities. Alright, so we've got 30 points. We're very close to... Yes, we probably should hold off on some of this. Like, some of that stuff is really expensive, but worth getting. The Lucky Haul gives me more. We have Unexpected Treasure. We won't worry about that. Yeah, that happens at level 15. Yeah, so I want to keep holding off to get the max level thing in cooking. So let's save our I forget what they call it, essence or whatever, for that. In the meantime, we should probably go and catch up bugs we can. Because we're still missing some seasonal bugs. Alright, and you want a potted plant. So let's go over to where the blacksmith's at. So you can still give me only copper tools. And copper ore. I suspect that won't change unless I level up my blacksmithing. Oh, which I just remembered. I actually have a bunch of copper. Alright. So with that, my shovel is still the really terrible shovel. So let's go ahead and get a copper shovel. Cool. Yeah, so I believe at this point all of my tools except my bug net are copper. Is this co-op? I don't believe so. I don't believe it's multiplayer. I didn't particularly look one way or the other because it's not something I usually worry about, but I'm fairly confident. All right, so we got 3 of the 5 river fish for the season. That's good. Like maybe they might make it multiplayer at some point, but as far as right now, I haven't seen anything that would imply to me that it is multiplayer. Alright. There's Pete. Ooh. not one, but 2 new artifacts. I was actually expecting to be out of artifacts down here. We got an ancient crystal goblet. And an ancient stone lantern. Okay, well that gives me 2 more things to drop off at the museum that I hadn't really planned for. Alright, so we still got some more bugs to catch for the season. There's a bunch more fish to catch for the season. I'll go ahead and while we're standing here, let's burn up the last of our stamina. Because then what I can do is, on the way through, we can stop by the bathhouse to get our stamina back. Chum. Let's walk around. Oh, we want those. Those are wild grapes. It's weird that they're wild grapes on a tree, but we'll just pretend that's normal. Okay. Let's see. We'll get rid of the 1 piece of fiber. Yes, we got wild grapes, and there was someone who wanted those. Not entirely sure what that 2 stamina came from. Drop the 1 stone. And the bee. Okay, we can drop by the museum. And who was it that asked for the grapes? Oh, they're hair accessories. I do like that you unlock more and more stuff along the way. So you can get, like, summer hats and all that. And this is, like, if you want your Harvest Moon restaurant reference, they do have the Harvest Moon hat where you've got, like, the little tuft of hair sticking through the front of it. I have appreciated that a lot of these games, they all do that nod back, being like, hey, we know where we came from. So the wild grapes is Hemlock. That is the guy who runs the restaurant in town. Cool, so I'm missing 1 ancient artifact. Oh, I'm out of energy. Okay, that's fair. So you can duck down here real fast to Hemlock. Who I shouldn't have assumed is going to be here. Is that Hemlock? Yeah. Wild grapes, thank you, not a mimic. I traveled all over Aldaria in my youth, and I can tell you that Mistria easily has the best grapes. I tell that to all my customers. That way when they buy my local wine, they think they're getting the best wine. Even though it is subjective, and probably not true, even if we were trying to get past the subjectiveness. There's no objective measurement where these grapes are actually, honestly, even remotely good. They're like Florida grapes, where the wineries places say they're good, but like everyone knows they're crap. It's Florida. Dozy tilts its head. It's clear he wants to know if you're heading to the bath. Yeah, it's like, it's a thing here that there are like Florida-made wines, and they're all pretty subpar, because Florida's not a good climate for grapes. Dozy wags her tail furious. But if you go to any of like the Florida wineries, they'll be like, oh no, like these are a special breed of grape that we've come up to handle hotter temperatures. Like, yeah, and you gave up a lot for it. You can tell that Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. Good dog. Best dog. Alright, let's do a drop-off of our stuff. Because my inventory is screaming for mercy. Is that just another ant, or is that something exciting? Just an ant. Yeah, so I suspect we need to get deeper into the mines for anything too exciting to happen. Drop you off. Actually... we can go here. Cool. So we got all that set up. Is there a way I can check the museum from afar? Magic spells, none. Yeah, so I can't check in, like, the museum's organization. Alright, well, let's peek back to the museum and see what we even got to work on. Alright. So I want to check is the summer bugs and the summer fish. The summer fish we should be in, like, great shape, or sorry, we should have, like, nothing. The opposite of great shape. If you imagine great shape and you want to think of something that is completely not that, that's where we're at with that one. But I don't remember where we left off with the bugs. Okay, that's not what I need. So view wings, so if we go to the bugs. So summer insects, we actually have a lot to do. Alright, that's fair enough. And then summer fish, we have everything but the, like we got a little bit left of the river, and then the rest won't be summer stuff that we got to worry about other than the crops, which we already have planted. Okay. So summer bugs, summer fish. Because we can knock this out and not make it a super late in the year kind of thing. That'd help. Rather than going to the west, let's go south towards the beach. I don't think we've been down there yet during the summer. And my plan is just to go down there. If we see any bugs along the way, great. Otherwise, I'm going to slam fishing on the beach for a minute. And try and burn through our stamina, so at least it doesn't go to waste. Okay, we got a cricket. That's a summer bug. Okay, we got ourselves a new artifact. A clay pot. Got a sandfly thing. Bug and amber. A water bug. We might just be going back to the museum here in a second. As I almost immediately run out of inventory space as I find new things. Stingray. Let's see. You're not new, go away. Yeah, we'll go back. Alright, because we already found at least 2 out of the 3 bugs I was missing. And then plus another, like, non-seasonal bug. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to start leaving some of the tools behind. So I was thinking, like, we don't use the hoe unless we're at the farm. So that'll be a whole thing. Okay, we got the multi-season fish done. We got all but one of the bugs. We got all but one of the beach insects. We got one of the summer fish. Got an extra artifact. We got a silver ingot. We got fishing boots. Alright, so I've only got one more bug that shows up on the beach, and one more bug that's specific to the summer. That's so far as, like, the summer bugs. There are, like, rare bugs that are seasonal as well. And then we've got fish we're missing. Got a little bit of energy left. Let's... Little time, I mean, not energy. Okay, there's none there. Alright, let's drop stuff off. Okay, we can drop the silver off in there. They've got the amber, some fish stew, a cricket, and some straw hoppers. We'll sell those. And some sage, which we can sell. Okay. We're not actually doing good on our stamina use, but we're getting a lot done. But if we get the last of the beach/summer bugs, that means we can ignore bugs for a while. We got 80 renown, so this is a big day renown-wise. Yep, so one more level, and we hit iron rank, which means we'll get more total stamina, and then some new major project will become available in the city to pursue. Not a mimic. Now that Mistria has the basic necessities met, I'd love to pivot our focus to real morale booster in town. Would you meet Eland and me in front of the manor house? Alright, maybe I don't even have to wait for the next thing for that to show up. Okay. Yeah, no, I think what's happening is I think I just need to put time in the mine. Because with the mine, I get the ore. With the ore, I blacksmith it. And my suspicion is what'll end up happening is the moment I hit some threshold of blacksmithing, probably like level 15 or 20 or something like that. After that point, it'll probably be iron that I can buy. And I can just spend my money to just buy the iron tools. Or I can get the materials. But, like, the mine has definitely been the thing I've been slacking on. Because I've been so worried about stuff like the bugs, the fish, and the crops, because those are seasonal. So if I miss them, I miss them. And I do have a tendency when I play these games to, within my first year, way over commit on the farm side. Because the way I see it is, you know, invest money to make money kind of thing. You know, you put your money you earn right back into trying to get more crops out to get you more money. But it does become a problem where, as you can see, I'm burning most of my endurance. Just that. All these games you always wait till winter. Yeah, no, it's typically how that works, is you get to winter where, whether it's like Stardew, where it used to be in Stardew, winter showed up and there was like crap all you could farm. Like back in the day. Okay. You feel compelled to talk to Calderas' statue. I see that the mill in town has been restored into a functioning state. Well done. This will surely improve the lives of the townspeople. Alright. And we were looking at seeing what all we can get down here. which is just waiting there. So we're gonna keep collecting well. Slow-growing crops now reach their first-time harvest a day earlier. Harvesting crops will occasionally drop coins based on 5% of their sell value. You can now charge sprees to spread them across the wire area. Yeah, that one doesn't feel like that's very important. Well water means they will occasionally retain there, which almost all these games have that, and it's usually never worth it. You're almost always better served by just going for it. Yeah, stonks go up. Okay, and who needed the pike? So you want me to go to the town. And who needed the pike? Ulrich, so the blacksmith. Alright, let's get the blacksmith the pike. That's the first time we've had the forageable actually give me a seed. I've been pretty underwhelmed by that ability. So Ulrich's at their place. And thank you, Dotrix, for the... Where is it? Prime Gaming sub. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Whoa, thanks, not a mimic. This pike is one tough-looking fish. I know they say brain isn't a muscle, but if you think too hard, it definitely feels like you're giving it a workout. That's fair. It's like, okay, you're right, it's not a muscle, but you do work it out like a muscle and all that, and there's a lot of unpack there. But still. And you would like pudding? I don't know how to make pudding, but okay, I'll do it. Training dummy. A training dummy that looks like a sapling. Alright, let's run to this place up here. Not a mimic, you're here. Now I can get the party started. I wouldn't call it a party, but it is needful work. Well, maybe it's both? With Mistria back on its feet, I thought it was high time to take care of some of the debris and other damage the earthquake left behind. I'm sure the whole town would appreciate it being dealt with. We could say, let's get beautifying. So, for those who missed when we set this up, our character is named Not a Mimic, and we are approaching everything as if we were a mimic, so greed is always the thing. And if something doesn't immediately, like, give me something back, then we're less excited about it. So it seems like a lot of work for 3 people. Well, I'm sure we could make a start of things at least. It'd go faster with more help, but... Eland, we talked about this. Everyone's busy already. We need to shoulder the extra burden. No, you don't. You're the bourgeoisie in this town. You can just tell them what to do. You're literally the ruling people. That is literally the manor in charge of, like, the whole property. You are effectively the government. You can tell them what to do. You're in charge of taxes. The sooner we start, the sooner it'll get done. Let's go. I need to watch my step around here, especially at night. You have to check out the latest Futurama? You mean where they have the new season or whatever? With the foot traffic, the square gets, we're lucky no one's twisted an ankle or worse. Hey, you 3. Doing some repairs? Looks fun. Why don't you 2 join us? Why not? I'm noticing it's only the romanceable characters here. So it's literally us and the romanceable characters, which just means we're gonna have to have a couple more pop in. Yeah, that's the one about the pirates and Social Security. Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it would check out. I enjoyed Futurama. I watched all the stuff before they started, like, their new, like, where it was on streaming platform. I just haven't caught up on it. But the stuff before that, I watched it all. Definitely better to take care of these cracks now. Knowing my sister, they would probably try to dig these even deeper. We're making such good progress. Thanks for helping out, you two. It hardly feels like work when we all get to chat. I don't know about you, but they're literally breaking stone. That's actual hard, like, seriously, like, back-breaking hard labor. Being like, oh, it doesn't feel like work is like, no, your spine's hurting. Come on. Meanwhile, Celine's just up here. It's like, yep, I'm contributing. I'm sweeping. Keep breaking the rocks, the rest of you. This is going to leave us a lot of leftover stone. I think we have a use for it. Why don't we pick the steps up to the summit? Oh, these would make perfect repair materials. And there's less hauling for us to do as well. My word. Was tidying up the museum campus on the docket for today? I think these youngsters are trying to get one up on us, Earl. Let's show them what we can do. Apologies. I can see my exuberance has gotten the better of me. You old show-off. He was the mining foreman. Isn't it wonderful to restore the old stonework? Untold generations of Mistria have made these steps before us. We made use of these before us. More importantly, we'll finally be able to access the lemon tree up on the hill again. And the summit. The view up there can't be beat. So what's all this noise was? Reese? March? Let's go. I gotta admit, your crush on Rain. Rain is a fun character. Yeah, like, of the romanceable characters, because, like, you'll see, I mean, Errol's not, these two aren't romanceable, but everyone else here has been a romanceable character. Like, because you got, like, all the bachelorettes. We're missing Juniper, and we're missing one of the guys. I can't remember which one. But, like, if I remove Juniper from the table, because, like, she's got, you know, a bit more of an interesting personality, it would be, Raina would be the next one. Because, like, she's just, you know, your Boy Scout, kind of leading the area, whatever. She's the girl next door, very, like, just... She likes nature. That's her personality in completion from what we've seen so far. And granted, it might be we get a lot more later, we probably will. But from this early phase, we haven't really seen a whole lot from them, other than, like, she's got her ambitions around cooking and all that. And then, you know, Juniper's just a wild card. Versus... maybe as we develop, we'll, like, learn a lot more about Adeline and them. Shall we head up to the summit? I confess I missed the view. Yeah. I can't believe it. My whole list checked off so quickly. Next time, just put a request to Adeline. Miss Celine is correct. Where Mistria is concerned, I believe there is no one in town who wouldn't pitch in. Everyone, thank you. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be what Elan was, you know, making a stink about before. Was like, hey, you know, oh, right, we're out of energy. I'll, like, put out the request, you know, don't just do it yourself. So that must be the lemon tree, which is not lemoning yet. Drink some of the water. Because we're lucky we'll catch the last fish or bug here from the, like, the last fish in the river or the bug. Before we leave the area. That'll be one less thing on the agenda. Okay, so we're out of energy. Do we have anything for the museum? No, we have nothing for the museum, so we can just keep moving on. So we'll run over here. We'll need to use the bathhouse to get our energy back. We'll do a quick drop by the farm. Wait. Oh, Valen, you look like a totally different character with that hair, so I was like, who is that? Be sure to visit the beach, not a mimic. The sea air is good for your lungs, and the sun is a mood booster. Okay, so going outside and, like, generally, you know, being active is good for your health. The sea air being good for your lungs. You're still breathing in mist, which is actually really bad for you long term. It can cause pneumonia. Dozy tilts its head. It wants to know if you're going to the bath. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying, like, going to the beach is wrong or bad or anything like that. But, like, the stand's like, the sea air is good for you. It's like, is it, though? Like, getting out and going for a swim and going to the beach, getting a little vitamin D, sure. Alright, so we're being wished a, well, you know, good day and all that. Like, I wouldn't be like, oh, it's bad for you, don't go to the sea. Like, that's definitely way too far the other direction. It's making the claim that it's good for you, when I'd actually argue it's kind of just neutral. It kind of doesn't do one thing one way or the other. It's just air. Okay, so we can go here. My assumption is now I can hit this. Oh, no, it's just a weird training dummy. Cool, right. So we're fully rejuvenated and everything. Let's go, and we still have one more bug to catch. And probably start working on some of the fish. Or the alternative is... let's go to the mine. Let's go to the mine. Let's go to the mine. I was just mentioning before that the tools are starting to kind of hurt us, that they're only at copper, and it's kind of really becoming a bit of a headache. So my theory about what we're going to need to do... it actually is good for you. Sea air has salt aerosols, so it's a natural chest decongestant. Interesting, I was unaware of that. Okay. Yeah, because I was just thinking about, like, the water mist. It's a big problem when you go to places where they have, like, the fans that blow the mist on you. It can be very relieving for the heat, and, you know, obviously if you're in an area where heat stroke's a concern, that's plenty good of a reason to use them. But under long term about that, breathing in all that water vapor, it can collect in your lungs and cause pneumonia. One of those everything in moderation, yeah. Crumbly statue. I keep trying to talk to these statues as opposed to this. Yeah, so I don't want the reclaimer. Not really. And the true strike and all that we don't care about, so let's keep our points. Hey, Brill, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Brill Dane if one of my mods are available? For those who don't know, Brill Dane, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to Wayplay here. Does, like, you know, has done, you know, RimWorld. We've done, like, we did a collab stream of Project Zomboid way back. But fantastic times over there. Has been working on a Twitch integration thing for RimWorld on her channel, and it's been absolutely fantastic to see. I'm doing good. Just been hopping between like Project Zomboid and RimWorld and all that good stuff. Okay, so we got another big. Got a new artifact. Alright. All the nice things? Yep. Why did that make a big rumbly sound like the cave was gonna come down on me? Yeah, I'm assuming once we get a not terrible starting weapon, that'll improve. Okay, we got sunglasses off that slime, apparently. Okay. You're on your phone at a cafe? Nice, I hope you're having a good time at the cafe and all that. You're watching, Cafe watching remotely the other day? Alright. Hello, you got armor for me. Drop the one piece of wood. Scrap metal chest piece. Okay. So my chest piece has no defense, and you have one defense. You're a jerk. And that's it. We're all out of steam. We're also out of time as well, so. A lot of essence. We got a bunch of materials. That's all good. So I suspect one of the things that we're going to probably have next that we're going to need to deal with. Well, actually, we just got the stairs fixed, but we're getting ready to get to what I'm assuming is going to be iron rank or silver rank or whatever's next for the town. Which we've had to open up, so it is nice to see that we don't have like little cracks in the ground everywhere now. Because after we went to the mine, I was able to dig stuff out of the cracks. I was like, oh, let's try and do that, and they just weren't a thing. Alright. How are we doing on our upgrades here? So with the cooking... Yes, I don't care about snack time. The mana one's interesting as well. It's different than what you thought this looked like. Yeah. No, it's art style, like the characters in this part of the game are very like Stardew Valley-esque. Whereas when you look at the character portraits, they're practically anime. So we got a shortcut scroll, a legendary artifact. The scroll appears to show a quick and easy route to the bottom of the mines. but you don't recognize any of the paths. And we can now get sunglasses. So that... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Keep one of the mine crickets. Sell the moss, sell that. Okay. I thought you were playing Stardew Valley? Yeah, no, like, the basic overworld stuff is very Stardew Valley adjacent. Which isn't surprising. You know, it's pixel art. You know, top-down pixel art farm game. But, like, the character art is way different once you actually, you know, like, get to, like, the talking to people. It's a little bit more on the whimsical, magical side, and a little bit less, you know, Stardew Valley has, like, a little bit of a slapstick kind of humor at times. Alright, so we got Friday night at the inn. I've been told the characters have more depth to them and personality, but I also haven't personally witnessed that yet. Okay. Are there better materials in the mine? Probably. Alright, so we got cucumbers. And check to see what all I can harvest. Alright, cool. Yeah, no, the assumption is it probably follows the same form as everything else. The first couple floors, you get copper, then you get deep enough, and then you get iron, and, you know, it goes through whatever materials they have in the game. I've just been so focused on, like, chasing down what bugs we can catch each season, what fish we can catch each season. Really growing the farm out here, that the mine I'm nowhere near as far as I normally get. That's the thing that happens in a lot of these games as well. Like, people made the comment about, like, in Stardew Valley, for example, a lot of times if you put real time into your farm, what ends up happening is you tend to languish on the mine side of things, and then winter rolls around. It's kind of like how fast you can upgrade all your tools during the winter. It's not as much as the thing as it used to be. Because it used to be in Stardew Valley, there actually wasn't a whole lot to do during the winter, so it was just kind of really push the mines as hard as you could. Because it used to be, like, no real farming stuff you could do. Okay, so we can make sure to sell one of these, because each time we've sold one of those, we've gotten a recipe. We'll sell one of you. Drop you in here, drop all of you but one in here, so I have one for this. How long do you take to grow? 9 days. 9 days is not as bad as I thought it was. I thought it was going to be one of those things that, like, takes the whole season to grow and you get, like, the last day kind of deal. And thank you, No Name Roy, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. That's 19 monuments up the channel. Thank you again. You feel compelled to talk to Calderis' statue. So you finished clearing away the marks left behind by the earthquake. Well done. I'm glad to see things in order. Okay. Yeah, the caffeine crimes is an interesting one, where you could do, like, the, consuming an item with the speedy infusion, so the speedy infusion's this one. So you can make stuff where it adds, like, caffeine bonus, and then you can increase that caffeine bonus and lean into it. I'm leaning towards the magical meals, for whenever we get that going, and then just trying to hold off for more stuff. Granted, when this one hits 45, we'll see what we get here. That might tempt me. Alright. So we can go ahead and run into town. And I believe we're still missing one of the summer river fish. And that might be it. Okay, you would like a Night Queen flower. Okay. Oh, you're not here? Where are you at? Is that her in the middle of town up there? Because you're supposed to like this. It's not that I want to go to tonight's gathering. It's not that I want to go to tonight's gathering at the end. I'm simply doing this little hamlet a favor by showing up. Monster powder? Oh, I've got plans for this. See, that's why I have to gift her stuff. She even has her own voice line in that she can actually have a laugh that's different. Versus like all the other ones, like, they don't seem to have that. Okay, so we're missing one river fish. And stuff around that. We got one of the summer crops. Old artifacts keep turning up in Hayden's farm. They're characterized by their geometry and blue patina. Okay, sorry, Hayden's farm. Okay, so let's run over here. And I'll go to the mine and do some artifact stuff. Okay, so not a whole lot we're seeing here. The butterfly we've caught a bajillion times. So I'm trying to burn up our energy so that we can go to the bathhouse. Get that sorted. And then hopefully also catch a couple fish. Alright. So none of those were for... Did we get anything for the museum out of this batch? I don't think we did. Yes, nothing for the museum, so let's go ahead and we can run over, get our energy at the bathhouse, dump all this stuff back home. And then maybe we can get lucky. We'll go back into the mine and start pushing that. Oh, I can inspect this. An ancient stone griffin. They seem to be a common feature in the Narrows. Alright. Alright, and we go to sleep. Or not sleep, the bath. Okay. And Dozie's wishing us a good day, because Dozie's the best boy. Let's drop this junk off back at home. There's got to be some kind of limit to how many quests you can get. What it could even be that is like maybe each person can't have overlapping quests, so if someone gives you a quest, that's just it. Okay, squid, bonito, grasshopper, dragonfly, praying mantis, bee. Alright. So we got our energy, let's go hit the mine again. Because like I said, what I'll probably do is I'll keep pushing the mine until we can get our iron tools at least. Like I said, I'm going off the assumption that's how that works, is that once we hit like floor 20 or whatever the cutoff is, we'll get our iron tools, and then we can focus on trying to acquire the iron tools. And the reason I'm assuming that is just, I haven't been doing the mine, we're stuck without the iron tools, and I'm hoping that we get, you know, some good stuff for being able to make more progress there. And you... Yeah, we don't have enough levels to do anything. That's not what I wanted to get back up there. Need to use the elevator. Yeah, I hope you're having fun with the space engineers. I just realized from the last round, we probably actually... from the last round, we probably already have enough copper to do stuff. A scrap metal ring. Alright, so what else did you get? A miner's jumpsuit. Unlock this item to wear it. Okay, so we can go here. Monster cookies. A cursed-looking cookie with crumbly texture. Got a cave shrimp. All right. Got a scrap helmet. So slowly but surely we're actually getting equipment. So we can manage to go one more floor. Then we get in our elevator. Let me move. Do I have anything I can eat? Anything at all? No. Okay, sweet. So I can drop. A faint whisper breaks the silence. Hero. Oh. It's getting rather late. You should go back. You're not my real dad. Alright. Let's see. One shot, one string shot, and it'll explode rapidly, redecorating, resulting in more engine room bridge. Yeah. It's been a while since I played Space Engineers. Like, I enjoyed it when I played way in the past, but I don't know. They started moving to, like, getting, like, tons and tons and tons and tons of cosmetic blocks as, like, DLC and all that, and it was just, at a certain point, kind of fell off for me. It's a really cool game. I used to put tons of time into it. But like everything, eventually, you just need a break. Go do something else. And I know they came out with like Space Engineers 2, and you know it was early access like the first one, but it definitely felt like a step back just because you went from one that had everything implemented to one that didn't. And a lot of those things end up being kind of pain point stuff. Obsidian Blade, a rare artifact. The artifact is still dangerously sharp. Where's a small, impressionable child we could give this to? Alright. Yoshi was once, you and your brother built a big ship. There wasn't really anything to do. We played. Yeah, for me it was like, I liked making the really macro scale ships. That was like a full factory inside of itself. And the thing I ran into with that is like, the game does a good job, but the engine starts to come across the seam. So you have like the giant mining like worm ship that go through an asteroid. And then suddenly an asteroid just explode inside your ship because things were getting damaged because physics would start weirding out. You have been hard at work around Mistria, not a mimic. The magic returning to me through the efforts has begun to clear my mind. Have you ever tried the economic start challenge, where, for a lack of better words, you bootstrap yourself up for success? I don't even know what you mean. Do you mean like using the trade things for it? Because not really, because I had kind of fallen off the game before the economic stuff really got built out. So we can say it's been an honor to help out. Wait, you've been watching me? Dude, invasion of privacy. The powers of sight of a dragon are vast. As I was saying, I have now recalled a particular spell suitable for human use, as well as the means of which to bestow it on you. I will now grant you the full restore spell. You will be able to access it from your journal. As the name suggests, casting it will fully restore your health and stamina. Your mana will restore a bit by bit each night after a spell has been cast. Use it wisely. You can romance a dragon? Is that the plan? I don't know if you can romance a dragon. I had someone mention that earlier, but I haven't seen anything to indicate anything. Like, you can't talk to the dragon or gift the dragon. So, while you do see a heart here, I've not seen anything to, you know, suggest anything one way or the other. Thank you and trust me with the spell, Great Calderas. Full restore, clearly? You couldn't have given it a cooler name? And thank you, Duchess Princess, for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Clearly, we need to have a cooler name. I would have thought being granted magical powers by a dragon would be cool enough on its own. Wake, brazen mortal. And you would be wrong, dragon. If you're gonna have magic powers, the least you can do is name them cool things. Yeah, you trade to get more money. The only way to get access to certain blocks is to access them the first time with the economy DLC. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe I could look into that at some point when there's not a lot coming out, which that might never happen because we're just being buried in games constantly and forever nowadays. Various magic spells will unlock throughout your course of the game. To use the unlock spell, select and pin it to the magic page of your journal. Oi. Press and hold the button to prompt the indicated spells to cast it. Different spells require different amounts of mana. Mana restores a little bit each day. If you're lucky, you might even come across a potion that restores mana instantly. More mana orbs will unlock throughout the game and increase your mana capacity. Let's see. Not a mimic. A shipment of cucumbers we received from you this morning was excellent. Here's a recipe for cucumber salad. Yeah, it's a whole recipe. Alright. Okay. So, I fully expect we'll end up wanting to make a bunch of recipes with this. So one stays here. Sorry. You stay here. We are going to sell one of each of these, because we've noticed that we get recipes when we do that. Oh, before we get too far, we got a lot more stuff. Okay, so we could unlock lovable cooking. Cooking a dish will occasionally result in bonus lovable infusion, turning the item into universally loved item. Caffeine crimes, magical meals. Cooking a 4-star meal and above will occasionally result in... I'm going to hold off to see what the maximum tier is there. Otherwise we're going to be putting a lot of points there. So this is for planting seeds in a wide area. I don't care about that. Slow growing crops now reach their first time harvest a day early. Prize winning. We're going to learn that. Prize winning means when we harvest stuff, it has a chance of just giving us 5% of its value in straight up cash. Which would mean even if I weren't selling anything, I would still pocket some amount of money. Okay. And I just want the thing that gives me free seeds to keep procking. Because the more I can get that to proc, the more I can just keep, like, only have to buy the stuff once. and go in there. Imagine it's a game that with all those extra bonuses and all that, by the time you get to like your 3rd or 4th season, you go in and just buy a handful of things and just... I mean, actually, you'd probably get your entire fields planted, and then with all those little bonuses here and there, you'd probably get enough seeds to work on the next year's stuff. So just give me a couple of those each year. For each whatever. Alright, let's go to the request board, get that. We also need to figure out if there's any other way to get an inventory upgrade. I'm assuming it's locked behind that. So you would like pears, that's fine, we are growing pears. Potted plant. All poor quality tools. Yeah, so this is where I made it. It's also possible that for another bag upgrade, like it's a crafted thing. Get drinks. A bunch of like decorations. Couple recipes. That's fine. Is today the Saturday? Okay, so Saturday market. Do we have anything we needed to drop off at the Saturday market? Okay, so we now got sunglasses. Sure, why not? Oh, what is actually going to look... Okay, we apparently have another shirt we haven't seen. Alright. Both inside and outside used for point defenses? Yeah, so you want the Night Queen. We've got the Monster Fang. Right, we need to go to the Monster Fang that the guy who sells the fashion clothes. We can smelt stuff. So what I need to do is go over here real fast and grab a fang. Yeah, that reminds me. When we get some money set aside... Oh, actually, no, I already have the forge down there. I can literally just forge stuff down back home as it is, without any extra effort of any kind. I just keep forgetting about it. A monster fang? Thank you, not a mimic. This'll be just the thing to make my latest piece pop. Alright, let's burn up the last of our endurance. Stamina, whatever. Take the bath. And then we can potentially go back into the mine to see if we can't push deeper. But yeah, no, you just reminded me. Once we, the next day, after we do our, crop stuff in the morning. Alright, well, that was the last of the summer river fish. Imagining this counts as a lake up here. They didn't fish over here, but... Okay. A golden fish, whatever it is. A giant koi. An ancient stela depicting a set of legendary armor. Okay, so with that, what we can go ahead and do is we can pop into the bathhouse. and take her bath. And then we want to find Juniper and throw more monster stuff at her. You can tell Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. Excellent. I expect nothing less of you, Dozy. Oh, that's Luke. I was like, who the heck is that? Right. I have plenty of potion racks, but Mary's keeping an eye out for a vintage kind. Old things hold power, not a mimic. This is going right into my cauldron. I can see it bubbling now. Darcy's making rose hot chocolate recently. It tastes so fancy, I feel like a princess. Not every cup of tea is alike, but Darcy's gets close. She must be very careful on how long she steeps it. I've been excited to share this with you. Alright. They're gonna show me a liked gift. You like flour. What? Why am I blanking on who that is? Oh, it's Darcy. Okay. That's why. You only see her on Saturdays. I was like, who is this character? Where have they been? The Saturday market vendors have been doing that, because you only see them on Saturdays, and I've kind of isolated. It's like, oh, these are mostly cosmetic things. These are things to do when I don't have other things I need to be doing. There we go. So 2 of the pond fish, 2 of the summer crop, and we finished the summer river fish. We got a buried artifact and an upper mines fish. So we got a fishing bed, a silver bar, and what we need to make the fishing bed. You, Darcy, a bouquet of flowers? Probably not. She wanted a bag of flour. Yeah, so we still gotta wait there. That's fine. I keep doing that. Just the big blinking green arrow, it's like, okay, go down the hole. Okay. And we did get a recipe for the sweet root. Just trying to check for the treasure chest since we're getting like where they can drop cooking recipes and all sorts of nonsense. It's like, okay. That gives those extra value. Something... Okay. I'm getting low on energy, but I only need one more floor. Blade raid. Yeah, that's appreciated. It was a mimic. Okay, we're basically spent on energy. And I do have the magic power to, give me a full restore in energy and everything. I think my plan's gonna be for that of, like, when I've already used the bath or whatever. Are we literally giving a person named Darcy a bouquet of flowers? Is that a reference to Pride and Prejudice? I didn't even catch that part because they had made the comment of, like, Darcy wanted a bag of flour, as in ground up wheat. But I missed the Pride and Prejudice reference about it, because admittedly I haven't thought about Pride and Prejudice in at least a couple of days. Perhaps by days I mean decades. I think the last time that came to mind was when they had the Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. Yeah, no, you're good. I think that was probably the reference. And it's just a reference that I completely missed. Okay, so I don't have enough time to do a bunch of runs that. We'll make a copper ingot. I actually watched the movie a little bit ago and had forgotten about that in turn. Okay. So you can go ahead and go to sleep. So we're making good progress. That's another 70. That should push us up to, I believe it's going to be iron. Ruby. Okay. I assumed it was going to go copper, iron, silver, whatever. Going wood, stone, ruby, whatever. Grilled corn recipe. Alright. Not a mimic. Congratulations. Mistria has reached Ruby Star Town rank. This is the highest our rank has ever been. Thank you for believing in this little town of ours. I've included a reward received straight from the capital for you. 3 iron ingots. Not a mimic. From your last shipment, we already are flying off the shelves. Please accept this recipe of our famous soup, tomato soup. Not a mimic. Could you meet at the general store? It's time to unveil phase 2 of my plan to revitalize Mistria. Calling all entomologists. Not a mimic. Our hard work has finally paid off. Meet me at the end for all the incredible insect opportunity luck. So much is exploding into so many different things. Okay, so we might need to buy more seeds. Kind of wish I'd realized that ahead of time, but that's okay. So drop all of you in. We can go here. So the grilled corn is 135. The not grilled corn is 125. So we do actually get more money from that. We'll drop those over here. Let's see. How do you break a general store with an admiral store? It's terrible. Get out of here. We'll move the seeds out of here. Right, we dropped those off in the museum yesterday. That's gonna go to the museum. Okay. So, we're gonna have a whole bunch of nonsense. A voice inside the mines. I recall that humans once offered their prayers from both above and below the ground. However, that was a long time ago, and human lifespans are very short. Alright. So I got a bunch of places. To go. You also want peaches. Luckily, I'm growing those. So we're going to set that aside for when I'm low on energy. Hey, not a mimic? So what's with all this about, Adeline? Your letter was pretty vague. Mysteria's bounced back from the earthquake quite nicely, don't you all think? I'll say, you've unearthed a real talent in managing things, Adeline. But I don't want us to rest on our laurels. There's no reason why we can't become the best town in Aldaria. We're with you, of course, but where do we start? Well, this is clearly going to be about upgrading the general store. But again, we are taking the place of we're approaching everything as a mimic, which means we're going to immediately assume our thing gets upgraded. So how about upgrading my farm? Close. But you'll need access to more supplies for that. Let's upgrade the general store. It'd be a dream come true. More stock, better selection. My back already hurts thinking about it. Just think of all the new puns I could come up with that kind of material. Exactly. Everyone who lives in Mistria will see some benefit. That is, if you two are up to the challenges of running a larger store. Absolutely. I thought that might be the case. Unfortunately, since this isn't really a recovery project, I'm afraid the capital won't be able to assist. If we all pitch in, there's no problem. Stock more seeds, another bag upgrade, and you can count me in. Deal. Oh, hard bargainer. You got a deal. Now, I've already secured Reese and March's involvement, and I've come up with a list for each of us. Not a mimic. From you, we're going to need 500 stone, 300 wood, 5 copper ingots, 5 copper ingots, 5 iron ingots, 3,000 money, all set up the donation box. So, to clarify, when we built the town upgrade, she's like, here's the gift from the capital. I want to show you my support, and she gave us 3 iron ingots. And then immediately turns around and says, and I've got a new project, I need 5 iron ingots. So literally what she paid us, she is asking us to give it back. So just making sure Adeline realizes I'm on to her, and her not actually paying us. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, but I'm sure we could do it. I can't wait for the grand opening. Okay, so 300, 500, 5, and 5. So the copper ingots, I already have everything we need. I just need to actually do it. And thankfully the game has reminded me that I actually need to do that, because I will do that right now. But that does mean it is now an immediate concern to get the iron going. Rainbow seaweed, an uncommon artifact that can only be found floating around in the current. No one seems to know where it grows. The new Twitch scroll update? I don't know what's the new Twitch scroll update? I don't know what I just dropped off. So you're going to the museum, you're going to the museum. When you scroll the feed, I don't know. Predatory practices in the ruling elite of Mistria, news at 11. What's the capital, by the way? Adelaine's employer? Capital is like the main city, the home of government, that kind of thing. So we're talking like the regions, countries, whatever capital. I genuinely don't for the life of me remember what we just had there. Where does so we don't have enough wood or stone. I figured that much. Okay. Yeah, no, but it can get out of like with it being out of context. All right, right. What the heck was I coming down here for? You think Adeline is like a baron or something? She is the daughter of the people who actually rule this, but they don't live here. They're in the capital, so she's representing on their behalf. So she's... royalty is not necessarily the right word. She is definitely an aristocrat, at least. Oh, we also have... when do you... that's a fall crop. Where did I get the broccoli seeds? Yeah, she's nobility. Yeah, she's definitely nobility. So I have 5 of those. Right. Right. We needed to do this. It's like a baron? I don't know. She hasn't used the title baron or baroness as far as I'm aware. Gotcha. So I could... even though we should have really done some other stuff. We're making all of our tools and whatnot. Alright. So we got the iron fishing pole, we got a better bug net. Yeah, like I don't... It's not one per. Now it's continuous. Oh. Yeah, I don't use the mobile app much beyond just like who I know I'm going to want to stream and then just doing that. Alright, so we had someone who wanted the glass, and that was Landon. Is that one of the people who visits, I'm assuming? Oh no, semi-retired carpenter. Right. That's Reese's dad, uncle, whatever the relation is. Getting the final channels harder? Great, that's cool. Alright, so we haven't been over to where Reese is at in forever. Yes, let's go to the north side. Let's go to Landon and give him what he wants. And then we can go and see if we can't check on... We can get a kitchen installed. I've been holding off on getting a kitchen at my own place, so I don't have to run around. Just because of the fact that the kitchen, like, you have to get, like, a better version each time. Well now, thank you, Not a Mimic. This is certainly high-quality glass. I found it on a monster in a mine. Okay, so for the home upgrade, it's 5,000, and then 500, 500. The farm expansion, it's refined stone, which you don't even know how to do, and 40,000. For the shop, we can get rustic cabin stuff and all that. So you get a level 3 kitchen, which is good for any dish that's up to level 40, roughly. Oh, no, that's 40 plus. Okay, so it looks like the level 3 kitchen is the last one. So I will buy that. So I no longer have to walk into town. Because that's one of the things we've been, just fishing the school of fish while we're here. Okay. Alright, so we can go ahead and we can drop off this kitchen I bought back home. So now I don't have to go and interact with other people in town. We can continue to live out here. Alright. So we can make our little cave snack things. Okay. So we can make that corn. And then you'd require other cucumber salad. So you're 115. We also have you, and you're worth very little. So I was just going to mass produce the corn. Oh, I was going to buy more seeds. It's fine. So I was going to mass produce this. But I'm kind of wondering if it's worth it for me. That's a lot of wait time. I think for right now, we're just going to blast the corn. Because it has zero time for me. And it gave me one corn back. Okay, so we're at level 50 with the corn. Alright, so we can go here. Drop off the corn. Drop off the fish. Drop off the clay. There was another fish here. Okay, so we still got 1,000-something bucks. Let's go ahead and run to town and just buy all the corn seeds I can. Because it seems like for this season, the corn's going to be the crop. We're going to shove it in the ground and abuse the cooking thing. Alright. So we're going to spend most of our money just replacing corn seeds when we get the chance. And otherwise, the other big thing we're going to work on is we're going to put a lot of focus on the mine. I do still need to manage to get over to, like, the beach and all that for the fish and all that. That's the thing I'm running into, is I need to get the mine pushed so we can get our iron tools, as well as, like, to continue the progress of the main stuff. I also need to get the fish for this, or the fish for the season and all that as well. Let's do the mine though for right now. Mine will be the focus for the moment. Okay, so you're just missing, I'm assuming that was the melon. Okay, so we're just missing the melon there. Let's try and push the cave a bit deeper. I keep waffling if that's the way I want to approach this, to keep pushing the cave, or if I want to pivot, I keep walking past it. We'll push the cave. But I'm going to need to go to the beach, I'm going to need to deal with those, or I'm going to get that stuff catching up. Not that. Okay. Alright, I'm trying to very quickly burn through stamina / get this done. Okay, we need 3 more floors. Sorry, yeah. And that gets us the next elevator. Okay. Go faster. we got a new fish. And there's the item we got for raising the town rank, which gives me more maximum stamina and fully refills my stamina, which is why I wanted to hold on to it as like a full stamina recovery versus using it right when I got it. Okay. Alright, so I really need to get down the floor. Okay. So, floor 20. A faint whisper breaks the silence. Hero. The water seal. Definitely don't break it. It's like, okay, we have something sealed away magically. Yeah, probably leave the seal in place. If I've learned anything from anything ever, it's breaking the seal on something always leads to a horrible thing being unleashed on the world. The tablet has an unknown language inscribed upon it. Eland may be able to translate the text if you take a rubbing of the tablet for him. Water tablet rubbing. Already have that. A lesser essence stone, or a large essence stone. Give me your essence. Yeah, everything ever. We should break the seal. No. No, we should not. The answer is to never, ever, ever break the seal. Never, ever break the seal. Alright. Just one more fish in the upper layers. We did score almost 100 stone towards building that thing, and my assumption is once we go through that water seal and everything, from there, it'll be a matter of, we'll just find iron from there, and I'll just need to find enough iron to make the ingots to do the stuff for this over here. I was curious if that was going to be one. I may have gotten myself... No. No. I don't want consequences for my decisions. You are too tired to continue. Go to sleep already is the achievement I got. Well, that was the first time we blacked out. We made some pretty good money on that corn, though. Excuse me, what's that last thing? Look like a map? I overslept. Well, at least it's not that bad. Chestnuts. Not a mimic. Barlow dropped off your chili pepper shipment this morning. I thought you might like a recipe for spicy water chestnuts. Cool. Okay. Okay. Cool, so you got all that. Let's run up here. You found a cracked seal underground? Ah, I seem to recall such seals were once used to control the flow of magic between our realms. Break the seal, not a mimic, so that I may regain my strength. Entrust this task to you. I don't trust you, Dragon Man. So, that'll let me get magic infusion. But that's only for really high quality meals, which is why I was like, oh, let me wait a minute. You gain your next ones at 4 levels. We'll leave that alone. You actually got your new ones. So Sunken Treasure. Treasure chests are more likely to appear when diving. Stone Turner. Artifacts will sometimes drop from breaking rocks. Take that. Eastern Road Scholar. An additional dig site will appear daily on the Eastern Road. Let's do that. Pursuit. Digging up peat, sod, or clay increase your chances of finding uncommon and rare artifacts the next time. Yep. Sunken Treasure. Yep. Goodbye all my points. And none of the rest of you got anything. Okay. Alright. Oh, Lost and Found. I do appreciate a lot of what we find in the Lost and Found. Is particularly, like, just terrible. And you'd like, hey? Alright, so 1, 2... There we go. Oh, I'm going to have to, I'm gonna have to, like, actually rest here or use the bath here before moving on. Get that done. Because I got no energy. Dozy looks apologetic that you don't have enough Tessera for the bath. Dozy, I'm good for a man. Come on. Don't do me like this. Look, Dozy, I've been working all day on the farm. I'm literally feeding you. I'll remember this, Dozy. You're still a good boy, but I'm unhappy with you in this very moment. making me use my magic powers. Alright. Okay, we can drop all you off. Drop all this off. Do we already have... We'll put the coconuts in there. I do appreciate the random, like, broken plates and all sorts of garbage. Alright, and we'll grab that for Juniper. Who is in the general store today. And then what we'll probably do is we'll go to the ocean and actually do some fishing to try and get that before it gets out of hand. I try and do it last second or something. Evening, not a mimic. I felt like chatting with the riffraff, so I was just heading to the inn. Not a mimic. If you're trying to ingratiate me to yourself, it's working. A little. Yes. And was that saying that we reached 1 star? Is that how much it takes to get 1 star with someone? Dear goodness, you people. Where is our gossipy friend? Have you been to the beach yet, Not a Mimic? There's nothing more lovely than gazing at the ocean on a beautiful day. Oh, Not a Mimic. You simply must hear about this. Oh, we can learn a loved gift. Let's figure it out. You love rose tea. Look, do you think I got that kind of budget? Rose tea as a gift to random people? I mean, I do, but like, it's rude of you to think I do. All right, so let's get to the beach and see if we can't knock out a bunch of these ocean fish. Do I go to the ocean? The thing I'm ping-ponging back in my head is that if I don't put any effort into getting the fish and all that taken care of, the season's gonna get late, and I'm gonna be trying to like last second play catch up, and it's gonna go bad. At the same time, I'm also like, well, the main progress I know I can consistently get is to pursue the iron. Okay. Found a clam. Come on, turn around, see my lure. Don't be this way, fish. Come on, you're practically... There you go. Watch me just another squid versus anything interesting. A pufferfish. It is an uncommon fish, but not one I actually need for the museum. We got a little fish over here. We got a giant fish way off to the left. Yay, that's at least one progress. Imagine the big one's the one we probably really want. Got Dart, that's another one. Deal with the inventory woes in a moment. Okay, so for right now, chuck you in the bin. We got a char. Got tuna, which is another one. Got some more rainbow seaweed. Alright, well, we're out of time. So we did get a bunch. Not as many as hoping for, but that's still progress. Yeah, in this case, I'm not going to be able to get to the museum and then all the way back, so we're just going to run home. Drop our stuff off. And then what we can do is we can make a trip to the museum the next day. Okay, so I've already got one of those. The tuna isn't one. The char goes to the museum. We've already done the squid. You. I mean, we got 3. That's not as bad as I was thinking. Trying to work on that wood a little bit. Because I haven't been getting anything done on the wood side of it. Alright. Because if we get more wood, we can actually start working on getting the next thing upgrade, which is going to give us more backpack space. I harvested all those things and I didn't sell them because I was too busy chasing stuff. That's fine. Okay. Gold fishing rod for sale. Not a mimic. You're a true angler like yourself. You won't find better gold fishing rod. Come down the shop and take a look. I got a thing going on. Okay, so drop all this off. Drop the one cooked corn. Okay. Alright, and I'm just trying to make this as efficient as I can. I already did that. Alright, even more corn seeds. Cool, so I got all that done. So we still can't do the melon yet, and we got all that sorted. Let's go ahead real fast. We go up to you. So we can make the spicy chestnuts. We can also make this stuff here. The problem is that one takes so long to cook. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and just knock out some more corn. But what I anticipate doing is as we start getting like that main group of corn happening again. No, that was a bit of a bummer on the corn front, but that's fine. Okay, so let's run up to the museum. We'll catch a couple fish along the way. So I think I'm still missing a river fish. I honestly don't remember anymore. We'll want to check while we're at the museum. So I know I need probably like 3 pond fish, I think 1 river fish, and 2 ocean fish. And I also think I'm missing 1 bug still. You there, have you noticed a strange phenomena lately? I don't know how I want to respond to this, because being like, did you forget my name? Sure, but both these can be taken as definitely rude. Do you mean like... I'll say strange phenomena for her. Oh dear. Is that what passes for humor among the yokels? Please try and focus. While tracking the ley line shifts earlier this morning east of town, I noticed a frog. Wow, all of these are really negative. Like, wow, amazing. Listen, I have to go is rude. It's like, okay, and at least prompts I'm curious. Okay, and? Judging by your tone, you haven't noticed any unusual amphibian behavior. This frog seemed much more intelligent than his fellows. I sense a deeper mystery at work here. It's a shame you weren't more help, but I suppose that's not a particular surprise. Let me know if you do see anything, not a mimic. You would like a sunflower. I'll probably ignore that, but that's okay. Okay, we'll probably be able to catch just like 1 more fish, then we use the bathhouse, we cut her to the museum, and then this will be a mine day. Candied sardines. These candied sardines have a satisfying meaty taste. Oh, you're here for a bath. Yeah, you look like you need one. Of course, it'll cost you 1,000. Can you afford that? Yes. Excellent. Right this way. Hope you enjoyed your bath. But remember, if you feel any ill effects such as lightheaded, insomnia, sudden tail growth, it's merely a random coincidence. Alright, so let's drop a bunch of this stuff off. And see what we're in for the rest of like the fish and all that. And then let's hope that now we've gotten to the lower areas of the mine where we had like a major milestone. Oh wait, we need to talk to Eland. That's right, there's a whole thing in the way that might be preventing me from continuing on, yada yada. Are you home? You're not home. Where are you? Is that you down the middle here, or am I misremembering who's who? That's Valen. Of course, you're about as far away as you can be. Okay. So, we're gonna have to go all the way to the archaeological dig site. Because we need Elan to check out the thing that was in the mine. Okay, so I'm missing one ocean fish. So let's check on this. So I'm missing one summer ocean fish. We have all the river. So we need one ocean fish, 3 pond fish. So that's pretty good. We're missing just the melon there. And we're missing one summer insect. Alright. Let's go catch Eland. Well, hello, Nanameg. What's this you're giving me? Give Eland a summary of the events in the mine. Exaggerate about your adventure. We're definitely exaggerating. You found a hidden chamber in the depths of the mine, filled with unknown artifacts, including a stone seal tablet and unknown language on it, which you want my help translating. Incredible. Let's get this to my office. To think this has been full of Mistria the whole time. Hate to admit it, but this translation is a bit beyond me. You're on the way home from work? You see a chain of 7 tailgaters? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There's a reason why you'll have like one person slam their brakes and then suddenly a whole bunch of people's cars will get all trashed. Just checking one thing. Cool. Let's see. A thing called witch speak. It was spoken a very long time ago. There are a lot of legends surrounding it. Most spectacularly, there were claims of humans and dragons originally communicated with each other. Today, we have an incomplete knowledge of it. Much of our understandings comes from unreliable secondary sources. But lately, I've begun to suspect there might be someone in town who knows a lot more than I do. Let's go ask Juniper. I can see we're on the same page. Juniper has dropped a few hints about the arcane and the unknown. I'm sure she can help us. I suspect requesting for her to meet us at the manor will not bear fruit. She'll want to be on her home territory. To the bathhouse. Ah, I can just tell by the look on your faces you're here to discuss something interesting. Yep, and we of course pet the dog. That is to say, interesting to you. If it's not interesting to me, you'll have to find my help very expensive. Receptive as always, Juniper. Our friend Not a Mimic found Witch Speak tablet in the mines. What? Well, that is to say, I suppose I could take a look. We're grateful for your assistance. Let me fill you in on the details. Oh no, and he's gonna fill in me on the details where I made up everything. Well, that's fair. I have some thoughts about the tablet syntax, Juniper. Silence, nerd. Fascinating. Before I tell you what's on the tablet, I have one request in return. If you find any more of these tablets, Namek, you bring the rubbings to me directly. Fair enough. Of course, Juniper. We're all in this together. Lovely. Let me read it aloud for you two. and Azrael summon an eldritch horror on Earthbound's mortal who wish to remove the seal. Gather proof of your desire to unite these lands again. Place in the dragon's hold 4 offerings. From the Earth's good graces, a ruby. Catch a swiftly flowing fish of stone. A moth who gathers near the flame. A brown mushroom of the mines. Incredible. Please understand that in Witch Speaks, it's more poetic and expressive, but I've done the best I can with our common tongue. The only one I'm familiar with is the ruby, which I believe you can find in the mines. I would assume the rest can be found in the mines as well. A millennia-old scavenger hunt. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. What an incredible mystery. Good luck, not a mimic. We'll be waiting to hear it updated with bated breath. I like how he's like, I'm an archaeologist, but like, I'm not going in there. You absolutely cannot make... Boo. Boo, game. If I knew you were going to kick me all the way over here, I would have dug things up while I was there. Now I gotta run all the way back over there. I had a feeling it was gonna do something like that. I just thought it was gonna be to his tent, not all the way to the moon. We're just going in the cave. If I don't go in the mine now, I'm gonna have no time to do anything in the mine. You have nothing for me to do yet, right? Okay. Ah. Oh, well that's... Okay, so a lantern moth, a ruby, a stone loach. Okay, so we are going to have to go to the upper part. That's actually probably not going to be that bad. Let's change... Before we do that, I'm going to change the approach and go to the floor 15. Okay. Alright, well apparently we found a treasure floor. Because we are still missing a fish in the mine as well, from this part. I think it may be a bug. Either the stone roach or the new fish. Either's fine. That's not what I asked for. Okay, scrap pants. So we've already got the ruby on us. Alright. Got another artifact we've already found previously, so I'm just going to leave it on the ground. Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to watch for the moth. Well, I have the sardines. Probably not the best use for them, but... Oh, that's all I got in the tank. So let's go here. I'm curious if I leave... the ruby on this. Oh. So we have the ruby, and we need a lantern moth, an upper mushroom, mine's mushroom. Okay, it doesn't seem like a game I can use resets to do anything. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna respawn the monster. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll get out of here. So we did get the... Oh, I should check. Alright, so we don't have quite enough to get the better mining stuff. So we did get the ruby in place. But we need the brown mushroom, the lantern moth, and I keep forgetting what the heck the last one is, so it's probably not important. Here's the magma beetle, right? Ah, it's fine. I was looking to see if I could snag, like, a berry or something to get a little bit of energy to catch it. It's fine. You can't remember, does it even exist? Oh, absolutely not. Object permanence isn't real. Alright, so we can go ahead and get this all dropped off down here. Okay, so stone-wise, we have the stone we need. Wood I need like 300 of. And the only thing we're missing so far is a full set of the scrap armor is the boots. Alright. Object are permanent? Lies. Exactly. Collect wood for me. We'll see how much wood you collect in a day. Yeah. Just in your head. Alright, so we did at least get some renown from museum drop-ins. I'm really curious what that is. It looks like a map. With that as like, my brain was reading that like was just in your head, zombie, zombie. Alright. Okay, that'll finish our seasonal crops. Okay, I thought I was like conflating the wrong song with the wrong thing kind of thing. Okay. Got 4 of those in here. We sell 1. Yeah. So we're 2 points from getting the next one there. All right. And just doing our best. That's not what I needed. All right. Okay. Alright, so we got all that sorted. You feel compelled to talk to the statue. You've encountered a rock-clawed monster in the mine that shoots stones at you? How intriguing. It seems the magic is seeping into this world and infusing inanimate objects. And no problem, you just reflect their attacks back. Well done. I can see my faith in your abilities is not misplaced. Because I was like, look at this guy over here being all proud of that. It's like literally minimum bar stuff right there. Not even that impressive. Alright. So I can go here, max. Alright, for a moment I thought it said 22, I was like, excuse me? Yeah, so we're definitely gonna need to start getting fancier recipes. We can make the spiced water chestnuts. He's just rickroll you. Alright. Not do any of those recipes. And then I can go over here. And lose a chunk of our day to this. Alright, so that puts us up to 15. So I'll drop all our cooked stuff in here for the cache. That's plenty of copper ingots for what we need. And then with that, I've got enough for the next row. Iron Expert. The amount of iron required to craft iron ingots is reduced by 1. Done. Time sensitivity. The craft time of all blacksmithing recipes will reduce by 10 minutes, bringing the additional production there. Leech blacksmithing. Crafting a weapon will occasionally result in the leech infusion. Lightweight blacksmithing. Crafting a tool will occasionally give the lightweight infusion, dropping the occasionally dropping stamina orbs. Okay. So this means when we're making our tools, we might get it where it gives us stamina back. I will pick that up. The other ones I'm not as worried about. When I go to start crafting weapons and all that, I can always pick it up at that stage. Minion is hard at collecting wood and can't play right now. You can change your current job in the journal. Minion's being the bestest boy. I said get stick, and Minion was like, how many? A request for wood fencing. Okay, so we want to drop that off at the mall. Let's go up to the pond up here and basically burn off some of our, That's the same one we've been seeing. Let's burn off some of our endurance real fast, trying to catch any fish at the pond. Then we can go to the bathhouse and recover that. Because it looks like to get to the iron area of the mine, I have to go back into the mine. And, catch, like, the moth and all those things. Let's run over here while we're still got endurance. This is the thing that we still haven't caught one of the bugs. Wait, those will be river fish. We don't care about river fish right now. I either want the bug, or I want the pond fish, and the pond fish are down here. Okay. Because I believe we were missing 2 pond fish. A paper pond shell. A common pond mussel. That's annoying that they're way back in there. Come on. Alright, that's all my energy. Since we're right here, we can go drop off the fish that we didn't need. Go to the bath, rest, run over to the mine, and see if we can't, you know, catch the things we need to catch in there. Alright. That's not where I need that. Sure. So bath, I drop the watermelon off at the museum before I forget about it. And then the mine, since that won't be too far apart. I think actually the museum is literally between... Oh, well, never mind. The museum is literally between us and the mine. Alright. Is there a mechanic for buying a golf fishing rod the same like Coral Island where it extends the range of use? Oh, when you upgrade your fishing rod, it extends the range. Those who'd like to know if we're going to use the bath, and is excited that we are. But yeah, when you upgrade the fishing rod, you can cast farther out. That's actually the one thing it does. Because this game doesn't have like the fishing mini game, there's not an equivalent of like where, oh, it, you know, gives you more resistance or makes the area bigger that you can catch the fish in. But yeah, so you can get the gold fishing rod, which will improve stuff. I just don't have it. Alright, and this will complete the summer crops. Okay. Yep, and before we go and commit to any floor, I'm just popping in down here long enough to see we just spot, you know, either the moth or anything like that floating around. Okay. So we're looking for a stone roach, which we just got. So that leaves a moth, whatever the one I seem to be incapable of remembering is. Oh, the brown mushroom. Come on. Yep, so there's just a moth I need down here, and then we've got it all. And there's the moth. All right. Hero, thank you. I am... Dragon. Priestess. Meet. Below. Oh. And she dropped her heart. Hard crystal, a glowing crystal that emanates feeling of power. You feel a yearning to eat it. Well, we are now eating people's hearts. Give me a little bit extra max life. Stop teasing me, fish. And unfortunately, we're basically out of time. Alright, so we're right about to reach the point they'll be able to get some new mining skills. Which, I look forward to them giving me stuff for just, like, clearing out lots of stone a lot faster kind of stuff. Or just more drops. There. You got the priestess below. She asks for the irreplaceable crystal heart she entrusted to you. Look, it looked like rock candy. It's not my fault. If you're going to entrust me with something, you need to make sure it doesn't look delicious. That's just simple math. Approach, not a mimic. We must speak. What the have you done? You ate something's heart? The water seal has been broken. A portion of my power is returned. You have done well. I will grant you Summon Rain. You'll be able to access it from your spell journal. It can be used to summon a brief rainstorm to your farm. Use it wisely. Some memories are returning. There are 5 seals in total. The earthquake must have damaged them. The resulting flow of magics allowed me to awaken when you repaired my statue. But who closed off the seals in the first place, or why, I cannot recall. Not a mimic? You must reopen the other seals. I will do all I can to aid you along the way. For now, allow me to heal you. Go with my blessing. Cool, man. I'm going to bed where I heal fully anyways, so, like, you basically did literally nothing. So, yeah. Thanks, I guess, for whatever it is you just did. Oh, you're cosmetic. Yep, so the dog grabbing wood, not a lot. The dog spent the whole day on it, got me 3 wood. It's fine, considering it's a passive thing. So what did you give me? Because I don't know what that is. Alright. Salted watermelon. Let's see. So it's nice to have some fresh watermelon in town. I thought you might like this. It's a simple salted watermelon. Cool. Got a mimic. I've updated our shop selection with iron tools and armor. You can craft them yourself, but you're probably not skilled enough. March. Alright, so March is the first one in the town that goes missing. Alright. Okay, so we can go over here. I can fix them. There's a lot of people I can see. At least with March, unlike when you're doing like Shane and Stardew Valley, like Shane to see you look as like, no, this person needs help. Like, you need to, as the player, not get involved and let this person, you know, work through their stuff. Versus March, like, okay, he's just a little antisocial and abrasive. Like, he's not going through some like serious messed up stuff. You know, he's just, you know, having a little bit of a tough time. Oh, I guess it didn't get much ore. I was like, wait, how do I not have that? All right, so we're good here. I know we need more fish. There was 2 ocean fish were missing, and then there was some pond fish were missing. Will you be trying the upcoming serial killer Stardew? Yes, absolutely. It's probably the game I'm looking forward to the most this year. Grave Seasons is what the Ince is talking about. It's a game in this genre, except one of your townsfolk is an active serial killer, and you don't know who it is. And yeah. It was supposed to be coming available on the 14th, but then they changed the date. Now it just still says fall this year. Yeah, so it was supposed to be like yesterday or whatever. To be fair, I do think it's still coming. I think they just might have moved the dates around a little bit. There you go. I was hoping you'd turn towards it. Come on. Okay, so the gold fishing rod. So right now we're using the copper one. So that's a range of 8, so this will be almost double. I am gonna buy it. Okay. All right. Just not getting what I need. And there are the idea of like rare fish, medium fish, all that. Is that new? It is, but not one of the ones I needed. They're also getting ready to run out of energy here. I want to say out here, you can get like where you can find the dive spots. So I'm hoping that maybe we'll just find a dive spot. We're about to run out of stamina. We'll go to the bathhouse. And recoup, and then maybe go for the mine. We still need the iron ingots. Oh, I forgot about you. Looks like a fish trap with fish bait made in the terrarium. Oh, that's fine. Okay, and that'll be the last of our energy. That's fine. Okay. So let's try and quickly, get to the bathhouse for energy. It is good that we are slowly increasing our max energy so we can hopefully last longer. We did get a second, mana orb or whatever at some point. I don't know when. We didn't find anything, right, that needs to go there. Yeah, literally nothing that matters. Okay, so drop a bunch of this off at home, go to the bathhouse, and then turn towards the... Well, actually, we could turn towards the ponds, because we still need stuff from the ponds. And going all the way to the mine, I probably won't have enough time to do anything there. Okay, and the rest of all you can be sold. Alright. So we can go to the bathhouse, then we can cross over to the ponds and see if we can't manage to get the last fish or two I'm missing. Alright. This will also be good because we still need to be looking for that last insect. We're not like in any real danger of missing on stuff for the season yet. We're not even halfway through it. Alright. And I also need to try to make... Not need to. I should also go out of my way anytime I see, I don't know what her actual name is. I'm going to call her Eleanor. Ellie or whatever. I won't lie to you. Elsie, that's right. I could use a glass of wine. Juniper, dear. You're among friends. I think you're gonna like this one, not a mimic. Okay, well, I definitely want to know what the chicken loves as a gift. Ultimate small animal feed. Well, that's... honestly just checks out. Just wants animal feed, but wants the bougie animal feed. Alright. We can also probably spend a bunch of our money getting, like, our iron tools and all that to help as well. Let's run over here. And I'm just doing a lap here before we fish near the bottom. Just in case, like... the bug we're missing. Oh, new artifact. That's good. Just in case the bug we're missing is something that only, like, spawns in certain areas. Because I've noticed there's been a couple of bugs that... it's not there's, like, the one spot they spawn, but they had, like, a general area they tended to be. Magma one. Alright, that's one of the ones we're missing. We caught a bullfrog. It's not one we're missing, but we have a frog now. Okay. So we're gonna need to get out of here soon. A snapping turtle. That one's all clear. Okay, so we did get one of the fish we were missing, so it's at least progress. We also leveled up a bunch of stuff. That was a beetle. There's an ant. Okay. So drop you off. Drop you off. Drop two of that off. Hey, Zajo, how's it going? A Caldosian Emperor bust. Okay. Okay, those are my fruit trees up there. And we need to go sleep. Okay. Because we also need the wood for a lot of things. Been debating getting this game. You love the Stardew-ish vibe? Yeah, no, it's been good. I've been very much enjoying it. It's got a very different, like, very different kind of, like, vibe to it. Like, where Stardew, it's very much, like, sticking around the small town kind of thing. This one's got a lot more, like, magic and whimsy to it, while still, you know, being small town vibe. Alright, we can go ahead and drop you off. We definitely need more than that. So you go to the museum, you go to the museum, and drop off the flower. Have you checked out Dalek Town? I did. I checked out a pretty early version of it. I haven't gone back to it though. Like, I enjoyed what I played of it, but it really wasn't much. Just wasn't quite a great fit for the channel. Like, the platforming aspects of it were kind of weird. That's fine, we'll do this anyways. So I'm gonna keep watering all this. Okay, one more level on the farming, and then we can see what the next tier of skills are. See if there's anything there we want to spend our points on. Alright, so you can drop the corn off in here. That's fine. So you can go up here to our stove. We're gonna go and cook our corn, take advantage of all our, like, duping and all that the game does. And then we'll make more corn. I do wonder what, like, the levels, beyond giving me access to more stuff, if there's anything else the levels do. Alright. So I got that. We can run to town. There wasn't anything else for you yet, was there? You didn't hit a new threshold. Oh, you did hit a new threshold. Full class. Fish schools will all contain an additional fish. Legendary. Legendary fish can now appear when the season and conditions are right. While we're doing that. Treasure trove. You can no longer catch wooden treasure boxes, and you are more likely to catch higher tier boxes. Weed whacker. Fishing up junks will become even less likely. Alright. Unexpected haul. More treasure boxes will appear. Okay. So we basically spent pretty much everything. So I'm gonna run up here. I'm gonna burn my little bit of stamina I've got left at the pond. Mistria wall map. You want a pond skater. Oh, did I never go by where you were like, hey man, I want... We got asked to do the insect thing at the beginning of the season. Not a mimic, you came! I only waited 14 days! I haven't slept. I can smell time. Ahem. I have here a letter from the Royal Society of Entomologists. It congratulates Mistria on its recovery efforts and the contributions to the science of entomology. It's wonderful to hear the society from the capital has taken notice of our hard work. Did it include a medal? Something even better than a medal, not a mimic. In recognition for our hard work, they'd like to offer us an opportunity to apply to their apiary and terrarium program.
Keeping bees in apiaries? That would mean mead, access to all kinds of fresh, delicious honey. And terrariums can house bugs that can make all sorts of useful things. To be sure we're qualified for the program, the Society has asked us to ship them a lot of bugs. I'm good, but I only have so many hours in the day. I could really use some help, not a mimic. Sure, maybe Reyna and Adeline could help too? Well, I guess I could keep a lookout. I suppose if it means new kinds of honey in stock. Oh, don't worry about it, you two. Not a mimic and I can handle it. After all, this job calls for professional trust of a true entomologist. If you could ship 20 bugs, not a mimic, I'll cover the rest, okay? I was gonna say 20 is actually not that much. After you've shipped them, come see me, okay, not a mimic? A game just assuming literally half of the female romanceable characters are very no on the bugs. That is stereotyping. And we actually don't know the stance of the others. The others might also... What? Oh, it's just regular koi. Alright. Alright, so we got those two. Translations, you're doing everything, pretty much. So we got 2 pond fish missing. And how are we on the ocean fish? 1 ocean fish, 2 pond fish for the season. And then it was 1 summer insect. But quickly run over here. We'll do the archaeological dig location. Oh, right. We need to ship any bugs. Hang on. Just autopilot being like, la-di-da. Alright, well, I guess in that case, we'll run down towards the beach and catch any bugs along the way until our stamina's basically done. Hey, there's another artifact. Love to see it. So we can do this because we're right here by where you can drop this off really fast. Oh, I turned too soon. We're gonna need to do a drop-off at the house.
Okay. So quickly drop this over here. I did see we got the thing where we can make it rain. But it mentions that like you slowly recover your mana over the course of days. Okay, we can go ahead and that's gonna go away for a while. Alright. So let's burn the last of our stamina running around the beach trying to catch bugs or whatever. Because we still got stuff at the beach to deal with. Because I know there's at least one more beach insect. I just need some more insects in general. Okay. Alright, let's use the last of our stamina catching some of these fish off to the right. Then we're gonna run across town real fast to get to the bathhouse. Alright. Okay. So octopus is new. Not something for the museum, sadly. Then that'll probably do it for us for our stamina. Okay. So unfortunately nothing new for that. We can run by, drop off what we got here. We'll hit the bathhouse. And honestly, we're not going to have a whole lot of time to get too much done. Well, there was an octopus. The octopus was the first one. The other two were pufferfish. We got the octopus there, then the pufferfish. Oh, so give me the, well, make sure I sold at least a coconut. Aldarian Sword, an uncommon artifact worn by worn military sword, likely used from the War of Lilies. Let's run up here. We'll use the bath. And I guess we will go run by the ponds. Because if we go all the way over to the mine, it's just going to take too long. Alright, and we're going to the bath. Me and Dozy spend time together, man. Every day we're here. You can tell Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. That's fair. We'll go and we'll start with the pond up here, and then we'll cut down to the right. And I'm thinking about to the right because we can catch a bunch more bugs. To do that entomology thing. Because it's missing what? It was 2 pond fish and 1 ocean fish? You love that Juniper practically screams "cat lady," but instead has the loudest, the roundest golden retriever known to man. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like we're finding out she's got some like witch background thing going on. That she knows like the witch language or witch speak or whatever it is. Okay. What level is your town? We are at Ruby. Alright, that's one of the 2 fish we were missing. I'm actually wondering if this game does the same thing about, like, morning or evening and all that. You know, like, where a lot of the games in this genre, some fish are only available in the morning, some in the evening, only some during the rain. I haven't super noticed as a thing. I've been deliberately, like, trying to fish at different times and different places and all that. Yeah, it wasn't our fish, but it swam too far for us to reach. We don't have the time to catch all the stuff there is here already, so... do the best we can. This is the last one we catch because I gotta go. I'm being greedy and I know it. You don't head home, you sleep in really far the next day, so you lose a chunk of the next day. So it's really not that punishing, all things considered. But, you know, if you can manage to get back in time, you potentially get yourself like an extra, like, 4 hours the next day or whatever. You're better served trying to get that 4 hours. That's fine. Okay. So, get rid of the turtles, the roach, the other turtle. That's the one that we need to drop off. Got some bugs to drop off. So all in all, that's good stuff. No time, dog. I literally got to bed at the last possible second. 2 a.m. is when you pass out, and it was 1:50. And it goes by 10-minute increments. Alright, so we got some more money. And we're getting more money there. Okay, so it's Saturday market. Hi there, Namek. I'm a big fan of all things coconut, so I was glad to see your shipment at the general store this morning. I thought you might like my recipe for coconut milk. It's apparently not worth a whole lot. Alright. Wifey. Are you sleepy? Is it sad? Aw. Poor wifey.
understand how difficult it is to be wifey.
Yeah, you have to be married to me.
No, the part's nice.
I love you.
I love you. And now I'm sleeping. Hi, Bernstein. And now I have to get downstairs.
Yep. I know. We gotta go all the way down the stairs.
Hi, Spellbacks me. Hi, Swiney Colleges. Husband.
What's up? I love you too.
Hi, Randall Thor. Thank you for making it big. Why? Why is that funny?
Just Sleepy Tomb is funny.
I'm funny. And I'm not pretty. Hi, Shade Blair. Oh, you have to hydrate.
Yep, I can get that here in just a second. Yep. Rual needs a box of funny hats for you to adorn with when you visit. I mean, Tomb owns a whole bunch of hats.
I like hats. A lot of the hats he's worn are really my hats.
Yeah, a lot of the hats that I wear, like, you know, silly hats for like subathons and all that. Most of those come from her that she's got them. She just has like a whole fun range of hats.
Well, I love you.
I love you too. You sleep well and all that.
You sleep well.
Yep, eventually. You feel compelled to talk to Calderis' statue. The weather is getting rather hot. Take off all your clothes. Make sure to take breaks and drink plenty of water. Sorry. Alright, so we did get the 45 points. So we have the sickle sword. You can now use your sword to quickly harvest crops. Ornamental. Harvesting a crop or forage will sometimes drop a recipe teaching you how to make an ornamental furniture version of that plant. Perfect pollinator. Legendary bugs will now appear more often. Magic design. Giant essence stones are now craftable and can power a statue for 40 days. What do you mean, power a statue? Okay, well, we have stuff to save up there then, because consider me curious. Yeah, and I wanted to check when we hit the level 45, just in case there was something about, like, you know, every time you harvest something, something happens, or, like, every time you know, plant a seed, something happens, you know, whatever. Okay. So we'll drop the corn off in here. Peaches and pears. Drop off the stone. Alright. Yeah, so we've got the hot pepper thing. Cucumber salad. Where did the soup go? So your soup requires milk, which is one reason why we haven't gotten hardly anything with the tomatoes, is just the milk. So let's go here. Gonna do that. And I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna sell a bunch of the tomatoes just as tomatoes. Okay, so drop all of you off. Let's go over here. Because I have how many tomatoes? 119, and we'll drop 5 back in the box. That'll make a huge difference. Okay, so today's a Saturday market, so let's see what stuff we can make happen. So you need me to sell you a bunch of bugs. We're working on that. We're working on the... Oh, apparently an iron star is higher than a ruby star. Okay. So we have the money, the wood we're still working on, and the iron we're still working on. For the town rank. So you want hay. You want me to get 5 hay. There's the hay for Hayden. You want peaches. So many peaches. Peaches for me. You want pears. Those are not a museum thing, right? Yeah, those are a museum thing. Alright, so you want pears. We can't do that, we can't do that. You want 5 sap. There's that one. We don't have tuna. You want wood fencing, of which you want 5 of them. And you're going to give me chicken eggs. We probably want to wait on that. You want a copper shovel. And you want a hay bale. Do I have a spare one of that night flower? I do. There's the night flower. I'll bring a monster core for her as well. Let's see. And you want a sunflower. Alright, so I think I got all the junk for all the people that I can do. And thank you, Craven Horde, for the 280 stream streak. Catch the last 280 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate that. Okay, so let's go ahead. Darcy's jasmine tea is to die for. The aromatics alone please the senses. There's nothing quite like a little gossip to add intrigue to the day. Sure. Tell me. No, I take the Dozy. It doesn't even matter. That's only a liked gift. Dozy's priority. Dozy likes crickets. All right. Turn in the Night Queen. Well done, not a mimic. This Night Queen flower is excellent condition. So what dark magics will you work with it? Let's not upset her. Smells nice, doesn't it? It certainly does. I'm sure it'll make a fine bath tonic with this flower. Alright, so... maybe I should let Vera style my hair. Thanks. Oh, she does not like monster cores. Well, look, I'm trying my best, alright? Alright, so who the heck is next on the list? Oh, perfect. It's the hay I requested. Thanks, not a mimic. I'll be sure to tell the cows you harvested it yourself. They'll be so pleased. Here's some of their extra milk for your trouble. Why are you just carrying milk on your person? I'm not super comfortable where this is going. So we got, Darcy, who is right here. Hey, thanks, not a mimic. These peaches look great. In fact, maybe I'll just have one as a snack right now. There you are. My requested pears. Most appreciated, not a mimic. A simple pear has been a favorite treat of mine since I was a child. Such a nostalgic flavor. Okay, so we still got sap and a sunflower. The sunflower was for you? Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook you for your child daughter tiny.
The screen and armchairs in our bedroom are set we go up from the Mary several seasons back. She even reupholstered the chairs so nicely.
Where is your child?
There's your child.
That's not the right child. I need the one that's not my character's age, but like even younger.
Nunmeg, have you seen Vera's hairstyle catalog? She has so many cute options.
Where are the other children?
There you are. A sunflower, you're the best, not a mimic. Now where am I going to plant all these seeds? Maybe in the stable yard?
Alright, so we're down to the sap. And the sap is going to Landon, which... There you go. Now, how's the stuff? That's quality sap, not a mimic. Thank you. It's funny. Now that I'm retired, I'm having great ideas for new woodworking projects. Well, we upset, I'm blanking on her name all of a sudden. Basically, I gave a monster core because, like, you're into mystic stuff. It's a monster core. That's mystic, right? She didn't agree. She took a much different stance on the monster core business. Right, let's run over here real fast. Drop off this thing at the museum. Okay. So I've got one pond fish and one ocean fish left. Just double checking. Yeah, one pond and one ocean fish left. And then we'll be done with fishing. I'm still intrigued that it was like... You know, it mentioned like the whole monster core thing. Or not, sorry. Where we could make the essence core, whatever it was called. Is where I was trying to go with that. And I'm still like intrigued about, okay, it's supposed to make statues active for like 40 days. I'm like, alright, but what do you mean by statues active? This counts as ocean. We can try and catch one fish, and if we get lucky, maybe we'll get the one we need. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. And that should cap out the last of her energy. We can run this back. Use the bathhouse for the energy. And then I think what we'll do is we will go into the mine. And we'll wait for like the next rain day to be a day that we make a pass at trying to fish the ocean and the pond. Okay. Because as we run around, we're gonna end just catching up bugs anyways. Yeah, it's... We'll drop the stuff off at home. Then we're going... Because I was sitting there looking at the inventory being like, okay, if I go straight to the mine without doing a quick drop-off... Wait, oh, do you have more stuff for me? You would like a clam. I haven't looked at his store in forever. Bunch of random clothes, fencing, furniture. It seems to be like he sells just like random stuff. But I haven't seen anything he sold. I'm like, that's the one I need to grab. I'm gonna sell the first milk because it's more than likely gonna give me more recipes. Okay, that'll be another flower bee. They're gonna head up to the mine now. We'll just catch stuff along the way just in case. The whole point of why I went down there was to get rid of things. Alright. Okay, so we might actually get a level in the mining skill stuff today. That's an interesting concern. Okay, we got a monster horn. That's something we were waiting on. There's iron ore. Okay, there was a fish here. We'll need to catch those. Maybe it got scared. Oh, I scared it off right there. Okay. We're definitely going to need to upgrade some of our stuff. The weapon included. What? A transparent jellyfish. A Tide Caverns insect. I want whatever that sapphire, whatever it is. Alright, so this is gonna be a bit of a tricky thing for us. Where's out? So we're probably passing out before we get home. So that's great. We're gonna try for it, but we are on the opposite end of everything. Okay. Oh. Well, we tried. It's fine. We just lose a chunk of the next day, which is a big pain in the butt. But yeah, we got a bunch done with that, because we did a bunch of requests. Like a ton of requests. I didn't realize there's that many requests, but okay. Alright. So yeah, I like the idea of, like, Saturday being the day where we just go, okay, let's look at all of our stuff. What requests can we knock out real fast? Since everyone's in town. You overslept. Okay, so those two are going. We could sell the 3 bugs up here. All right. It'll also be nice when you get up to gold stuff. I've got so much money I don't have time to use half it, though. So what we should probably do is go by the blacksmiths. And just buy a bunch of the stuff we need. So we can just upgrade our tools up to the next tier by just buying it, because we got tons of money. Okay, so we got all that done. This is all good. Alright. Because we got 35,000 because just the money is just pouring in at this point. Like once it's the season change and there's like no money at the beginning of the season, it just kind of slowly ramps up. You want iron armor. Okay, let's drop this off. Fine. We'll clean all that up later. Okay. We've got 2 things to drop off at the museum. There's an ant right there, so I'm gonna grab it while we're standing here. Okay. And there's no one down here. Alright, so let's go over here. We'll take a quick peek down to the beach. I'm just gonna be checking for bugs. I know we're missing a beach bug, and we're missing a bug for the season. kind of hoping those are related. All right. Yep, that's all fine. It'll be Monday tomorrow, so all that stuff's gonna come back tomorrow. Oh, right, the kid wants... Come on. Got it. Yeah, because Luke wanted that one. I wasn't going to go all the way over here, but I'm going to go this way now. Because, I'm just kind of going being like, where's this bug? Because I believe we run around just about anywhere up here. Oh, there's the summit up here. I don't imagine it'll be up the summit. We haven't looked. But it should kind of stay on top of that. That's all fine. Okay. So with that, we've already got the Big B. Ancient Royal Scepter. Oh, right, we slept in today. I was like, man, the day is going by fast. That's fine, we'll burn the energy up. Already caught one of those before. Alright. So we can go over here, drop these off. Okay, so we finished the Ancient Artifact set. We got one of the Caverns fish, or the Caverns insects. Forest Jacket, we did get an iron ingot out of that. So while we're standing here, we make another iron ingot. Then we don't have the ingots to do anything with this, but that's okay. Alright, so it's about 2,000 bucks for the better tools. There's really not much. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So run back down here and drop this off. And I might try and run back up to the blacksmith and get the last of the tools. Because then we can just use any of the iron we find. Is that something? One second, I don't know if that's something new. It is not. Okay. Alright. And do not sell the pond skater. That's for luck. We'll just go sleep and head up the next day. Alright. Got a little bit of renowned and a little bit of money. Yeah, so big thing's gonna be going into the mine and just getting iron. But our weapon is kind of not keeping up with us, which I think is just a matter of I need to level up more in combat by fighting. Alright. Cool. So you got all that's good. Drop this off. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so you can definitely see the, if you want to just, like, wildly scale up your farm, getting that seed thing earlier would allow you to keep planting more and more plants. So, like, here we started with a whole mix of stuff, and it's very quickly become just the corn and the tomatoes just by the fact that every time I water, I have a chance of getting those seeds. Case in point. So each day I'm getting a little bit more into there. Now, downside is because we didn't know the recipes, I could have done much better if I did not use the corn or the tomatoes specifically. But that's okay. And how are we doing on the etymology thing? Okay, so we just need to talk to Adeline. That's fine. Alright, so let's run up. Okay, so sickle sword, ornamental. Yeah, so we want the perfect pollinators, or the condensed essence thing. I have a feeling the condensed essence thing is I have to, like, use my essence to do it. So it's a thing that'd be consumed as an alternative stuff. Oh, right. One moment. That apparently left lots of things to the lost and found. Okay, so squid, stingray, dragonfly, the broken plates. go. Okay, now we can head up. Alright, and an artifact while we're here. A mermaid's comb. Oh, we need to make sure we check this each day. Alright, so you want iron ore. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Where is Adeline right now? So Adeline's to the left. I was not expecting that. Alright, that's fine. We can run over here. Let's go to the blacksmith. Buy some of the tools that we're still missing. Okay, so we have the shovel and the hoe. We've already got the watering can. I could straight up just buy the ore. A 3x3 area. I don't know that I need that. I'm gonna leave it alone for right now. Okay. And who was it that wanted the copper shovel? Alright, so that's Celine. Okay, so she's way over there.
There you are, not a mimic. We just heard from the Royal Society of Entomologists. They approved our application for the Apiary and Terrarium program. Congratulations. And here's the included equipment they provided to get you started. Best of luck to you in your bug hunting.
Alright. Apiaries and terrariums. Apiaries and terrariums can be placed outside on your farm and then filled with bees and bugs respectively. Apiaries can be filled with different kinds of bees to produce different kinds of honey based on rarity. For example, putting 4 legendary bees in the apiary will cause it to produce legendary honey. Similarly, terrariums can produce different bug pheromones, fish bait, based on the rarity of its bugs. Every 3 days, your bees and bugs will request certain kind of food. When you feed the bees, they will give you honey. When you feed the bugs, they will give you the pheromones or, bait. Bug pheromones can be used on the open ground to summon a bug for you to catch. The rarity of the summoned bug will match the rarity of the bug pheromone used. Similarly, fish bait can be used in open water to summon a fish for you to catch. The rarity of the summoned fish will match the rarity of the bait used. Finally, fish bait can also be used to load the fish trap on the west side of the beach. Okay, that's a very different implementation of those. Okay. So we got that up there. Alright, so let's burn the last of that stamina. This is considered ocean. I got too aggressive on the pole. I saw it pop and I thought it was the thing. I do that with the schools too much because I just kind of expect it to automatically go to the instant top one. So that sucks. That usually lets you catch 2 or 3 fish of different varieties, which could be a good chance of catching what our fish are missing in that area. Not the end of the world, it's just a little salty that I did that. Okay, so let's drop this off. Okay, sunken treasure set. We're getting progress there. Alright, so we need to go to the bathhouse thing. But first I'll catch 1 fish from the pond up here to deplete the last bit of my stamina. But it is interesting that if you know the rarity of the fish you're trying to catch, you can just go to where it can spawn and just chuck the bait in again and again. I've already caught plenty of you. Alright. So we'll use the bathhouse. Alright. Because we got a spell that gives us our life and our endurance back, but it takes several days to be able to use it again. I got 2 uses. So I keep expecting to be a thing where I'll get into the mines and just be like kind of full send in there. And that while that's happening, you know, I'll be able to just use this, like, that to me is when I feel like I'd want to use that mana, because I can't go to the bathhouse and simply restore myself and still be useful there. Okay. So we dropped those in there. Right, I need to drop the shovel off to Celine. Let's work our way back up and hit up Celine on the way back. You made this copper shovel yourself, not a mimic? Wow! I've been looking forward to a new shovel for a while now. This is gonna make gardening a breeze. I don't remember if I made the shovel. I actually might have made that shovel. I'm assuming that's a dialogue. Oh, wait. There's nothing quite like a little gossip to add intrigue to the day. Alright, so in this case, we'll see what your loved gift is. You love temple flowers, which is a wildflower foraged in all seasons. For some reason, it can only be found growing in the wild around Caldaris' temple. Alright, well, we now know Caldaris' temple is a thing. Thank you, game, for the spoilers. I actually don't care. But clearly with that description, it lets me know that there is a temple for Caldaris that we need to find. Nope, not here. We're going to the mine, where we can dig it. And this time we've got upgraded equipment. Essence Drop. A drip of magic, sometimes dropped by essence bats, used in a variety of crafting recipes. I think it's pretty annoying. Okay, I was actually expecting... Oh, here we go. Verdrigus Sword. How do you say that? Okay, so you are a 10 damage sword to replace my 4 damage sword. Okay. Under seaweed. A seaweed made with mild flavor and bouncy texture. Not made with. Alright. Well, I don't understand. Oh, is it that I have to kill all the enemies here? A monster wing. A monster wing sometimes dropped by essence bats. Oh, I see. I was not prepared for that. Drop the sap. Perfect Sapphire, a rare artifact. Okay, so that's the museum. And I need to be out of here, like, now. We're definitely passing out tonight. Drop the peat. Robe of Waves. Flint arrowhead. Let's at least try and capitalize on this. If we're lucky, we might be able to find the stairs to the next floor. And there's zero chance I get home in time. try and get all the iron we can before we pass out. There it goes. And then because you pass on the mine, it kills your character forever. Alright, so we got some pretty good progress on the town stuff. Some okay money. We did manage to get a ton of iron. That'll be good. So that means we should be good for getting the wood and the... Or we should be good with the stone and the iron and the cash for doing the upgraded store to increase our inventory. The wood is the only question mark. Oh. So, drop you off. Those go to the museum. Drop that off. Drop this off. That goes to the museum. The rest of those get to the museum. Sell the spare sword we found. We found spicy corn. We found pizza. That's because I have a perk that when I harvest something, I just spontaneously create a, sorry, I spontaneously create a thing that uses that recipe. Or a thing that uses that as an ingredient in its recipe. So sell the grilled corn. Pizza is only a 2-star recipe, in case anyone was curious. The game says pizza is mid. Alright. Gonna be able to make more. So at 65 cooking, we get to see what the last things you get in the cooking, like, tree are or whatever. Alright. Go over here, drop off all that corn. Okay. There's a good chance we got another level in our mining so we can see what our new mining skills are. Which I'm sure those will be good. Alright. We got iron, max. So with this, we're probably gonna stop long enough to get the wood to finish out the next thing. Alright, because we needed 250 wood something. Alright, so we've got our iron, we definitely have our stone. let's go thwack a tree, some trees for a minute until we're out of energy. Okay, so from here, what we're going to do is I'm going to notice I've got all these. Why did those explode so far apart? Okay. So, what... I need to get paths or something put on all these places. Because by the... Like, I cleaned it out earlier in the season, and by the end of the season, I could barely walk around some here. Alright, so... I also noticed we didn't fully heal. Looking at our health from when we were there because we didn't sleep in the bed. So that's actually new information to me that you don't fully heal when you pass out. A shadow flower, that's fine. Alright, so let's go to sleep real... Or not go to sleep, let's go to the bathhouse. I don't have the energy. I was like, let me go get that bee real fast. Okay. And then we can gossip and all that. You can tell Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. Alright. Your new bath oil smells nice, Juniper, but it's missing something. I want to conjure that summery ocean feeling, but it doesn't quite get there, does it? How frustrating. Try adding something citrus. I think you'll be surprised at how breezy it smells. Let me regale you with the latest gossip, not a mimic. We only care about Dozy. Rock root. It's hard to tell if it is part of a living plant or just resembles one. Alright. Dozy is into some pretty random things, and I can get behind that. So, let's go ahead and run down here and check on your bin and what you need. So, we have the iron, we have the copper, we have the stone, so I need 300 wood. That is our priority now. Now I got the iron sourced, is the wood. Okay. Okay, so it's 300 of what I believe it said. Okay. All right. So we can get through all these trees and all that. Want to help clean up the farm some. I'm trying to remember which one was it. Roots of Pacha? That they had the mechanic where your character would just use the appropriate tool on the appropriate thing. So you didn't have to, like, go through and constantly, like, shuffle from tool A to B to C. It just, like, contextually knew what to use. And I remember being like, oh, this is amazing. Like, why is this just not normal behavior? So wood, we're at more than enough. But I figure we're here. Get them all knocked down. All right. So with that, we can go ahead and run all this up here. Okay, so with this, we can run on up, drop everything off for getting the shop upgraded so we can upgrade our inventory finally. And then once you've got that sorted, we can run to the museum and drop all that junk off. So boom, 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 boom. Now I assume we need to talk to Adeline. I don't know about that one. Oh, I missed it. That there's also that's the Harvest Moon character. That's fine. Go back to our tank top. So Adeline. Oh, it's Friday. Everyone's at the bar. Or no, it's not. It's Tuesday. Why is everyone at the bar? Hey, not a mimic. You look like you've got something to tell me. Who's ready to shop? Does that mean we're ready to upgrade the general store? I'll gather everyone together and meet you there. In the middle of the night. Looks like we're ready to start. Alright, folks. Give me a season, and you'll have your brand new improved general store. A season? Don't worry, Mom. All you can stay at my place. Well, I think you could speed things up if I had a little assistance. How about it, not a mimic? We'll get this done in an impossibly short time. Let's get to it. I'm gonna help too. No, Del. It's just the same building, but, like, not worn out. Look at that mess. Time to show off the family's famous sweeping technique. Okay. Wow. It's so beautiful. They just hit the walls with hammers. Do they even know how to build? Hey, I mean, it works every time, so. Everyone, thank you for... This is a turning point for Mistria. You took the words out of my mouth. Glad we all got to be part of it. Is it too late for me to be a carpenter? It seems like you could turn a hand at pretty much anything, not a mimic. Alright, family, let's get those shelves stocked. Give me the bigger bag. Give me the bigger bag. A seed maker grinds up a crop or forageable and turns it into seeds. Use the scroll to unlock crafting recipes with a fall crop sign furnish. Oh, I see. So you can, like, label it. Okay, that's fair. Oh, yeah, bigger bag. I was figuring it was going to be like once you did that, they weren't going to do another one. That's the important thing. Everything else, secondary. But now we got C. I'm assuming that's the maximum size your inventory gets. Oh, wait. What was that? Oh, I have no energy. Whatever it is, I don't get to have it. Alright, so let's run over here to the museum because I got stuff to drop off there. Okay, found 3 of the title cavern forageables. We found an buried artifact. And the gemstones a Mistria set. Alright, cool, so let's head back. I've got lots of essence at this stage that we could definitely use for something. I just don't have the energy to hang around to do it. Right. Oh, I know we want to. There was the thing we were able to get where we can make legendary bugs show up more often. Are you the bug we're missing? This is gonna be an incredible waste. It was not. It had to be checked. You feel compelled to talk to Calderas Extension. The general store in town has been upgraded. Excellent work. In helping others, you also help yourself. Right. So with the blacksmithing, we don't have anything new we care about. With the recipes, we almost... Oh, actually, it was 60. Fairy cooking. Cooking a 4-star dish and above will occasionally result in the fairy infusion bonus, which will grant a one-time revival buff when consumed. Espresso yourself. An at-home espresso machine can be bought from Darcy. So then I assume I would use that with the caffeine crimes, with the speed cooking thing, and proceed to break stuff. So with the farming though, I want to get the perfect pollinator so legendary bugs show up more often, and magic design. Giant essence stones are now craftable and can power a statue for 40 days. I don't know what that means, so I'm going to grab that too. And then for the fishing... Get the double drop rate. Archaeology, we're already good on. We haven't done, like, any wood crafting to speak of. Breaking a rock sometimes will give you an extra piece of stone. There, we did all the carpentry stuff. Alright. An essence stone charges a charges a magic tool for 40 days. So it's stone and whatever that other item... Oh, it takes 200 essence. Right, so... Okay. So basically, I can use 200 essence and 80 stone to make that thing, which charges a statue, whatever that means. Meanwhile, I did use my mana so it's at least put what we can to use. So we're going to get a mixed set of items. Because I got one rare and one common. Okay. A jewel bug. Alright, well that's at least a new one. Okay, so you are uncommon. Let's get rid of you and drop you in there. Or at least moving up. And I need to go sleep because we're right about to pass out. Don't pass out. Okay, we're passing out. Alright. So we got 200-something renown today. We donated a bunch of museums, so we're going to jump this up a bunch. And they know how to reward me, which is hard cash. We have whatever that is. Okay. Okay, so tomorrow is a rainy day. Nanamik, I'm excited to share that we have a new thing called a seed maker in stock. You can use it to convert harvested crops into certain plants into seeds. I thought I'd write you personally since I bet it'd be helpful for your farm. Why not stop by the general store and take a look? Deep sea soup. Hey Nanamik, I noticed you donated a Jade Deluce to the museum. It reminded me of a recipe from a cookbook I saw. You'll need a few more ingredients, but it's super healthy and tastes really good. Just, ignore how green it is. That's how you know you made it right. I promise. Alright, so drop you all back in here. Drop you two in here. Keep that one good for me. Alright. Hey, Soul. Master Chef reached level 60 cooking. Hey, Soul, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Alright, and all that. Can we get a shout out for Soul? I do appreciate it. You feel compelled to talk to the statue. You have seen a mushroom monster in the mine that defends itself against your attacks. You'll need to strike decisively at the moment before attacking you to disarm it. But check out Soulspire, also playing Fields of Mistria. So if you've been enjoying this game, you can also check it out over there. Yep, no, it's, you know, I've been playing RimWorld and Project Zomboid. I was like, okay, you know, I want to get some more games going on the channel, not just be down to the one or two. So, decided to do another stream of this one. I've been enjoying it. I just noticed that heart turned blue. It will be the most vulnerable then. Of course, knocking them over with a jump attack may work as well. Alright. Not much to do there. Alright, so we've got all you sorted out. We can go ahead and plunk you down. Plunk you down. Drop the corn in. Kill the rhinoceros beetle. Alright, you have a good dinner. Again, thank you so much for the raid. For the raiders popping in, welcome in. I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project, Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I do play a whole variety of games. And today we're playing some Fields of Mistria, which I've been very much enjoying. It's very Stardew Valley-esque, but like a little bit more like whimsical, a little bit more like magical kind of thing. It definitely feels like there's probably a lot more in here than I realized. Considering it's like, okay, we're getting through these mines real fast and all that. And then they're referencing all sorts of stuff that I have no idea about at all. So that's a good thing. Alright, so we can drop off the tomato. Oh, that's right. Cool. So I got all that. And we're basically completely spent on energy. So we can go here and abuse other things in the game. We can make 2 instances of this. And then use the rest to make grilled corn. All right. That's fine. Okay, and we can sell the rest of this. Cool. We got a bunch more essence and all that. You'll be curious to see what the powering a statue for 40 days or whatever it is. Same for like the powering a tool. Alright, so we basically have no energy left, so we'll go ahead and drop by, do this stuff. You would like tomato soup. Dragon Prista's Fountain. Okay. Don't know a thing about that. So we're still missing 1 bug for the summer. And I'm missing, I believe, 1 ocean and 1 pond fish. Is it a bed bug? Nope, otherwise we'd definitely be good. We got plenty of those. Alright, so let's pop in here, use the bath to restore ourselves. And Doze here is just the most fabulous puppy. Everyone knows this is the reason why her bed, or her bath company is so successful. It's like, it's nothing to do with Juniper. She's fine, there's nothing wrong with her. But Dozy there is just too adorable. To refuse Dozy is to refuse oneself. Just casually catch a legendary bug, it'll be fine. Okay. So we're only missing 1 rare insect. Elsie wouldn't happen to be over here, would she? Nah, that's fine. Alright, well, we got a full tank of gas so far as our energy goes. And I'm gonna choose to spend it in the mine, I think. Okay. Iron Hound, breaking an iron node will occasionally give you extra iron. True Blue, breaking a sapphire node will occasionally give you an extra sapphire. Treasure chests will become more likely in the mine. Mine time, movement speed will be increased for 10 seconds when you first enter a floor. Alright, so definitely taking treasured for the first one. The extra iron would be nice and all, but I could just buy that. Come on. Sapphire Beta. A sea scarab. Tidal Caverns insect. It's pretty carapace. Looks like the sea on a sunny day. All right. That's, I figure, it's like, there's probably a treasure chest in here. Verdigris boots. Okay. So I got the stairwell. Let's keep going down. Alright. But first, we were using our regular crap boots. Now I've got some legit good boots. All right. Okay. I forgot that we have I guess goodbye, slime. All right. So one more floor. Yeah, and one more. You made me scare the fish away. You're a big jerk, you know that? Alright. Okay, so we finally filled up our inventory. We can go through here. We got a recipe we can read. Cherry smoothie. We got an archer fish. Okay. Being a little wasteful, but that's fine. Okay, so let's see here. So I've already got transparent jellyfish. I have some oil. We've already done the brown bullhead, so let me go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. So that gives me extra sapphires. I don't really care about that. Iron Hound would actually be nice for a short... Well, I don't even know if I need that. The move faster on area 4, that one's a definite. The combat one, in a couple levels, will get more. But let's drop by the museum. Hello, are you new? You are not. Okay, we got some more of those. And I also forgot to identify my artifacts. We got a tide stone, an uncommon artifact. This chunk of stone appears to grow and shrink slightly along with the tides. A crab statue, a rare artifact. This delicately crafted statue almost seems alive. Alright. So we got some artifacts in here. So that'll help with the town rank pretty well. And I got a bunch of stuff to drop off at home. Yeah, so we're used our man all stuff. It needs to be golden. Yup. But we did use our spell to give ourselves a bunch of stamina that's going to waste because we're running home now. But as well as things like right about to get to the next floor and I was out of energy and not really I think I could use to get more energy. It's like, okay, we'll just do that. There's another bee for you. Oh, we got the snail. Let's go in here and remove an uncommon. We can drop a legendary in there. Those are all uncommons. All right. Cool. Part of me was hoping I would like find another like particularly hard to find buggo around here. Alright. That's plenty. And we go to sleep. Alright. So So with that said, I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, and I am back. Alright, so we did get a decent amount of renown. Another 100 and something. So one more level, and then we hit, I'm assuming it's Iron Rank, because that's what we have a thing being like, get Iron Rank. A legendary fish is nearby. Excuse me? Excuse me? A legendary fish is nearby. Like you're just gonna say that and no additional information. A veggie sandwich. Alright, so let's quickly pop over here. That takes 0 time for me to do that. Okay, and we can drop the 1 corn there. One is an easy way, so I'm going to go ahead and run over here. You feel compelled to talk to the Caldarsa statue. This storm moved in overnight, not a mimic, and it seems to be getting stronger. It may be best to spend the day indoors. So I'm just running along here. Anything pops out to me. Otherwise, I think what we're going to do is we're going to run to the ocean. Get out of my way. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the ocean. And we're going to start fishing because we can go for the ocean fish we're missing. And then, as far as, like, looking for legendary fish, you know, neither here nor there nor anywhere. Like, we don't have any farther hints of, like, oh yeah, there's a legendary fish in the ocean. Make sure you go get it. Or, like, have you looked at the end of the pier? There's something big down there. Yes, those are out way too far for me to fish. Come on. Yeah, so we've only got the 2 islands over there to the left. Okay. There, so it has to be like right on it or it doesn't count. Emerald, a shining green gem. Can be sold or gifted. Okay, so let's get down here to the island over here. Wait, what? Oh, I'm too far that way. Okay. So we got another box to open. All right. I can't remember if we found a way up there last time. No. It implies there'll be a bridge or something here at some point. Alright, and when we run out of stamina, we're going to go over to the bath. We're going to do that, and then we're going to start hitting the ponds. Okay. Yeah, so I think what'll happen is we'll build a bridge there at some point. Do one last pass over here, because we missed a bunch of fish over here, but they just weren't by the shore at the time. Okay, nothing over there. Okay. Found the legendary fish. It told me there was a legendary fish near. So we checked at the farm very briefly, and then we ran over to the ocean. Mostly because I know I'm missing a fish here. But no luck there, so I'm going to run over here. I'm going to drop off the stuff at the farm. We're going to go to the bathhouse, and then we're going to switch over to the ponds. Because that being the one and only hint we got, it's not much to go on. Alright. Let's see. At some point I really need to go through and clean this out. Alright, let's... It's probably a waste. We're gonna go to the bathhouse real fast. They're just gonna hit up the ponds. I'm assuming that means it's a legendary fish. It only shows up certain days. Alright. We're taking the bath real fast. It makes me curious. Because that'd be an interesting mechanic, is if, she got to know you, that fish you were missing, you could do kind of the same thing where, like, get a hint. Alright. Yeah, usually these games will have some means of, like, sussing out legendary fish. Like, that's definitely one where it's like, hey man, there is a legendary fish. Gets it going. But there's a lot of area to cover. Alright, we're getting really low on time. This will have to be the last time. I'm already pushing my luck way too hard. So, we got a bunch of fishing levels. We did not find a legendary fish or anything like that. Alright. Alright. And just doing cleanup. And just go to sleep. So sadly, we did not find the legendary fish. Because the beginning of the day is like, there's a legendary fish near. Alright. So yeah, a bunch of people at the inn on the evening. No biggie. They're starting to get to the later end of the month. They're starting to worry about, like, actually getting the last fish or whatever. Repair the beach bridge. Not a mimic. Could you meet Adeline and me at the bridge? The general store is getting spruced up. Got me thinking about there's plenty of other places Mistria could use some shining. So meet you at the beach. Oh, right. That's what they want. Common fish bait. While facing the water to summon a common fish shadow. You can also be used in the bait at the trap. Alright. That's good, because all that's over there. Gazpacho? Alright. Fish tacos. Alright. Cool, so you can drop all that off. Put 5 of those back and we'll sell these. Let's drop off a bunch of this food. So we got gazpacho, seafood boil, fish tacos, summer salad, vegetable soup, grilled corn, and then we can chuck all those there. I'm gonna end up needing to make the same. I'm gonna end up needing to make the more crates and all that so I can put stuff in there. Alright. It is interesting how, in this game, because of the thing where you can get extra seeds by watering with one of your perks, for a lot of games, like the watering, you get really tired of doing it very quickly, because it feels, you know, like you're just a chore you're doing. Because you kind of get that every once in a while, like a little extra something. It definitely doesn't seem to be, like, hitting in that same way. Alright, so we've hit 50 on farming. Yeah, so I thought it said 2 common fish bait, either way. Alright, so we got the common fish bait. We'll probably want to go ahead and use that in the fish trap. You feel compelled to talk to Calderas. Residents of the town seem quite welcoming. I would like to meet them myself one day, so that I might eat them. The friendliest ones are the most tasty. So treasure trove, you can no longer catch wooden box and you'll typically get more. Fish schools contain additional fish. We got all these things about getting other hearts and all that. There are things we kind of slept on. That's fine. Alright, so let's go to the beach first. We can go to the beach, we can get whatever the quest demands. It's probably going to be a bunch more wood and stone and all that all over again. And then a bunch of money. Left kidney. We still haven't found that last bug. Hey, not a mimic. Beautiful out here, isn't it? There's a lot of love here in Mistria, but I personally think nothing beats our beach. You picked the perfect spot to build a house, Taratha. Funny thing, though. It's even nicer on that little island to the west here. I remember, before the earthquake destroyed the bridge, it was a great spot for fishing and foraging. Also, it's really pretty. I sometimes take my boat past there. It still has a lot of those things. So, I thought, why not share it again with the rest of town? What do you think, not a mimic? More beach sounds like a win to me. Kind of like passive-aggressively. Well, I do have some experience with bridges. That's true. I'll set a donation box. 300 wood, 150 stone, and 50 fiber will do. I'll work with Reese on some blueprints. Okay, we're gonna burn our little bit of stamina here. Because then we can drop off at the museum for the artifact, go to the bathhouse, do that whole thing. Well, that was quick. An Alda gem bracelet. A legendary artifact. Non-local gems suggest Alda had trading partners across the sea. So we're gonna go over here. The fish trap currently has bait in it. Check back tomorrow to see what you've caught. Alright. If we put all that effort into it, and it just gives me like a regular common fish, that'll be my information to maybe not bother until we get like really good bait. Yeah, so it's fiber, stone, and wood. Mysteriously looking statue. There are shiny beads glinting from under the container. The bottom of the container, whatever. I'm curious what the really giant fish is here. Because I remember getting a really giant ocean fish this season. Grouper. A rare giant ocean... Well, there we go. All I had to do is give up for the day. For the record, I've actually gotten to go scuba diving with Goliath Grouper. It is pretty cool. Also mildly terrifying, because those things are the size of, like, a Volkswagen Beetle. And you're like, that's a big fish. It's a real big fish. Alright, and... with that, the ocean fish are done. And that leaves, for us for the season, 1 pond fish and 1 summer insect. I wonder, because we haven't looked at this too much. Okay, so you can't see anything here. Yeah, it looks like the insect looks like some kind of beetle. I'm so thrilled Mysteria's farm initiative worked out. Oh yes, and so well too. That not a mimic is something special, don't you think? I never would have guessed he'd be so proactive. He's so reliable. We got really lucky. There's nothing quite like a little gossip to intrigue the day. Alright, so we can learn about people. Sure, we'll learn about the doctor. The doctor likes rosemary garlic noodles. Fair enough. I mean, that... I could get down with some rosemary noodles and all that stuff. Your path awaits. I, however, do not. So make up your mind or leave already. You know... you didn't need to be mean about it. Wait. That's... okay. Thanks. Well, I tried. Alright. We can have Dozy wishing you a pleasant day. How's my inventory? Alright, so what I might do here is, because we have just 1 fish left in the ponds, take a pass at these ponds, because I'm honestly starting to wonder, like, how much a lot of the stuff plays in, like, weather and all that. Because, like, you know, Stardew and Coral Island, a whole bunch of that's, like, a big thing that you literally cannot catch fish if you don't have, like, the right conditions. But it seems to loosely be implying that that might only apply for, like, the legendary fish. Legendary honey. Okay, I see how it is. Oh, also, look at our animals, you. If I can have you collect forageables instead. Because you give me like 2 wood a day. It's really nothing. Like, the effort is appreciated, but better suited elsewhere. Yeah, so of the bees, we've got a rare bee, an uncommon bee, a common bee, and an uncommon bee. So over time, we're going to want to slowly shift them up to better. I'll deal with that later. Alright, so let's make our way to the pond. Because then maybe we can get the last fish for this season. Because once that's done, I don't have to worry about any of that crap. Still have no clue where to check for the bug. Because we have been cutting down a lot of trees and cutting grass and all that just in what we're doing. But yeah, so we'll check the fish here. Then I'm gonna go chop down trees in the property. See if I can't suss anything out. Alright. I know we're good in stone. We're getting plenty of stone. Yes, let's go chop down some trees and all that. Got a bunch of bushes and all that. Yeah, no, it definitely makes me miss the computer from Coral Island, where it's a pretty late in the game thing you can get, but you get a computer that it'll be like, okay, you can find these bugs in these areas. There we go. Must be for lobster roll. Okay. It's almost midnight. Alright. So I really don't see many bugs popping out. Like, once in a while I'll get a grasshopper. Okay. That was it. Cicada. So that imply all we're missing now is the one pondfish. So you drop the wood and all that. So the wood is at 250 and we need 300. Drop this off. And it's considered a common insect. And it comes from trees. So what I'm going to do is we're going to leave that alone. We're going to wake up in the morning. We're going to see if we can't make a stone box. Because my inventory is full. Alright, so a lot of reputation and all that stuff. Okay, so he moved up a large town rank. So we're now at iron. And that'll increase our max stamina. And each time we've gone up one of those, they've opened up new projects for us to do. Iron Star. Not a myth. Congratulations. Mistria has reached Iron Star town rank. What a proud day for Mistria. Mother sent an overnight letter to share the news herself. And of course, the capital once again included a reward to mark the occasion. Alright. So let's see. If we want a box, I have to have... Alright. So if we want to make a box, I gotta make other things, because I'm not capable of making the box. Never mind. What's gonna happen instead is we're gonna look through this stuff. Let's grab that horn. Drop off the fiber for a minute. So you're coming with me for quest things. Drop you off. Grab the emerald, drop that off. So all is plants and everything, so we can leave that the way it is. You're just gonna jump in there real quick. You get out of here. Alright, so before we get too caught up in all that, get all these all picked up and sorted. And we'll deal with this. Alright. So, once we get everything planted, or not planted, watered, what I should do is see if I can't get the last of the wood for the bridge over on the beach done. Because a bunch of stuff's going to happen there. I'm also going to want to check for any of the quests that I can get the items for to run to town and give them to everyone today. Alright, up. We're honestly getting to the point I shouldn't be planting these anymore because we're going to run out of time for the season. Okay. So, that's going to the museum. Those two are going to people. So you request 2 iron ore. You want iron armor, I can't help you right now. Can't help you, don't know, don't know, can't, nope. Wood fencing 5 we could probably do. Wood fencing 5 and the hay bale. We got those two. Do I have the other flower? No. So, honestly... There's our wood fencing 5. Okay. I did, but I don't have salt. You feel compelled to talk to Keldars. Have you encountered a mimic treasure chest in the mines that only bites if you attack first? How curious. Have you considered throwing a gift to Chew instead? Alright. Interesting. I haven't considered not using violence. That is an intriguing prospect. Not using violence. I don't know, that feels weird for some reason. Just we're gonna use the last of our stamina here. See if we can't get enough wood to get the beach stuff done right away. Okay. So I can go here, drop this off. What did I just have that I took out of my inventory? It was these. Alright. Drop you off. Okay. So checking on the wood. I'm 3 wood short, so I'm going to bring the wood, bring the stone, bring the fiber with us. Because then what I can do is we can run up here, do the stuff in town, use the bath, grab the couple units of wood I need, and it'll just be good. Okay. So, who are we going to check out? That's Dell? Mr. March said if I could bring him iron, he'd make me a sword. I've been saving my allowance forever to post this. Where are you at? Not a mimic, you're the best. The legend of Dell, the adventure begins now. It's a cautionary tale. Alright, you wanted the fence. Is that the wooden fence I asked for? Henrietta should approve the construction is sturdy. Thank you, not a mimic. Alright. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid! I really do appreciate that, and I hope you've had a good stream. Helicopter incoming, where you're doing some Project Zomboid and all that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out real fast. For those who don't know, Italic's an absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Been doing some Project Zomboid, 16 times pop, all that kind of good stuff, so I hope that's been going good for you. My run ended. It ended pretty deep in the underground military bases, clearing the bottom of it, and I had a game crash. So the zombies survived above me. Or the zombies, like, when I reloaded because of world states behind you, I had zombies above me and below me in the endless stairwell that's the military place. And so, yeah. You just survived the quietest heli in your career. Found a weirdly low density area to troll. Yeah, no, you can have those ones where you just go in the middle of nowhere and just, like, Any zombies? Death to a game crash would definitely have you rage quit. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't rage quit. I think in the 4,000 something hours I've gotten Product Zombie, I think I've only had 2 deaths where I was like, no, this was the game. This wasn't me. This was the game. And that one was. Because it was like, there was like 80 or 100 zombies at the top. And I only realized it because I was fighting in the bottom, and a zombie came down the stairs to me. I'm like, there shouldn't be any zombies above me anymore. And I went to check, and I just heard like the horde up top. It just tried to shove my way through. At that point, I was getting pinched. It happens. It's whatever. But yeah, so again, check out the talks. Plays a lot of similar games to what we played. Been doing Product Zomboid, does RimWorld, does a whole bunch of stuff. Vintage Story. Wait, that's right. Do I have that right? Everything blurs together. But plays a lot of similar games to what we play. That's the important thing. So if you like the content here, you're going to probably like it over there and all kind of good stuff. Yeah, no, you did it. You did Vintage Story. I think you were doing permadeath, if I remember correctly. I think that was right. And I was like, you know, you're a mad lad because that game can be just not fair. But yeah, so again, absolutely check out Talks. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch, including games like Product Zomboid and RimWorld and Vintage Story and all that stuff. Yeah, Vintage Story is really fun. Looking forward to playing again with the combat update. Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing. I played with their last like big update, and I've been kind of waiting for the combat update as well. But yeah, like we got a RimWorld run going. But I'm playing a lot of RimWorld and Product Zomboid like the last couple weeks, so I was like, you know what? Fields of Mistria went 1.0 this week. Let's do some more of that. I played right when it dropped, and I'm gonna, you know, I picked up where I left off. Looks like we're gonna have a lot of stuff coming out really soon, or like getting major updates. Like a lot of stuff's coming around in the next couple weeks, and I'm looking for that. But yeah, the thing. Halcyon Vision Story, when? I mean, so of the people in Halcyon Frequency, so like I've played Vintage Story. I'm pretty sure Arch has played Vintage Story. Belinar might have played Vintage Story. I'm pretty sure Wojess and Alana and them have not. And I know Drongo hasn't. But I'd be down for doing a Halcyon Frequency Vintage Story server. I'm not sure how many people would jump on it. Vintage Story, especially when you're new, can be pretty slow to figure out. Like, it's got like the whole thing to read through, but it is not a fast thing. Bell has, he's gone to Seal. Okay, so he's basically been endgame. Yeah. Cool. I figured he would have, because it did sound like something right up his wheelhouse. I don't get to catch much of Bell's stuff, just stream schedule things. But yeah, so we're playing Fields of Mistria. We just hit Iron Rank a second ago. For those not familiar with this game, it's very Stardew Valley-esque. A little bit more whimsical and a little bit more like magical. So it has like a little bit more of a direction to the story and all that. But same basic premise. It does have a lot of things that differentiates like the character progression and the game progression. This one you have a town rank kind of style thing. So if you've ever seen Coral Island, it's similar in the overall progression, but very mechanically different on how it works to get those town ranks. You can literally just sit there and sell things, and you will eventually finish the game with the town rank side of things. But as far as like your character progression, there's kind of 2 mechanics that go on there. You've got your typical, you hit things with axes, and you get better at hitting things with axes. So far as like you level up, but that really doesn't do anything in itself. What happens is everything you do, you get this purple currency called Essence that you can then spend to get like talents. And they can be pretty busted. So like right now, every time I water a crop, I have a chance of getting an extra seed. And every time I harvest a crop, I have a chance of getting a, you know, cooked meal that's made with that crop. And then on top of that, every time I cook something, I have a chance of getting the ingredients back, and I have a chance of getting double my output. So I'm kind of just stacking a whole bunch of things that can duplicate, so that like everything I do, I get my crops and I cook them to just roll as many dice as I can to just get more. And I'm sure there are many other broken ways of dealing with things, but I haven't got into that. Right, so I was trying to get more of these things to people. Let's see. So Holt wanted the monster horn. I don't really remember. Is that Holt? There you go. So, this is a monster horde. Thank you, Not a Mimic. I hope it wasn't too much trouble to find. Just looking at this thing in my fingers gets itchy to start carving it. Alright, we got some chicken eggs. Oh, right, we also need to find Luck. Because he wanted me to get a water strider. I do appreciate this game has this thing that happens every, like, Saturday and Friday where everyone in town comes around. So it's really convenient for, like, all your, like, quests and everything. You can just be like, okay, it's town day. But where's Luck? Because they're usually all here. But yeah, so it is a convenient thing that they don't have, like, the really... Oh, there you are.
Wow, Not a Mimic. You must have amazing reflexes. Reina helped me make this grilled cheese. I want you to have it for your hard work.
A crispy grilled sandwich full of cheese. I'm down. Alright, so we're gonna take a bath because we're completely out of stamina. Dozy tilts his head. It clearly wants to know if you're here for a bath. Yes, I'll pay the money. Dozy wags his tail furiously. But yeah, so where we're at right now is we're in the summer, we're coming up towards the end. I've got one fish for the season I haven't caught, and I've got one bug for the season I haven't caught. You can tell that Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. So we want to get those done, because obviously if the season changes and they're not out of season. The pup Eland. He certainly has a penchant for asking questions, doesn't he? I don't mind helping him with translation now and then, but he better not push it. Oh hey, that was enough to get her to like me more. So yeah, so I'm looking for... There's a pond fish I'm missing. Oh no, we got the bug, that's right. I'm just missing the pond fish. Yes, we got the bug. So if we can get this pond fish, then I don't have any more fishing to do for the season and all that. Interesting. Stardew Valley felt very stressful. You've been wanting to try this, though. The Stardew Valley can be stressful in, like, pressure that you put on yourself. So, like, Stardew Valley has a lot of different things you can be doing at any point, like whether you could be pushing the mine or working on your farm or whatever. And for some people, that can become very stressful, where it's kind of like, not a decision paralysis or whatever, but they're trying to do all the things at once, and it can just be kind of overwhelming. It can be kind of difficult to be like, okay, I'm going to work on this thing. Yeah, but it is 100% self-inflicted. It's one of the things when I have someone who's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try Stardew Valley for the first time. It's like, okay, like, there's more things to do at any given time than you can. Pick one of them and work on it. Like, don't try and do all the things. You'll just drive yourself up the wall. Yeah, so we got one pond fish that we're missing. And if we can get that done, I can be done with the fishing. And then we'd probably work on the mine more. There you go. You never had an issue that ended up focusing on one thing at a time? The worst you could do is get bundles in the community center. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, is a lot of people that put the pressure on, it's like, no, I have to finish this by year 2. Like, I just have to finish it by year 2. And you can certainly do that if you want. Like, I've not had problems with that myself. But it can be a thing where, you know, you're sitting there, you've got, like, the one fish you need to catch during the rainy season, and the season's almost, or not during the rainy season, during the season, and the season's almost over. You've got like that one rain day, and you're just kind of stressing out about it. Because you're like, oh, if I don't get this, I gotta play through the game for an entire extra year to get another shot at getting the thing. Which, granted, these days is a lot of wiggle room around a lot of that stuff. But especially when the game first came out, there wasn't nearly as much. Gonna find they tend to the game to be chill and tons of people try to speedrun stuff. That's not unusual. You could have a game, like, there are games that they're designed to be as relaxing as possible, and people will just try to escalate the challenge of it in any way they can. We can drop a bunch of stuff off. Okay. So I need to... Oh, that's right. Oh, right. I completely forgot what I was doing. Okay. So I need to get a little bit more wood real fast, because we have a bridge to repair. Celebrating your 1-year anniversary? Congratulations! And again, thank you so much for doing that for the whole year. Means a whole lot. Also, if we can get a shout out for Treacle, I'd much appreciated as well. Because Treacle's another fantastic content creator on the platform who I highly recommend checking out. Also plays like a lot of RimWorld, has been doing some Hotel Architect and a bunch of stuff like that. So if any of that sounds good, you should check that out as well. I can go ahead and get that here in a second. There we go. Luxo's already got. Thank you. Yeah, plays a lot of RimWorld, a lot of that stuff, so if you're looking for any of that, you can find it there. We still are missing a beach bug, but it could be, one from later. Cool, so we got all that. So I need to find Adeline, so that she can send people to build that bridge. We got new shoes. So the bridge... Oh, I gotta bring it to her, not Adeline. Take a shirt? Thank you. So, you're gonna be up here. Because we don't want to miss the fishing lady. Well, I don't think any of them cut through my yard. So let's go up and assume that she's going to go that way. Okay. Okay, so they're all still in town from the looks of it. Alright, so I don't have the inventory space. Like, one of the art quality lights is that they have a lost and found in town. That they actually will go through and stuff you leave on the ground, they will bring the lost and found on Monday. So items aren't just, like, deleted and all that. Which is pretty cool. Alright. Hey, Army of Stars. Can we get a shout out for Army of Stars? The freshly and recently partnered Army of Stars. Getting that fantastic check mark. So, congratulations so much and all that kind of stuff and all that good stuff. Another fantastic content creator on the platform who you should definitely check out and all that good stuff. But that's only been like the last day or two, I think. Wait, actually, I think it was like yesterday or something like that. But another fantastic content creator, lots of fun, fun content all over that. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Has a really cool, like, space bar vibe going on. Nice thing about retiring is you can stay up as late as you want. I don't
She didn't sneak past me, right? Maybe... Okay. How's Fields of Mistria? You've seen some folks playing, it seems neat. It's been good. Like, it's got a lot of cool stuff going for it. It's a very similar game to Stardew Valley. Like, there's a lot of nice quality of life things they've done to the game, though. Like, one thing you'll probably notice is our walk speed is just much faster than a lot of these other games. Are they in, like, the dining room? Where is everybody? Oh, it's not the right person. Well, a nightcap won't hurt. I think you're gonna like this one, not a mimic. Alright, so we can suss out people about different people in the world. Sure, the fashion guy. So the fashion guy likes the Essence Blossom as a gift. Cool. You have to give it a look? Yeah, no, it's just got a lot of little cool niceties. Like, for that one, you can certainly still do the thing where you gift items to people, and they'll be like, oh, they liked it, they didn't like it, whatever. But it's also, you can go and you have, like, that lady who gossips. Was that a magma? There we go. And I know we threw it on the ground, it's fine. I can get it later. But, I forgot to go by the museum and drop off the bug. We gotta get home by 2 p.m. The good news is, like, while this one still has the time thing in it, it's really not the same pressure as a lot of them. That's a rare one. Alright, let's... It's not the same as, like, a lot of the other games, because, like, all you lose for staying up too late, is your character will, like, sleep in a little bit. Which can be a little annoying. It's definitely not the most efficient, so get you out of here. Put the rare bee in there. We've got to level up our... Thank you. We've got to level up our, woodworking so we can make another chest. Because it's becoming a genuine problem now. Alright. So we got ourselves very little money and a bunch of renown. We did rank up the town just a little bit. So it's like every 10 ranks, roughly, takes you to the next tier or whatever, which is where the unlocks kind of happen. Alright, so we can drop off the fish. And that needs to go there. We can drop all the rest of this off. Alright. Yeah, so you'll notice all sorts of like weird things happening. I've got one perk that every so often when I harvest something, I'll get 5% of its value just like straight up as cash right then in that moment. I also have stuff where we get a bunch of our stats from it. Let's go ahead. I'll keep 5 of the tomatoes there. The rest can go away. I've got to manage that. I've got a thing where it gives me, like, the meals pre-cooked, so there's, like, a seafood boil, which is a very valuable meal. And as I start watering, you'll start seeing, like, seeds pop out of things. And these are all just, like, all sorts of these cool upgrades you can lean into. It definitely feels like, however you choose to play the game, you're going to get rewarded with stuff that you can start stacking and doing nonsense with. So, like, if you're mining, you'll have it where, like, you can destroy rocks next to the rock you're mining, get extra loot out of the stuff. So it does seem like it will do a good job of kind of letting you play how you like and still get a lot of benefit from it, versus like a lot of these games you run into the problem where there's just like no balance there. And so you just kind of, you know, run up, do the thing that makes you the money.
Alright, so how long does it say you grow? 5 days to grow, harvest on 3. I'll plant it. I shouldn't. It's not going to make its money's worth. Because we're getting close to end of season. Yeah, so that's what all those seeds are coming from. Alright, so that's even more exacerbating our problem. So, we're going to need to deal with that. The one thing I can do is we're going to abuse this even more. Which is I've got 90 corn. So if we take the corn, it's worth 125, and we're going to cook it to make it 135. And you might be like, is it really worth doing that? But that's not all. Every time we cook, we have a chance of duplicating our recipe, which would instantly give us even more money. And we get our ingredients back sometimes. So we should have gotten 90 total, but we're not done yet. So we're duplicating our duplications. Okay, so that time we only did one round of duplications. So I was supposed to get 90 of these, and instead I got 104. We'll chuck that in there. There's the grilled cheese. And I've got a box here, or chest or whatever. And the chest gave me sugar that I don't have a box for. Okay, so I need to do something here. What's restorative corn? I have a perk that makes anything I cook have a chance of giving me a, recover stamina over time effect. And so the restorative corn is corn that has that effect on it. Okay, so I can do here to get ourselves some stats. Let's do this, because I've not done any of this whole time, and I want to get to a level 4, because that should let me make a box. Almost perfect. Okay. So with that, what I want to do is make these boxes, which are just some more wood. Okay, so I see this is one that we would want to get a couple different styles of that block so it's not quite as repetitive. Alright, so let's go ahead and quickly chop down some of this wood. Another thing I appreciate is, like when you're playing games like Stardew Valley, when you hit 0 stamina, your character just instantly passes out. Well, I mean, like, almost instantly passes out. This one, what happens is your character just can't do things. So we can make a bunch of basic wood chests. Let's go with the purple and orange. Alright, Lexra, you take it easy. Okay, so to help improve our stuff here, let's get some of these raw materials out of here. That'll probably do for now. Okay. Cool. And that gives me room to go over here and then drop you in. Oh, and that's also going to sell the basil. Alright. And we can drop the eggs in there as well. We found a Caldosonian sword, an uncommon artifact, Imperial Officer's Sword from the early days of the Caldosian Empire. Cool, whatever any of that is. Alright. So, we don't have anything I necessarily want to grab right now. There's lots of good stuff, but I'm choosing to hold off on that. For the fishing, we can make it so we don't get wooden boxes ever. We can get extra fish out of schools. The cooking we got maxed. And you can get, like, you can literally cook where you have a chance of having a thing where if you eat it and you die, you just revive. We can get where we can get a, an espresso machine to get our stuff so we can get the, we can get a thing so we can run fast based on, like, multiple things here. Which feels like that would be a pretty broken thing to be able to, like, really rock it around. Right. And you don't have anything level 15. We already got stuff I want from you. We haven't done any ranching. So feeding frenzy. Hay and grass seed drop at double the amount when cutting grass. Animals that have been pet and fed for the day will receive an extra heart. Chickens and cow sometimes produce extra produce. And animals eat crops or been fed by hand or by grazing. They'll drop currency, let's see, they will drop the currency shiny beads. I don't know what shiny beads are as a currency. Archaeology is waiting up. So we got a bunch of stuff that's waiting. I'm going to sit on my points. My essence. Oh, you know what? We got the thing where I can make the essence shard that's supposed to be able to power a statue for 40 days. Which I have no idea what it's talking about. Then go over here. You would like a deluxe honey. And you would like me to... Juniper wants me to meet her at her bathhouse. Come get a free health tonic at Juniper's bathhouse. Clears your pores, freshens your breath. Side effects are minimal. Available while supplies last. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do science ourselves. So the last time we tried a recipe for Juniper, it knocked me down to just 1 health. And basically nearly killed me. Would this really help me get shredded, Juniper? More than shredded, if you can believe that, whatever shredded means. Wow. So, don't be shy. Hop in, hop to it. It's working. The power. It's coursing through me, I think. Do my muscles look any bigger? Colossal. I've outdone myself. The effects of the potion will fade with time, though. So, do come back if you ever feel so, you ever feel like you're oh so ordinary self again. You got it, Junie. I hope you can get the taste better next time. Ugh. How does the carrot flavored sound? Pretty good for some reason. Wow, I feel amazing. I can do 100 laps around town square. Bye, Juniper. Bye, not a mimic. Now you, come here. Not a mimic, the mysterious wanderer who came to Mistria. I was wondering when you'd catch me working on my little experiments. So tell me, what brings you here, adventurer? The health, so this is your like normal thing. For the record, we're trying to romance Juniper because of the different characters in the game. They've got the girl next door, she's fine, but like, so far we haven't gotten a lot of personality out of here. You've got the one who's like, she's some type of nobility that's running the place, and she's very like Boy Scoutish, which is fine, but like not super interesting. And then you got the cook, and the cook, like the cook at the end, and the cook's fine. Like she's actually a little bit of an interesting character. And then you got Juniper, who's just a wild card. So I have a feeling if you do like the whole like, you know, who gets the most romanced of all the characters, I'm imagining for the female characters, Juniper probably is like a massive outlier for just being the one. It's just a lot of these games, they try and have a kind of neutral characters that you can impress upon yourself what they are. And and that's what, like, the other 3 are, versus she actually has her own stuff. Like, she even has a laugh that they've got, like, her own audio track for and everything. And hey, Mayonnaise, thanks so much for the 7 stream streak. So one of these is not like the other. The health tonic from the message board? You're joking. You're joking, right? Arcane energies flow around you, not a mimic. But I see I've misunderstood their meaning. I thought you were someone like me, here to stake out your territory. But it's clear to me now you're hardly a threat. Allow me to explain in terms that even you can understand. I came to Mistria because the magic here is unique. It bears studying. The villagers being so pliable, that's been a nice bonus. They drink any concoction I get them. So, you're using the town folks to test your potions. You should leave them alone. Can't we all just get along? Oh, you're sweet, naive dear. I have a lovely idea. I promise to leave the poor, defenseless townfolk alone. If you take their place in becoming my guinea pig. I mean, I already offered to drink your potion. Yes, this could be the beginning of a beautiful relationship. I'm gonna get on board. Sounds fun. Fun? My. There are hidden depths to you, not a mimic. Well, I'm simply thrilled to reach an accord with you. Look at you. Protecting your fellow villagers. How admirable. How brave. How cute. I was waiting for her to, like... I was waiting for her to give you, like, a peck on the cheek, so it's, like, super mixed messagings. But yeah, like I said, they actually gave her own laugh and everything. I wanted to see the side effects of the medicine. Oh, I actually did need to come in there for a bath, though. So, while I did come in there because it told me to do that for the guinea pig thing. Once upon a time, I met Dev at the Royal Gala. No one told me he was a prince, or such a good kisser. Let me regale you with the latest gossip, not a mimic. Alright, so we can... Elise? If you're like, let me tell you the gossip, I'm gonna let you know what other people like. And then you're including yourself. Look, you can just make a gift list or something. She likes red wine. Fair enough. Please don't feel obligated to make small talk every time you see me. Even in a town as small as this, I'm sure you can find someone who will want to hear about your day that isn't me. Dozy tilts his head. It's good he wants to know if you're here for a bath. Yes, I am. Dozy wags his tail furiously. You can tell Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. Alright. So we need to find the fishing lady. I can't... I don't recognize... Yes, that's Elise. Okay, that's her. She's at the beach. Alright, so we're gonna run down to the beach. No, we're not. I'm lying. We're gonna go to the museum. We're gonna drop the crap I've been carrying on us forever. Then we're gonna go down to the beach. And, you know, basically give her a bunch of money and be like, fix the bridge. Alright. And we finished the summer insects collection. Got the beekeeper's boots. Alright, we still gotta catch the fish that's only available in the summer in the ponds. That's why I'm just gonna jet down here. Alright, so where are you at? Oh, she's going back into her place. There you are. Okay. Ready to start on the beach bridge? Great, let's grab Adeline and head to the build site. How are they going to the other side and building before it's made? Wow, you two. Stone pillars, wooden slats, rope to tie it all together. To replace if anything starts to wear out. And flexible enough to ride out through the earthquake. Time for the island exploration. I'll pass on the good word to the rest of town. Okay, so we couldn't access this before, and I also forgot... Alright. I also forgot we couldn't get a couple things here before. Sage seed, okay. We got sardine and water chestnuts out of that. That's pretty underwhelming. Okay, I mean, sure. I was kind of expecting a little bit more out of that, but it's fine. So, we got that done. So, now I can go ahead and run back up here, drop all this junk off, and we will want to head over to the ponds. Okay, disregard that for a moment. We found a mural of the Mistrian coast. What we're going to want to do instead of what I was going to say is drop off that artifact real fast. Then we will probably want to... Well, I've already lost track of everything. Cool, so we're only missing 2 more of there. Okay, so inventory-wise, we're relatively okay. Let's go, and we're going to try and hit these ponds to see if I can't get that last fish. Did we already get the pond fish? We did not get the pond fish, right? I'm pretty sure we didn't. Yeah, we're missing the summer pond fish, and that's the only fish we're missing for the summer. So let's get over here and see if we can't manage to make this summer pond fish done. And I'm sitting on a giant mountain of money because one thing I have found in this game is, like, if I'm running around trying to get these things done, I don't have the time to really spend the money. But it also could be that I found a pretty cheesy way to make a bunch of money so far as, like, double and triple dip. What the? A newt. I'm going to assume that Juniper wants the newt because she, like, special ordered them previously. So it looks like you might be down here. Oh, not a mimic. You shouldn't have. I can always use a fresh newt. Errol had me... Let's see. Errol had me in to consult the ancient stone lantern you donated. Don't worry your head about it. If he follows my advice, it'll keep that glow for another 1,000 years. Alright. So now we just want to get down farther on this tile. Because this is where most of the ponds are. Were there any ponds that So we have the ponds down there. We have that pond there. We don't have a pond on our tile. There's no ponds around here anywhere. Those I've never seen them have fish on. I don't think those are considered ponds. And we don't have access to the deep woods at all. Alright. I think it can just barely not reach that school of fish from this angle. I might be able to get it from the top angle. Okay, so there's one fish from ponds that we don't have. Come on. Give me something new. We're also pretty close to getting enough level to get more options for the, yeah, sushi platter recipe. To get more options for... Words are hard, chat. I've lost my thought. What's happened? Okay, so we're just trying to get that done. We got about an in-game week until the next season. Okay, so we got some up there, but none of the other sides. But yeah, we had the alert about the legendary fish that was approaching or like near, but we didn't manage to find it, unfortunately. Alright. Oh, right. We were going to get fishing up to 45, and we get to see our next options for potential skills to grab. And, you know, then there's lots of opportunities there, potentially. Okay. And then we really got to get home. So sadly, nothing new. We're just about out of energy. All right. Cool. So we got all that. We did get another seed. There's no time to grow any of those. In the meantime, let's grab you. So you have a legendary, a rare, an uncommon, and a rare. Let's take out the uncommon. Drop you in. Okay. Good dog. Alright. So pretty soon we'll probably get asked to do like another major project. Which is fine, that's kind of the whole point. As you can see, like, the items sold, we're getting like lots of renown just even from selling stuff. To be fair, we did sell almost 13,000 currency worth of corn. It does make you think, if you just said, like, to hell with the entire rest of everything in the game and just went all in on the farm, that you could feasibly just level things up that way. Alright, so tomorrow it's going to rain. Fish trap. Not a mimic. I've set up a fish trap at the pier across the beach bridge. If you've got fish bait to place it, it's a great spot to hunt down rare fish and other ocean oddities. The tides bring all sorts of things to that spot. Crown request. Not a mimic. Exciting news has arrived from the king. Now that Mistria has reached the Iron Star town rank, we'll be receiving weekly crown requests straight from the capital. Crown requests reserved for high-ranking towns, and each are worth a lot of renown. Be sure to visit the request board. I posted our first one. Okay, so you want me to bring you a sunflower, and the other one wants me to bring them a tomato. Okay, we got honey, and that's apparently a museum good. Interesting. Okay. I should probably get the skill that lets me harvest using my sword. To save my fingers. Okay. It is curious, with the fish bait and all that, that almost seems like you wouldn't just want to go and be like, alright, let me go ahead and get legendary. You'd want to get, like, a set for the legendary, a set for rare, a set for whatever. To try to best take advantage of as you can. Alright. Okay, so getting more of those. Your veggies are mixed. Yes. So we're gonna make a bunch more of our roast corn. And do it again. Alright. And drop all this off. Okay, we can drop you here. Oh, we should make sure the plant fiber's over there. That's another one I'd consider raw material for our purposes. Okay. Yeah, so you have it now where iron doesn't take me any time to process. And we can actually move up to silver. So I'm going to go ahead and make the silver watering can. Yeah, the one person wanted the iron armor. I'm not going to worry about that right now. So we can drop you off. And we're going to sell our iron watering can. Alright. So let's go over to where Tabitha, or whatever her name is, was over here. We can drop off the bait. But it seems like what we're going to definitely need to do is work on getting a bunch of the really good stuff. Alright, that's another artifact we can just sell because it's a duplicate. Alright. Oh, it's even farther over. There we go. So we can run on over here. And we can work our way back up over. We're not going to go and use Juniper's bath right away. I've still got this thing to boost my stamina up. Like another whole tier or whatever. Let's see. Oh, right, we want to go to the museum for the honey. Okay. Yeah, because we can drop the honey off in the museum, we can go to the dig site over here. Or we can just immediately find an artifact. A family crest pendant, an uncommon artifact, once widely adopted in Alderia. Pendants were given to family members who were leaving home for the first time. We got another Aldarian artifact. And the honey set. Ah. So they're gonna have like the different common levels of honey all as their own independent thing. That'll be a little annoying, but that's okay. I could definitely see eventually having multiple apiaries, one for like each tier. Okay, nothing else we care about here. All right. So none of the other stuff was needed by the museum. So we can just dash on over here. We still need to get this thing for the pond. So about all I could do is like keep trying to fish it and hope for the best. Let's also check on this request they mentioned. There's a good chance our request is going to be a non-insignificant thing. Crown request. Ship 30 crops of any kind. Request for tea. 30 crops of any time should be no problem, because I'm willing to bet I got like 50 or 60 tomatoes just sitting in that box so we can finish it literally in one day. Okay. That was dumb of me. It's fine. I don't know why I just assumed after like it had its third bite, I'd be like, okay, we're good. Alright. We can go ahead and get down here to where these ponds are. Because we got 6 days left of the season. I also noticed there hasn't been like a festival. I haven't looked at the calendar itself. Been scrambling around chasing things down this whole time. Okay, and so that's what I've been waiting for. It also permanently increased my my stamina henceforth. So I got that bonus as well. It seems like you get that like every time you do like one of the main ranks of the town. So instead of just like where it's 1, 2, 3, 4, but where it's like wood, bronze, whatever. Is that new? Hey, we got it. Alright, so no more fishing. To hell with the fishing. Get it out of here. Nobody wants it. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is drop this fish off in the museum, and then it's gonna be off to the mine. Because if we go and we start pushing the mine, we can start getting to whatever the next crop is. I think I'm just going to leave those in the Lost and Found for right now. Okay. My tea is almost gone, and it's nothing but honey. And while I like honey, I don't want the honey that bad. It's just, the ratio is very, it's just honey, by the way. Alright. Gave me a silver ingot. Oh, did you... Okay, yeah, nothing to do there yet. Alright, we'll pop down to level 30. Okay. It's gonna be pretty unlikely that I can manage to get through this. Before we're out of time, but just gonna full send it as hard as we can. Oh, I forgot we got the perk that's moving so fast. It's like 10% faster. Whatever. I was like, we are flying, and I don't understand. Right, we took a perk that literally that's what it does. Okay, we got some new equipment. We got a better ring. Let's get one of those forgeables. I did see the fish in the last level. I was like, oh, I probably should take the time to grab that fish. But I'm kind of in like, let's get to the next milestone area where I can, you know, get set up. Okay. A statue with an altar. Make an offering. Place 10 stone. Interesting. Aha, last second. Nice. Okay, we gain more levels, but we just beeline through that one. So that's another interesting thing, is that speed bonus seems to apply even after I leave. So what that speed bonus is for 10 full seconds after I go to a new floor, I get a massive boost in movement speed. Yeah, which feels like it's gonna be abusable. One of the other things we can also do is there was a thing where I'll be able to buy a an espresso machine, which presumably I'd be able to use to work on a, you know, to make like coffee that gives me a speed boost or whatever. Sell 30 crops? Yep, we're gonna do that. Gonna go right here to this box. And grab you. No. I was gonna put it down, took one look at that rug, it's like, no. No, I'm good. I don't need the giant fish rug. It's fine. Okay. So we got another 15,000, mostly from grilled corn. We get another 166 renown. So what'll end up happening is we'll have the town objective thing or whatever. So we can turn that in here. It's supposed to give me a lot of renown when I actually turn it in. Let's also check the calendar to see like when we have a festival, because usually these games will have 1 or 2 festivals every season. Okay, shooting star at the end of the month. Alright. Not a mimic. We've hit a stag for replenishing our food reserves. Can you meet with Hayden and Reyna at Hayden's farm? Adeline. Are you going to force me to start taking care of animals? I'll remind you that this is Not So Ethical Farms. Do you want to put living creatures subjected to the operations of Not So Ethical Farms? Because I feel like at that point, that's on you what happens to those animals. I've labeled what's happening here. Oh, we can make wild berry jam. That's neat. We can actually make a lot of things I wasn't able to make before. But instead I'm going to make a bunch of corn. Because I'll wait for someone to ask for one of those other recipes to make the more complicated recipes, or until I start having a surplus of things. Gotcha, so level 60 appears to be the hard cap. Yeah, that's fine, we'll keep acorn. Alright. You feel compelled to talk to Karsite. The rain is a refreshing break from the heat. Can you hear them? The plants sound happy. Alright. Yeah, so just a couple of more levels will get that. We can have it so the sword works as a sickle. We probably should get that. And this is one where, like, we can get a thing. So, like, cooked dishes given as a liked gift will reward more hearts. As a loved gift, we'll get more hearts. This will make dishes universally liked at times. Finding uncommon and rare forge will become more likely. And then cooking a dish will occasionally result in the lovable infusion, turning them into items that are universally loved. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And that. Alright, so that was a big burning on points. I should have used it earlier. But what that'll do is now when I'm cooking stuff, occasionally one will be like, this is a lovable item. So if I'm cooking a lot of budget food, like we do with the turnips, it means I can just give myself a bunch of, you know, a bunch of items that'll be, you know, able to get all handled. You know, get a loved gifts really easy. Not a mimic, welcome. We've been discussing preparing long-lasting rations to fill up the remainder of the town's food reserves. It's a tall order. I'm happy to help with the cooking, but I need the ingredients. The inn has been positively bustling now that the earthquake damage is repaired. I can't have our regulars going hungry. You know, I'll give as much as I can spare for the town, Adeline. But I'm afraid my flock and herd are already at capacity. I don't think I can cover the whole request. I've been meaning to expand the barn and get more animals, but, well... Oh... So, move over, Hayden. Oh, welcome a little friendly competition. Reina, you should need around 10 cheese for your recipe, right? If you haven't already made cheese, the mill should come in handy. Rimworld taught us the longest lasting rations are prisoners. Just get some fresh milk from your cows, bring it to the mill, and before you know it, you'll have as much cheese as you can carry. And how many eggs does the recipe call for again? 12 eggs will let me mix up enough to keep the whole town fed. What is the scale of these eggs and cheese that you're feeding an entire town on 12 eggs and 10 cheese? Like, don't get me wrong, they could be like these giant cheese drums or whatever, sure, but it's an egg. Once you get to like ostrich, it doesn't really get much bigger. I've been experimenting with the recipe. These will be the best tasting rations in all Aldaria. Well now, may make a few of us for our hard-working volunteers. Of course. I'll set up a donation box. Would outside the inn work, Reina? Sure would. And to sweeten the pot, how about I throw in some cosmetics for your hard-working chickens, cows as a reward, not a mimic? Alright, so... let's double check on our things. First, we can get these off the list. There we go. Right. So we need to drop off cheese and eggs, which I can't do. That's that. We've already shipped that, so I just need to talk to Adeline. And Adeline is probably in town. Yeah, Adeline is back at home. So you can go ahead and run over here to Adeline, turn that in. But what's going to need to happen next is I'm going to need to build a coop and I'm going to need to build a barn. And genuinely, I knew it was coming because all of these games have animal husbandry. Every one of these games has animal husbandry. And it's generally in these games one of my least favorite parts. Just because, for whatever reason, even though like the farming is just as much as a chore as anything else, for whatever reason, it feels like a chore. When it's like, wake up every morning, pet the animal, feed, you know, make sure they've got their feed, all that. Like, it's not like super awful, like I'm like, oh my god, why? It's just those things that, mechanics-wise, I tend to get tired of fastest. Are you... I dreamt about the sweet Frederick last night. Oh, he wasn't like today's men. He knew how to work a pair of tights. There's nothing quite like a gossip to add intrigue to the day. Alright, so let's go figure out what the fishing lady loves. She loves a seafood boil. Look, man, that is a $590 dish. You're not getting it. Wonderful job shipping those crops, not a mimic. I'm sure there's a lot of thankful people enjoying them right now. And we got a lemon pie. Right. We finished... Yeah, we finished the pond. So we're good on all the fish and all that. Right. Because then we went right into the cave and just started... We went into the cave and started blasting. Alright, so let's drop... Actually, do we need to drop this? Oh. Yeah, we can just drop the cabbage off in the cave. And I need to talk to Reese. So, Reese is over here to the east. So let's talk to Reese and see what it would take for us to get a coop and to get a barn. And Reese, buddy, old pal Broski, I want to just pay you up front and you just do everything. I don't want to get the stone and all that. It's weird that I have to source my own materials. Shop. We have all those things. Okay, so we've got a small barn. We can make it black and white or red. And the home upgrade costs a ton of stone and all that. And that requires hardwood and refined stone. We haven't seen refined stone at point. Yeah, it implies that what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it down and I'm going to have to spend some resources on it, which, that's fine, whatever. I'm going to go to the mine. And we're going to put some work in there, see if we can't start pushing farther down. Because the last one, when we got to a certain point, it's like, you've got to get the 4 items to put on the pillars. So I want to get there to figure out what the 4 items are. Cool. Only missing 1 forgeable for that. Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay, we're told... Alright. So yeah, we fed the mimic, and it gave us a helmet. Come on. We got our hermit snail. Okay, and we've got ourselves more relic or more artifacts to drop off at the museum. Okay.
That's fine. You can have the iron ore. Okay, so it looks like you can sacrifice items to statue. We got a water fly. Oh, this is gonna be great. Hang on, we gotta change her hat. Definitely not a mimic. Helps if I actually have the right bar so I can defend myself. Okay. Makes me think of playing Dark Souls and wearing the symbol of avarice. Okay. Which in Dark Souls they have the symbol of avarice, and if I remember correctly, it makes you take significantly more damage, but increases the drop rates for like items off of enemies. So the idea is when you're trying to farm something that was a enemy drop, like a weapon or whatever, you'd put on the symbol of avarice, and then just keep killing those enemies again and again. Okay. Oh, 1 second, we got... Got a fish, because it'll be, when we get to the pillar, it'll probably be like a fish, a forageable, an insect, you know, maybe sapphire, whatever. A mini whale shark, a rare large tide caverns. Despite its name, it's still very large. A puddle spire. Seems to use vibrations on puddles to hunt. Okay, we just want to get down a floor as fast as possible. So we can get down a floor. Okay. We got the chess piece. Alright, is there something we can eat we don't mind giving up? No, we don't have to eat. I got a whole, like, magic powers to do stuff like that. This is exactly why we want to have that. Come on. Okay, that's what I wanted. Because in this will have 4 things it requires, and we can just deal with it. hero, break, steal, dragons, power, restore. Earth tablet rubbing. Alright, throw away the one thing of wood. We have stone shell. The sandals. Alright. Okay, so we got a little bit more we need from all that. We're gonna drop stuff off at the museum. Okay, we got all the insects done in one go. Okay. So we definitely need to get home in a hurry. I'm gonna try to beeline over to where the bath is and see if I can't talk to Juniper really fast. She's not home. Never mind. I was not anticipating her not being home at, like, after midnight. Okay, so you just run on down here. So the good news is that means we're probably a little bit ahead of the curve that we're going to be able to drop those things off and get the, get, like, the gold stuff. Alright, so let's go here, drop you two off. I'm just going to assume that under seaweed's going to become important. We can drop all this junk off. We could sell the spare sword. Alright, so we're going to need to deal with that in the morning. That's going to take me a minute. Alright. So, that's good news. We now will have where we can put our barn and all that. So, honestly, where they're like, it's a ton of renown. It was fine renown. Okay. So it's Nora's birthday. Because I'd like to be able to get into the gold part of the caves before the change of season. Like, even if I don't get the... Ants, did I actually get the thing? No. Alright. Yeah, and go here, drop those off. Keep making our roast corn.
Alright. Cool. So we can go here. We've got our regular corn. We're going to keep the universally loved corn. And all that. Okay. We'll have to see what the statue things are about. Alright. Okay, so I've got all that. You feel compelled to talk to Calderis' statue. The essence that you bring me continues to slowly restore my power. It is astonishing how weak I had become. Yeah, so getting close to having our crop stuff sorted. Also getting close to having the fish one level up. By the time we get the, next season stuff there, that'll be handled. Break some of the bigger trees. Alright. So let's go over here. And we can try... Okay, so there's a distance on how close it could be to the water. All right. Okay, so it needs 100 wood and 75 stone, and like 75 wood and all that. All right, so no real shockers there that those are gonna need some kind of materials. They were just nice enough to make it so I don't have to like deal with the materials over there. So we've got the stone, but we don't have the wood. So let me see if we can drop the wood in here and move on. Or sorry, the stone. Yep. Cool, so I got that. Oh, don't sell the stone. Drop you off. Let's burn through all of our energy. I guess at this point it's just loose logs. Okay. Cool, so I got 60. I actually had a couple trees up here, but that's alright. Go over here and drop all you off. Okay. We're clearly going to need to get some better wood sources, but that's fine. We can go bother Juniper and do her thing. And I've got magic lovable corn. No matter your stance on corn, you love this corn. Request for monster powder, and you're going to give me monster mash. A graveyard smash. I've recently been curious about this new item called monster powder on the market. I would like to investigate its uses. Bring me some. Okay. So, are you home? You are not home. You're not over there. You're at the beach. Well, I'm gonna use your, Oh, what are you waiting on? What's going on here? Oh, right, you're waiting on the eggs and cheese, which is why we're building our barn and all that. Right. Yeah, so let's go over here. Let's use the bathhouse to recoup. And then make our way down towards the beach. And we can go ahead and give them the corn and all that good stuff, and that'll be good times. And Dozy always appreciates me being here, and wishes me a good day. Because Dozy is the bestest boy that has ever bested boy. Like the other bestest boys. So we can get earrings. Alright. And I'm assuming the bead currencies, whatever it was that we get from taking care of the animals. Is that new? It is not. Would you like to turn in this request? You found another tablet? Even deeper underground? Come with me. The last thing we need is gawkers. I should only need a moment to translate this. Try not to breathe loudly. Offer your thoughts. I'm going to try not to breathe loudly. So is the idea is my character's hovering over her shoulder now, just like absolute mouth breathing? Excellent. Hush. Well, there are some extremely unusual terms here that I haven't encountered before. I can't be sure of the translation. You said the cavern below the mines are elementally charged with water. We're going to need an assistance of someone who specializes in very exotic flora. So obviously if we said Dozy, it'd be like, what are you talking about? Celine loves plants. I'm glad to see you've been paying attention. I'm sure you've seen Celine with her head buried in that tome, the Codex of Mistria. From what I've heard, esoteric hardly begins to describe the contents. It may be just what we need. Not a mimic, and Juniper, this is a surprise. Celine, we come to you with a mission of the utmost importance. Oh, sounds fun. I'll put some tea on. And just picked up a packet of those cookies you like, Juniper. Oh, lovely. I suppose this will give us time to fill you in on all the details. What an incredible sounding place. I'd love to see what grows in the tide caves. It's really incredibly dangerous down there. I think I'll stick with viewing the samples in the museum. Let's see what the Codex has to say. An elementally charged underground environment. That certainly narrows down our search. Is there anything else that can aid us, Juniper?
which speak as highly contextual language. So there's a good chance the correct plant will help me translate the rest of the text. That's useful. I think our best bet is probably Jade Dulsa. Let's give it a try. Find the fish whose arrows fly true. A jewel the color of the sea of blue. Gather up Dulsa of jade. Find the hunter in the coral. This is certainly it. How exciting. Sounds like there's still some puzzle solving to do, huh, Not a Mimic? But what if the museum needs those things as well? I trust you make the obvious and correct choice. Your assistance has been invaluable, Celine. Thank you. Anytime. Let us know if you need any further assistance, Not a Mimic. I look forward to hearing what you discover next. Feel free to come over anytime, you two. This was fun. Please. I'm so lonely. My own family kicked me out. They said they made a place for me to move, but really they just kicked me out. It's all because that one time I used scissors to cut the pizza instead of a pizza cutter. It's the same thing. Oh, that should be in this box. Alright, so what that means, let's actually see what I have of these. I wish there was some way I could use it. So it's gonna be the sapphire will be one of them. Without question. I don't think I had the other one. I think the other one is like a seaweed artifact thing. Also, we got more clothes already. We can't take the mimic head off. That's just right out. Okay. Coral mantis, sapphire, jade, dulse, archerfish. I'm pretty sure I have just the sapphire. Alright, well, so let's go up to... Actually, where is she at now? She's probably on her way back. Ugh. Alright. Gotta go all the way back over to the beach. And then we go to the cave and we try and get the last things we need. Alright. So where are they? Oh, she's moved over farther to the right. After asking Louise to import this bathing suit, it would have been disrespectful not to go to the beach. What is this? Oh, it's a gift? It's lovely. Thank you. Our magically infused corn. So no matter how little or how much you like corn, you will love the corn. That definitely feels like one to abuse with the turnips. Since the turnips are like such an incredibly cheap crop. It feels like you just spin out a ridiculous number of them and just end up with a decent number of loved gifts out of it. It's probably one to just get something like I got the tomatoes and the corn there where it just keeps producing. Just get something like that that's a one ingredient recipe and just call it a day. Alright, so we're going straight on in to the mine.
Alright. So what I want to do is we're going to jump between these floors. Actually... Okay. So, give me the archer fish thing. Not what I was hoping for. A diamond-backed mirror, a rare artifact. Neat. Okay. We just need to get the fish and the mantis bug, whatever it was called. Not the right one. Okay. And where did that fish go? Alright, we have to go, like, right away. I lost track of time. I'm actually coming to realize we don't have time to go back. We won't make it. So we're committing. So I got the seaweed thing that we needed. Okay. Yep, and pass out any second. Alright, so we didn't get the, in return, how's it going? I see you're filthy rich. It's going pretty good. We made some pretty good progress.
We're trying to get down to the gold level of the mine and all that. Getting a bunch of requests done and all that. We've already got like all the fish and bugs for the season handled. As far as like the ones that are like the actual base season, whatever. You overslept. Yep, that's a consequence of that. Stack you. Stack you. Grab those things. Alright. Do you want a watermelon? You greedy, greedy bugs. Okay. Drop this off, drop that off, drop you off, get rid of you. We'll drop off the sea grapes. Get rid of those fish. There's the sea grapes. And we can go into here. Common bug pheromones. Open to use on the ground to summon a common bug. So that gives us rare. I'm going to need to set that aside later, but we'll deal with that. And you want this. We got honeycomb. And some more just regular honey. Gonna need to make another box, and I know it. That's fine. For right now, you go down here. Actually, we'll sell the honey. You're going to the museum. I'm gonna sell the bug pheromone for right now. See if that unlocks anything for us. Alright. I imagine one of the combat things is to make like your sword swing larger, and that combined with like the farming thing would make it so you just cover more area. Alright, so tomatoes here, the various foods there. And then we can go ahead and cook our corn. Did I just get 7 universally loved corn? Okay. I was expecting to get some, but that is an obnoxious amount of stuff that people are going to absolutely love. Alright, so we drop off those. Oh, if you do have one spare there, just drop it there. Okay, so with that, what we're going to go ahead and do is run on up here. I say that, but, I still need wood. So we can burn through all of our stamina here, then use the bath to boost us, then go back into the cave. Okay. Alright. So pretty soon we'll be able to get one of those
you know, barns and all that built. And then with that sorted, I can start getting the basic animal stuff done, because that's what's holding us back from doing more of the town things. They've hit that point where it's like, nope, need cheese, need eggs. Make it happen, Captain. Okay. We might be able to get enough here. For both of them, because it was, I think, 175? We got pretty close to being able to build one of them. And with this, we're actually getting the farm properly cleared. Because, like, after this, the wood's basically gone. And then the animals will start eating a bunch of all this greenery. And I just gotta clean up the stone, which will probably happen anyways. We're losing our whole day to this. Okay, and one last one down here. Small coop. Coop most foul. I would apologize, but I wouldn't mean it. All right. Barn. A house, but cows. I don't know. So I got all that stuff dropped off. Get you out of my inventory. Speaking of which, that does tell me that we got you and you. Move over here. Okay, so we need to run up here and get ourselves sorted out. So we drop by the bath. I assume Juniper's home. Yep. So we'll use the corn on Juniper. And all that. Request for bait. You want a worm. Yes, I'm saying it's so much money because we're just pushing stuff. I'm imagining we'll hit a point where it's just kind of like we don't have an urgent thing to be worked on. It's probably when the mine's done. Hi, welcome to the bathhouse. Oh, it's you. Talk to Dozy. I'm going back to sleep. This is just what I wanted. Right when I wanted it. You have quite a talent for gift-giving, not a mimic. Let's keep it down. Dozy's had a long day. Dozy tilts its head. It's clear he wants to know if you're heading into the bath. Yes. I empathize with so much right now. Dozy wags his tail fiercely. Just being like, oh, it's you. I'm going back to sleep. You can tell that Dozy is wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. Yep. Alright. So we've got those being built, so we're going to run over here as fast as we can. Alright, Nitch, you have a good one. Because now what I'm going to need to do is run down to Hayden's.
because we're going to have a bottleneck on how fast things can go based on the animals. Alright. They have farm supplies. Okay. We have daycare for our animals, if I don't want to take care of myself. Alright. So, we're gonna get our first chicken. Aw, clucks. Confirm. There you go, second chicken. Insert cluckered. I get a cow. Ooh. Ludana. Look, I know it's bad. And Maurice. Alright, so we got our animals. Well, I was gonna go to the mine today, but like that just didn't happen. Spent the whole day dealing with animal nonsense. Let's see here. Got the hay. I'm still gonna go into the mines, whatever I can amount to. Out. Is that not what I feed you? Gotcha, okay. I see. So you get hay. And you get grass seed. Never mind actually making it to the mine today. Alright, so let's look at what you have under the animals. You feel compelled to talk to it. Meteor shower returns to the skies every year around this time. It's a rare constant, looking back over the years. I look forward to viewing it once more. Yeah, I'm going to put a tarp over you, though, so... Feeding Frenzy, hay and grass seed drop rates are doubled when cutting grass. Animals that have been pet and fed will get an extra heart, sure. You'll drop extra produce, yep. As we take care of our animals, they will give us shiny beads. Yep, everything. Take it all. Okay, I'm gonna try and run to the Do I need to run to the museum? Do the museum in the morning. Museum in the morning. Well, the bummer here is that means I wasted
I mean, it's only 100 gold or whatever. That's fine. Getting all stuck up on everything. Alright. That's weird that the giant rock was basically just glass. Okay. Little by little, we're cleaning everything up. Okay. Alright, let's drop it all off. Yeah, so I grabbed a bunch of stone, a bunch of wood. There just wasn't, unfortunately, enough time to get all the way over to any of the other places we need to be. That's all in common. So for right now, drop those down there. Alright. So I got everything going here. We made some pretty solid money, a bunch of renown. We're getting pretty close to whatever our next rank after iron is. Okay, so we got Friday. It's getting ready to be a birthday. We're getting pretty close to fall. Hold up. That gives me another legendary. If we get a set of 4 of those, I can make legendary pheromones or whatever the heck it is. Okay, and we can drop off the tomatoes here. And those. Alright, so here's hoping we can get lucky and score ourselves potentially a the more lovable ones. Yep. And just give me the 1 back, so that's fine. We'll go ahead and drop you and you here. And that. And you. Oh, we can go ahead and let... Okay. Cool, so we've already pet them. You only get credit once. I figured as much. Alright, so for advancing the main town thing, we're basically just waiting on those animals to produce. So otherwise, the big thing to be working on is the mine, which you can get down to the gold level, which which will mean upgrading our tools, which should allow me to do a lot of this faster. And pretty soon we'll get to the fall, which is when all this stuff that we have been growing will go away, and we'll get a new set. Okay. We can drop all this off. So we can run up here, and where's Juniper at today? Juniper is apparently standing in the middle of the pond? Whatever. She can live her life however she wants. Oh, we need to run over here. You would like roses. I don't think I can do that yet. Alright.
You've impressed me, not a mimic. The ancient royal scepter you turned over is a symbol of the Witch Queen's authority. Maybe someday my achievements will be worthy of it. This is just what I wanted, right when I wanted it. You have quite a talent for gift-giving, not a mimic.
Alright. So we've got all that going. I should burn off a little bit more of this energy before we use the bath and then go to the mines. That's another level for archaeology. Which means some one-ton environmental destruction. You know what I ought to do? We haven't gone up to see if I can whack this entrance with, like, our much improved weapons and all that. The stairs of Deep Woods are covered in giant, impassable vines. Well, it was worth looking. What do you mean I can't cut down, like, the nice, fancier trees? Okay. That way, that way when we go into the mine, we're not just, like, wasting... Or, sorry, going to the bathroom, not just wasting money and not get, like, a full recharge. Alright, so we can go ahead and pop up here real quick. Use the bath.
Oh, you're here for a bath? Yeah, you do look like you need one. Of course, it'll cost you 100. Can you afford that? Yep. Excellent, right this way. I hope you enjoyed your bath, but remember, if you feel any ill effects such as lightheaded, insomnia, or sudden tail growth, it's merely a random coincidence. If someone's in the bath too long, I send Dozy to check on them. Not that I care or anything.
I mean, it's probably for the best. People get weird, man.
The Shooting Star Festival is coming up soon. Is there anyone special you're thinking about inviting to watch the stars?
That's a thing? Oh no, it's gonna be a spring dance all over again.
There's nothing quite like a little gossip to add intrigue to the day. Well, we want to know about Juniper.
She likes Essent Blossom. So we still don't know anything she actually loves versus magicking things into things she loves. Did I have it? Oh yeah, we do want to stop by the museum on the way over to the mine. Then we pop into the mine and we just try and get this fish, and I don't remember what the other thing is, it's fine. Alright, we got another thing to add to the honey set. And we're only missing one buried artifact. Right, it was the mantis we're missing. I don't remember what else. Alright. I'll grab these. Your attacks will occasionally become a crit double damaging. Yeah, so I don't care about the furniture, but I'll get iron hounds just because I can. Okay, so we're going to start by looking for... Yeah, we need the fish and the mantis. Okay, no luck there. Okay, no fish here. Okay. Come on, archerfish. Alright, we just need the mantis now. Okay. Got ourselves some pants. Gives us the full set. Okay. So just need to keep going down. I'm really hoping we get the mantis in here. So it's not up there. All right. Even though we probably have it. Okay. The mantis is supposed to be, like, hanging around where the coral is. That's the reason I keep running up and breaking all the coral. They've already caught one and put in the museum, I just didn't have a spare because I didn't know I needed it yet. Alright, come on. Does me no good if it doesn't show up. Alright, right now we will chuck that. That's fine, I don't care. Already got one, that's fine. Okay. I'm seeing if we can't do like resets like you do in some of these games. Yeah, because there's nothing down here to possibly have it. And let's take the bonus movement speed and put it to good use. So we're still missing the mantis, unfortunately. But that's okay. Because we still got 2 days left of the season. One's going to have the festival, which I'm sure will affect things. But we can probably go in and just, like, I just keep going up and through the coral and all that. We would get the mantis. We have all the other 3 things. We are slowly getting Juniper to like us. And the rest has all been going fine. Alright. Scrap armor out of here. Sea Scarab and you out of here. So I've got the Air of the Sapphire and that. So yeah, we're just missing the Mantis, and then that'll be done. We're gonna go ahead and pop up here. Thank you for the flower. We're gonna go ahead and sleep real fast. Alright. Yeah, we got a bunch of my... Yeah, so I am finding the pacing of the game, like I'm running around scrambling and money is just shoveling in. Now, like I said before, it could be because I found a like pretty powerful setup with the farming of just getting it to feed into itself. That maybe I'm like disproportionately getting money compared to most people. I don't know. But it is making it so like my money's just not a mechanic I have to worry about. So with that said, I've already gone longer than I probably should have. So I'm going to be wrapping up here in just a minute. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. There's a good chance we'll be playing RimWorld tomorrow. And most likely Monday, what's going to end up happening is we'll be probably checking out the new Silver Screen DLC for Planet Coaster 2. We're going to have nice and really early access to that. That comes out, I think, the 19th is when it actually drops. But I got access to it for the 14th. But there's a whole bunch of other games dropping updates, so expect to see a little bit of back and forth where we're like hopping into RimWorld. I think I am going to play more Fields of Mystaria. I know it's probably not like the most exciting thing for a lot of people. I'm very much enjoying it, but there's all that. But we're going to hop between a bunch of games between RimWorld. This Project Zomboid will happen more, but I'll be bouncing around a lot as we get all these new wave of games coming out. But with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and toss up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. Because they probably have a decent number